Ghostly stories, yet mirrors of human life. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Encountering Chinese, the ghost story series, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Today, we bring you the third episode in our collection of strange tales. The screen will turn black in 5 minutes to help you relax. And now, our story begins. Wang Cheng. In Pingyuan County, there was a young man from a once prominent official family named Wang Cheng. He had a naturally lazy disposition, which led to the gradual decline of his family's fortunes. After some time, Wang Cheng's family was left with only a few dilapidated houses, and he could only lie on a mat with his wife. Due to their difficult living conditions, Wang Cheng was often subjected to his wife's reproaches. One year, during the height of summer when the weather was scorching, there was a garden outside the village that belonged to the Zhou family. Now, because the walls had collapsed and the house had fallen into disrepair, only a pavilion remained. Many people from the village sought refuge in this pavilion to escape the summer heat, and Wang Cheng was among them. One day, after daybreak, those who had been sleeping in the pavilion began to depart. Wang Cheng didn't wake up until noon. He sluggishly prepared to return home. Suddenly, he noticed a golden hairpin in the grass and picked it up to examine it closely. He discovered some small characters engraved on the hairpin. Made by Yibin Mansion. Many years ago, Wang Cheng's grandfather was a son-in-law of the Lord Heng, and as a result, many of their ancestral belongings were marked with such inscriptions. Wang Cheng held the hairpin, pondering for a moment. At that moment, an elderly woman appeared, searching for her lost hairpin. Despite his poverty, Wang Cheng was known for his integrity, so he immediately handed the golden hairpin to the old woman. She was delighted and praised Wang Cheng's character, saying, "Although this hairpin isn't worth much money, it is a memento of my deceased husband." Wang Cheng asked her, "Who was your husband?" The old woman replied, "He was the late Lord Yibin, Wang Jianji." Wang Cheng exclaimed, "Wang Jianji was my grandfather. How did you two meet and become husband and wife?" The old woman was equally surprised and said, "Are you the grandson of Wang Jianji?" "I am not a human, I am a fox spirit. 100 years ago, I was married to your grandfather. When he passed away, I retreated into seclusion. I just lost the golden hairpin he gave me, and you happened to find it. Isn't this fate arranged by the heavens?" Long ago, Wang Cheng had heard about his grandfather's fox wife, so he believed the old woman's words and invited her to visit his home. Consequently, the old woman followed Wang Cheng to his house. They arrived at Wang Cheng's home, and Wang Cheng called his wife to come out and meet their guest. The old woman saw that Wang Cheng's wife was dressed in tattered clothes and looked emaciated, her face pale and sallow. She couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Oh my! Is the grandson of Wang Jianji reduced to such a state?" She noticed the dilapidated kitchen with no sign of any cooking and asked Wang Cheng, With such living conditions, how do you and your wife manage to sustain yourselves?" Wang Cheng's wife then recounted in detail their impoverished circumstances, and as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. The old woman then handed the golden hairpin to Wang Cheng's wife and told her to use it to get some money to buy rice. She also said that she would return to visit them in 3 days. Wang Cheng tried to persuade the old woman to stay longer, but she replied, "You can't even support a wife on your own. What use could I be if I stayed here? Would you like me to sit with you and your wife, staring at the roof?" With that, the old woman left of her own accord. Wang Cheng explained to his wife the old woman's background, which left her in awe. He spoke of the old woman's kindness and asked his wife to treat her as if she were her own mother. His wife agreed. After 3 days, the old woman returned as promised. She handed over some silver coins to Wang Cheng to buy a basket of rice and a basket of wheat. At night, the old woman slept on the short bed together with Wang Cheng's wife. Initially, Wang Cheng's wife had some apprehensions about the old woman, but she soon realized that the old woman's intentions were sincere, and her doubts vanished. Early the next morning, the old woman said to Wang Cheng, "My grandson, you can't afford to be lazy anymore. You should start a small business. Sitting idly as you and your wife are now won't lead to a sustainable future." Wang Cheng explained to her that he had no capital. The old woman replied, "When your grandfather was alive, he allowed me to take any gold or silver silk I wanted. However, being an otherworldly being, I had no use for these, so I took very little. Now, I've accumulated 40 taels of silver for cosmetics. I have no use for this money either, as it has been sitting here for so long. Why don't you take it and use it to buy gauze fabric? You can take this gauze to the capital on the designated day, and you'll earn some silver." Wang Cheng heeded the old woman's advice and purchased over 50 rolls of gauze fabric. The old woman instructed Wang Cheng to prepare immediately and start his journey. She carefully calculated the timing and asked Wang Cheng to arrive in the capital within 6 or 7 days. She emphasized, "You must be diligent, and above all, you can't be lazy. You must travel as quickly as possible, without any delay. If you arrive in the capital 1 day late, you will deeply regret it." Wang Cheng obediently agreed. Carrying the goods, Wang Cheng set off on his journey. During his travels, he encountered heavy rain that soaked his clothes and shoes. Wang Cheng had never experienced such hardships, and he felt extremely fatigued. Consequently, he decided to take a temporary break at an inn. Unfortunately, the heavy rain continued throughout the night, and water from the eaves dripped like thick ropes. After a night of heavy rain, the roads became even muddier. Seeing other travelers navigating the muddy path with their legs caked in mud, Wang Cheng hesitated and did not want to endure such hardship. By noon, the ground had barely dried, and the sky was heavily overcast. Soon, a downpour began again. Wang Cheng ended up staying at the inn for 2 days before he finally resumed his journey. As Wang Qing neared the capital, he heard from other merchants that gauze fabric was selling at a high price in the capital, and the prices were still rising. This news made him secretly happy. However, upon reaching the capital, he checked into an inn and inquired with the innkeeper about the situation. To his disappointment, the innkeeper expressed deep regret, saying that Wang Qing had arrived too late. The reason behind this was that just before Wang Qing's arrival, the road to the south had been newly opened, and gauze fabric deliveries to the capital were very limited. However, the noble's residents urgently needed to purchase gauze fabric, causing the price to skyrocket, even reaching 3 times the usual rate. But on the day before Wang Qing's arrival, the noble's residents had already purchased enough, leaving those who came later feeling disappointed. After hearing this explanation from the innkeeper, Wang Qing felt disheartened. Another day passed, and more gauze fabric arrived in the capital, causing the prices to plummet. Wang Qing realized that selling gauze fabric at that moment would yield no profit. He decided not to sell but to keep it. So, for over 10 days, he hesitated, calculating that his expenses in the capital were already substantial, causing him much distress. At this point, the innkeeper advised him to sell the gauze fabric at a low price and consider other options. Heeding the innkeeper's advice, Wang Qing sold all the gauze fabric at a loss of over 10 taels of silver. Unexpectedly, the following morning, when he went to check his belongings, he found all his silver missing. Alarmed, he informed the innkeeper, who expressed helplessness. Some suggested that Wang Qing report the incident to the authorities and have the innkeeper held accountable, but Wang Qing simply sighed and said, "I lost my money due to my bad luck. What does it have to do with the innkeeper?" Grateful for Wang Qing's kindness, the innkeeper gave him 5 taels of silver and encouraged him to return home. However, Wang Qing felt he could not face his grandmother with his current situation. He wandered aimlessly in the market, caught in a dilemma. Coincidentally, at that time, Wang Qing noticed a stall in the street where people were gathering to watch quail fights, and they would place bets worth several thousand copper coins on the outcome. Some even spent over 100 copper coins to buy a brave and skillful quail. A thought struck him. He counted the remaining money in his baggage and realized it was enough to buy quails for resale. So, he returned to discuss this with the innkeeper, who strongly encouraged him to give it a try. The innkeeper agreed that Wang Qing could stay at the inn for food and shelter without having to pay. Wang Qing was delighted and went outside the city to buy quails. He bought a cart full of quails and returned to the capital. The innkeeper was also pleased, wishing him the best of luck in selling the quails. However, unexpectedly, a heavy rain started in the middle of the night and continued until dawn. As the day broke, the streets were flooded, and the rain showed no sign of stopping. Wang Qing had no choice but to stay at the inn and wait for the weather to clear. To his dismay, the rain continued for several days without a break. Wang Qing woke up to find that many of the quails he had bought were dying. He was deeply worried about what to do next. Another day passed, and more quails died. Only a few remained, so he put them together in one cage. After another night, he found that only one quail was still alive. Wang Qing told the innkeeper, and tears streamed down his face as he shared his troubles. The innkeeper, empathizing with Wang Cheng's string of misfortunes, also sighed heavily. Wang Cheng had lost all his silver, and he had no place to return to now, feeling so miserable that he contemplated ending his own life. The innkeeper tried to console him repeatedly and took him to inspect the one remaining quail. After a thorough examination, the innkeeper said, "This quail seems to be an unusual breed. It's possible that the other quails died in fights against it. Since you have time on your hands now, why not train it? If it's indeed a good breed, you can use it for gambling to earn a living." Wang Qing followed the innkeeper's advice once more and trained the quail. Once the quail was well trained, the innkeeper instructed Wang Qing to take it to the streets for gambling and come back with a meal. True to expectations, the quail was robust and won several fights. The innkeeper was delighted and handed more silver to Wang Qing, asking him to challenge the local quail breeders. In the end, Wang Cheng's quail emerged victorious in all 3 matches. This continued for over half a year, and Wang Cheng managed to save 20 taels of silver. He was relieved and considered this quail as valuable as his own life. The people of the capital knew that the Grand Prince, who was the emperor's brother, had a fondness for quail fighting. Every lantern festival, he would invite quail breeders from the common folk to his palace and have them pit their quails against the ones he raised. The innkeeper told Wang Cheng, "Now is the opportunity to make a fortune. We can only hope that your fate is favorable." So, the innkeeper informed Wang Qing about the quail fighting at the Grand Prince's palace and accompanied him along with his quail to the palace. The innkeeper further advised Wang Qing, "If your quail loses this time, it's just bad luck, and we must accept it. But if, by any chance, your quail wins, the Grand Prince will surely want to buy it. At that time, don't agree immediately. If he insists on buying it, just watch my reaction and wait for me to nod before accepting his offer." Wang Qing agreed, saying, "All right." They arrived at the palace, and the courtyard was already packed with people eager to watch the quail fights. After a while, the Grand Prince came out and sat on the dais. His officials loudly announced, "Anyone willing to pit their quail, step forward." Immediately, someone stepped forward, holding a quail, and hurried up the steps. The Grand Prince ordered the release of the quails bred in the palace, and the visitor released his quail. As soon as the 2 quails leaped and began fighting, the visitor's quail was defeated. The Grand Prince couldn't help but burst into laughter. In a short while, several people who had stepped onto the platform had been defeated. The innkeeper whispered to Wang Cheng, "Now it's your turn." So the innkeeper and Wang Qing stepped onto the platform. The Grand Prince examined Wang Cheng's quail and said, "Your quail has a fierce look in its eyes. It must be a strong fighter. I mustn't underestimate it." He then ordered his servants to bring a quail called Iron Beak to fight against Wang Cheng's quail. After several intense rounds of combat, the Grand Prince's quail was defeated. He tried 2 more quails, but they all lost. The Grand Prince hurriedly commanded his servants to bring the best quail from the palace. After a while, a servant brought it out, and everyone saw that this quail had snow-white feathers, resembling a heron. It was indeed a magnificent creature. Wang Qing began to feel anxious and knelt down, begging the Grand Prince not to continue the fight. He said, "Your Highness, your quail is truly a celestial being. I'm afraid it might injure my quail and ruin my livelihood." The Grand Prince chuckled and replied, "Release your quail. If it dies, I will compensate you handsomely." Reluctantly, Wang Qing released his quail. As the Grand Prince's quail swooped in, Wang Cheng's quail lay flat, ready and waiting like an angry rooster. The Grand Prince's quail suddenly attacked, and Wang Cheng's quail leaped and attacked its opponent like a flying crane. The 2 quails engaged in a prolonged battle, advancing and retreating, up and down. Gradually, the Grand Prince's quail weakened, and its defense faltered. At this moment, Wang Cheng's quail, with its newfound fury, launched a relentless assault. In no time, the Grand Prince's quail's snow-white feathers were pecked off and lay scattered on the ground. It could only droop its wings and retreat, defeated. The crowd of more than 1,000 people watching couldn't help but admire Wang Cheng's quail. The Grand Prince took Wang Cheng's quail and examined it closely, from its beak to its talons. After scrutinizing the quail thoroughly, he asked Wang Cheng, "Are you willing to sell your quail?" Wang Cheng replied, "I don't have any fixed property, and this quail is my sole means of livelihood. Therefore, I'm naturally unwilling to sell it." The Grand Prince then said, "I can offer you a substantial price, equivalent to a middle-class family's fortune. Are you willing?" Wang Qing lowered his head and thought for a long time before replying, "I didn't want to sell, but considering your Highness's fondness for it, and the prospect of securing a comfortable livelihood, what more can I ask for?" The Grand Prince asked how much money Wang Qing wanted for his quail, to which Wang Qing replied that he wanted 1,000 taels of silver. The Grand Prince laughed and said, "You're quite the foolish man. How could a tiny quail be worth 1,000 taels of silver?" Wang Qing responded, "Your Highness, if you don't see it as a treasure, I do. It's more precious to me than priceless jade. I take it to the market for quail fights, and every day, I earn several taels of silver. With that money, I can buy a good amount of rice, which ensures that my family of over 10 people won't go hungry or cold. What treasure could compare to that?" The Grand Prince said, "I won't shortchange you. I'll give you 200 taels of silver." Wang Qing still shook his head. So the Grand Prince added another 100 taels. Wang Qing discreetly looked at the innkeeper and saw that the innkeeper didn't react. He then said to the Grand Prince, "Since your Highness genuinely wants to buy my quail, I'm willing to reduce the price by 100 taels and sell it to you." The Grand Prince pondered for a moment and said, All right, then. We'll settle the deal at this price, although I'm quite reluctant. But after all the haggling, I was worried that the sale wouldn't go through, which would offend you, Your Highness. So let's do it as you said. The Grand Prince was overjoyed and immediately instructed his servant to count out the silver and hand it to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng packed the silver, thanked the Grand Prince, and left the palace. On his way back to the inn, the innkeeper scolded him, saying, "What did I tell you? You hurriedly made the deal yourself. If you had held out just a little longer, you would now have had 800 taels of silver." Wang Cheng returned to the inn and placed the silver on the table for the innkeeper to take. However, the innkeeper refused to accept it. Wang Cheng insisted on paying, so the innkeeper calculated the food and lodging expenses for the past few months and accepted the corresponding amount. Subsequently, Wang Cheng returned home with his belongings. He eagerly recounted his experiences and shared the silver with everyone to celebrate. The old woman advised Wang Cheng to use the money to purchase 300 acres of fertile land, renovate their house, and acquire tools and equipment. In no time, Wang Cheng's family had restored their ancestral status as a prosperous household. Every day, the old woman rose early, directing workers to till the fields while instructing Wang Cheng's wife to oversee the household's cloth production. If Wang Cheng or his wife displayed even a hint of laziness, the old woman would reprimand them. Wang Cheng and his wife, however, complied without a word of complaint. 3 years passed, and the family grew even wealthier. Yet, the old woman decided to bid them farewell. Wang Cheng and his wife pleaded with her and shed tears, and, reluctantly, she agreed to stay for one more day. But when they went to greet her in her room the next morning, they found she had vanished without a trace. At the end of the story, the author included a commentary, remarking, "People often say that wealth comes from hard work, but Wang Cheng's prosperity arose from his idleness. This is an unheard of tale indeed." However, people may not realize that despite his initial destitution, Wang Cheng's unwavering, sincere nature was ultimately what won favor from heaven. It makes me wonder, can riches truly be attained through indolence? Qingfeng. In Taiyuan, there was a family surnamed Geng. Originally, their family was of the gentry class, so their ancestral home was spacious and grand. However, over time, the Geng family's influence gradually declined, and many of their houses stood empty and uninhabited. Consequently, strange and eerie occurrences began to take place in their ancestral home. For instance, the doors of the main hall often opened and closed by themselves without any apparent reason. This frightened the family members, causing them to scream in the middle of the night. Troubled by these events, the old master of the Geng family decided to move to their villa, leaving an old man to guard the ancestral home. From then on, the ancestral home became even more desolate and dilapidated. However, occasionally, sounds of merriment and laughter could still be heard coming from inside. The old master had a nephew named Geng Zubing, who had a bold and carefree personality. When he left, he instructed the old man guarding the home to inform him if any more bizarre incidents occurred. One night, the old man guarding the ancestral home saw flickering candlelight in the upper part of the mansion. He hurriedly ran to the villa to inform Gung Tsubing. Gung Tsubing, full of curiosity, decided to investigate the strange occurrence. The old man strongly advised against it, but Gung Tsubing was determined. Gung Tsubing was familiar with the layout of the mansion, so he made his way through the overgrown weeds, navigating his way into the building. As he entered the mansion, everything seemed normal, but as he walked through, he heard soft voices coming from a room. Gung Tsubing approached quietly and found the room illuminated as if it were daytime. Inside, an elderly man wearing a scholar's hat sat facing south, engaged in a conversation with an elderly woman who sat opposite him. Both appeared to be in their 40s. Facing east, there was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s, with a young girl about 15 or 16 sitting to his right. The table inside was filled with food and drink, and the four individuals were happily conversing. Gung Tsubing suddenly entered the room and exclaimed, "An uninvited guest has arrived." This startled the occupants, and they all stood up, trying to escape, except for the elderly man. The elderly man stood up and scolded Gung Tsubing, asking who he was and why he had intruded into their private chambers. Gung Tsubing responded with curiosity. "This was originally my family's private chambers, and you and your family are occupying it now. You have laid out fine food and drink without inviting the master of this mansion. Isn't that being too stingy?" The elderly man scrutinized Gung Tsubing and said, "You are not the master of the Gung family." Gung Tsubing laughed and introduced himself, saying, "I am Gung Tsubing, the old master's nephew." Then, the old man respectfully invited Gung Tsubing to sit down and had another table of food and drinks brought over. The elderly man poured a drink for Gung Tsubing and invited him to drink. Gung Tsubing responded, "Since we are all living under the same roof, I see no need for the guests to leave. Let's have a drink together." The elderly man was grateful and called for his son, saying, "Shower, come in." Shortly, the young man entered the room and introduced himself as the elderly man's son. Those present all exchanged brief introductions regarding their family backgrounds. The elderly man said, "My surname is Hu, and my name is Ijuan." Gung Tsubing was generally quite bold. He had a lively sense of humor, and Shower was also very charismatic. In their conversations, they couldn't help but admire and respect each other. Gung Tsubing was 21 years old, 2 years older than Shower, so he referred to him as his younger brother. The old man asked Gung Tsubing, "I've heard that your ancestors once wrote a biography called Tushan Chronicles. Do you know about it?" Gung Tsubing replied, "Yes, I know." The old man said, "I am a descendant of the Tushan clan. After the Tang dynasty, we can still trace our family lineage, but nothing has been passed down from the 5 dynasties period. Could you please give us a brief lecture?" Gung Tsubing proceeded to briefly recount the deeds of Tushan Fox Woman, who assisted the Great Yu in flood control. Gung Tsubing embellished and enhanced the narrative as he spoke, using eloquent language and vivid descriptions. The old man was delighted to hear the stories and said to Shower, "Today, we've had the privilege of hearing many stories we've never heard before. Gung Tsubing is not a stranger, so let's invite your mother and Qing Feng to join us and learn about the merits of our ancestors." Shao arose, lifted the curtains, and entered the inner room. Soon after, the old lady and the young girl walked out together. Gung Tsubing carefully observed the young girl, noticing her delicate figure and her bright, intelligent eyes. She possessed an extraordinary beauty rarely seen in this world. The old man pointed to the old lady and said, "This is my wife." Then he pointed to the young girl and continued, "She is named Qing Feng, my niece. Qing Feng is very intelligent. She remembers things she hears and sees for a long time without forgetting, which is why I invited her to listen as well." After discussing the family history of the Tushan clan, Gung Tsubing began drinking but kept his gaze on the young girl. The girl noticed his attention and blushed, lowering her head. Gung Tsubing discreetly used his foot to lightly tap Qingfeng's small foot under the table. Startled, Qingfeng withdrew her foot, but there was no sign of anger on her face. Gung Tsubing's infatuation intensified, and he couldn't contain his emotions. He pounded the table and exclaimed, "If I could marry a wife like Qing Feng, I wouldn't trade it even if I could become a king." Seeing Gung Tsubing becoming more intoxicated and his words becoming wilder, the old lady and the young girl rose together and quickly lifted the curtains, retreating to the inner room. Gung Tsubing suddenly felt deeply disappointed. He bid farewell to the old man and returned to the villa. Back at the villa, he remained haunted by his longing for Qing Feng. The following night, Gung Tsubing returned to the mansion. He could still catch the scent of orchids and musk inside the room. He waited attentively through the night, but the mansion remained silent, without any signs of life. In the early morning, Gung Tsubing returned home and discussed with his wife. He wanted to move his whole family to live in the mansion, hoping to encounter Qing Feng again. However, his wife disagreed, so Gung Tsubing decided to move into the mansion himself and study downstairs. Late at night, as he leaned against his desk, a disheveled and eerie figure suddenly entered. Its face was dark and it stared at Gung Tsubing. Unfazed, Gung Tsubing merely smiled and dipped his finger in the inkwell, smearing ink on his own face. He then locked eyes with the ghost. The ghost, finding this encounter less interesting, eventually floated away. Another day passed, and it was late at night. Gung Tsubing had just blown out the candle and was about to go to sleep when he heard the sound of a door latch being moved behind the building. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the door swung open. He quickly got up to peer outside, and he saw the door partially open. After a moment, Gung Tsubing heard the sound of light footsteps, and a beam of candlelight emerged from the room. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qing Feng who walked out. Startled, Qing Feng took a few steps back upon seeing Geng Zubing, closing 2 doors behind her. Geng Zubing knelt outside the door, unable to get up. He said to Qing Feng, "I'm not afraid of the dangers here. I've been waiting here for a long time, all because of you, Qing Feng. Luckily, there's no one else here. If we can hold hands and share a laugh, I can die without regrets." The young girl, inside the room, replied, "I know your sincere feelings for me. But my uncle's rules are very strict, and I dare not obey your request." Geng Zubing continued to plead, "I don't dare hope for an intimate relationship with you. I'm satisfied as long as you open the door and let me see you for a moment." The young woman seemed to accept his plea, opened the door, grabbed his arm, and pulled him inside. Geng Zubing was ecstatic and followed Qing Feng into the room. He held her on his lap, and they cuddled together. Qing Feng said, "Thank goodness for the fate we had in our past lives. After this night, our yearning for each other will be in vain." Geng Zubing asked, "What's the reason for that?" Qing Feng replied, "My uncle was afraid of your wild and unrestrained character, so last night, he pretended to be a malevolent ghost to scare you. But he didn't expect that you would remain unfazed. Now, he has found another house and is in the process of moving there with his family. I'm the only one left here to look after things, and I'll be leaving tomorrow." After this revelation, Qing Feng was about to leave. She told Geng Zubing, "I'm afraid my uncle will return soon." Geng Zubing once again stopped her and attempted to seduce her, seeking intimate moments in bed. While the two were arguing and tussling, the old man suddenly entered unexpectedly. Qing Feng was overwhelmed with shame and fear. She was humiliated, her head hung low, and she leaned against the edge of the bed, twiddling with her belt, remaining silent. The old man scolded her angrily, saying, "You wretched girl, tarnishing our family's reputation. If you don't leave right away, I'll whip you." Qing Feng hurriedly left with her head down, and the old man followed her out. Geng Zubing quickly followed them to eavesdrop. He heard the old man relentlessly berating Qing Feng and even caught a glimpse of her sobbing softly. Geng Zubing's heart ached as if cut by a knife, and he shouted loudly to the old man, "The blame is all on me. It has nothing to do with Qing Feng. If you can forgive her, even if you punish me severely, I am willing to bear the consequences." After a long while, the house fell silent again, and Geng Zubing had no choice but to return to his room to sleep. From then on, no more strange sounds were heard in the house. When Geng Zubing's uncle heard about the incident, he found it quite intriguing. He was willing to sell the mansion to Geng Zubing at a reasonable price. Geng Zubing was delighted and moved his family into the mansion. They lived there comfortably for a year, but Geng Zubing continued to yearn for Qing Feng in his heart. One year, during the Qingming festival, Geng Zubing returned from visiting the graves of his ancestors. On the way home, he encountered 2 young foxes being relentlessly pursued by a dog. One of the foxes managed to escape, but the other was running frantically, clearly in distress. When this little fox saw Gung Tsubing, it called out to him with an affectionate and pleading tone. Its ears drooped, and it huddled low as if it were beseeching Gung Tsubing for help. Gung Tsubing felt compassion for the little fox, so he unbuttoned his clothing and carefully picked it up, cradling it in his arms as he brought it back to his home. Upon arriving home, Gung Tsubing shut the door and placed the little fox on his bed. To his astonishment, the small fox transformed into Qingfeng. Gung Tsubing was overjoyed and quickly approached her to express his concern. Qingfeng explained. Just now, I was playing with one of the maidservants when we suddenly encountered this dire calamity. If it weren't for you, I would surely have become the prey of the hound. I hope you won't despise me because I'm not of your kind. In response, Gung Tsubing said, I have been yearning for you day and night, even in my dreams. Now that I see you in person, you are like a priceless treasure to me. How can I harbor any disdain for you? Qingfeng expressed. Our meeting today was destined by fate. Had it not been for this calamity, how could we be together now? I'm fortunate that my maidservant likely believes I have perished, so I can stay with you forever. Delighted by this, Gung Tsubing quickly prepared a separate residence for her to live in. And so, more than 2 years passed. One night, while Gung Tsubing was engrossed in his studies, Shower suddenly burst into the room. Surprised, Gung Tsubing set aside his books and inquired about his unexpected visit. Shower knelt before him, a look of sadness in his eyes, and said, Father has suddenly fallen into a grave misfortune, and only you can save him. He had initially intended to come to you personally, but fearing your rejection, he sent me to plead on his behalf. Gung Tsubing asked, What has happened? Shower said, Do you know Mo Sanlang? Gung Tsubing responded, He is the nephew of a friend who took the imperial examination in the same year as me. Shower continued. Tomorrow, he will be passing through here, and if he carries a hunted fox with him, you must insist on keeping it. Gung Tsubing replied, I have a vivid recollection of the humiliation your father heaped upon me that day in the building downstairs. I bear no grudges for other matters, but if I must help with this matter, it is essential for Qingfeng to come forward and persuade me. Tears streaming down his face, Shower said, My sister Qingfeng has been deceased in the wilderness for 3 years now. Gung Tsubing waved his sleeves in anger and said, In that case, I despise him even more. With that, he picked up his books and began reciting them loudly, no longer paying attention to Shower, who helplessly stood and, sobbing, covered his face and fled. Gung Tsubing promptly went to Qingfeng's residence and told her what had transpired. Hearing this, Qingfeng was shocked and asked, Will you save him? Gung Tsubing replied, I will still help. I didn't agree immediately earlier, it was only to get back at your uncle's previous rudeness. Qingfeng felt relieved and said, I've been an orphan from a young age, and it's thanks to my uncle's care that I grew up. Despite the punishments he has meted out, I understand that it is due to the rules of our family. Gung Zubing acknowledged. Indeed, it is so. However, his actions have always left a deep-seated resentment in my heart. If you were truly gone, I would never save him. With a smile, Qing Feng replied. You really can be quite vengeful. The following day, as expected, Mo Sanlang passed through here while hunting. He was riding a horse adorned with a golden chest belt and had a tiger skin quiver slung over his shoulder. He was accompanied by numerous attendants. Gung Zubing stood at the doorway to welcome him. Upon examining many birds and animals Mo Sanlang had caught, he indeed found a black fox among them. The black fox had a lot of blood on its body, even to the point where its fur had turned blackish red. Gung Zubing touched the fox and pretended that his fur robe was damaged, hoping to obtain the fox's fur for repairs. Mo Sanlang readily agreed and presented the fox to him. Gung Zubing immediately handed the fox over to Qing Feng and accompanied Mo Sanlang to drink. After the guest departed, Qing Feng held the fox in her arms. It took 3 days for the black fox to regain consciousness, and it transformed back into the old man. When the old man saw Qing Feng, he couldn't believe he was still in the mortal realm. Qing Feng explained the whole story in detail. The old man immediately knelt before Gung Zubing, expressing his remorse and gratitude for his past mistakes. Then, he looked at Qing Feng with joy and said, I always believed you were not dead, and now it's confirmed. Qing Feng said to Gung Zubing, If you still care about me, could you lend us that mansion? This way, I can repay my uncle for raising me. To their surprise, Gung Zubing readily agreed. After thanking Gung Zubing and saying their farewells, the old man left. That night, the entire Fox family moved into the mansion. From that point on, the two families lived together in the mansion with a relationship as close as that of parents and children. There was no more suspicion or ill will. Gung Zubing often stayed in his study, and Shower came to drink and converse with him. Later on, as Gung Zubing's legitimate son grew, Gung Zubing asked Shower to be his teacher. Shower gently guided the child, exhibiting the qualities of a great mentor. Dong Shesi. There was a scholar surnamed Dong, whose courtesy name was Shesi. He hailed from the western part of Qingzhou. One winter evening, as night fell, Dong Shesi prepared to rest at home. He neatly spread the quilt on his bed and stoked the charcoal fire to keep warm. He was about to light a lamp when a friend hurriedly arrived, inviting him to go for a drink. Dong Shesi locked his door and left with his friend. Together, they arrived at their friend's house, where many people were already gathered, including a doctor who was skilled in reading people's fates using pulse diagnosis. The doctor examined each person's pulse in the room, concluding with a grave expression. He then pointed at Wang Jusi and Dong Shesi, saying, I've seen countless people, but I have never come across such peculiar pulses as yours. According to your pulse patterns, both of you should have enjoyed prosperity, but ominous signs of misfortune also exist. You both possess pulses indicating a long life, yet the foreboding of an early death lingers. I dare not delve further into the reasons behind this. Nonetheless, Mr. Dong, your condition seems more severe. Everyone was astonished and pressed for more details. The doctor replied, "My knowledge only extends this far, and I dare not draw any reckless conclusions. I can only advise the two gentlemen to be cautious in the days to come." At first, Wang Jusi and Dong Xiaxi were frightened by the doctor's words, but they eventually found his explanation vague and decided to disregard it. In the middle of the night, Dong Xiaxi returned home and noticed that the door to his study was slightly ajar, leaving him perplexed. He was quite intoxicated, thinking that he must have been in a hurry when leaving, thus forgetting to lock the study door. Dong Xiaxi entered his house, not even bothering to light a lamp, and reached into the bed covers to check if they were still warm. As his hand ventured in, he came into contact with what seemed to be a person lying there in the nude. Dong Xiaxi was taken aback and hastily withdrew his hand. In a state of alarm, he quickly lit a lamp and scrutinized the situation, only to discover an exceptionally beautiful young woman lying on his bed. She was young and stunning, akin to a celestial being. Dong Xiaxi couldn't help but feel elated and began to playfully touch the woman. However, he was met with the sensation of a long, furry tail. Panic washed over him, and he contemplated making a hasty escape. At this moment, the woman had already awakened. She reached out and grabbed Dong Xiaxi's arm, inquiring, "Where are you going?" Dong Xiaxi grew even more fearful, trembling from head to toe. He pleaded for the woman's forgiveness, but she smiled and said, "What did you see? Do you believe I'm a celestial being?" Dong Xiaxi quivered as he replied, "I'm not afraid of your head, but I'm afraid of your tail." The woman chuckled and told him, "You're mistaken. I don't have a tail anywhere." With that, she took Dong Xiaxi's hand and compelled him to touch again. To his surprise, her thighs were as smooth as oil, and there was no sign of a tailbone. She laughed and said, "See? You must be so intoxicated that you're imagining things and falsely accusing others." Dong Xiaxi, originally drawn to the woman's beauty, was now even more captivated by her. His fear dissolved, replaced by self-reproach for his rash behavior. However, he still harbored suspicions about the woman's background. The woman explained, "Don't you remember the little girl from your neighbors to the east? If we calculate, I've moved away for 10 years now. A decade ago, I was barely old enough to wear hairpins, and you were just a child." Dong Xiaxi suddenly realized and said, "You must be Ah Suo from the Zhou family, right?" She responded, "Yes." Dong Xiaxi smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I seem to recall. I can't believe how you've grown so slim and beautiful after all these years. But why did you suddenly come here?" She sighed and said, "I married a dull-witted man, and after 4 or 5 years, my in-laws passed away one after another. Now, I'm a widow, alone and with no one to rely on. When I remembered the people I knew from my childhood, you were the only one. So, I came to seek refuge with you. When I arrived earlier, it was already dark outside, and with the people who invited you for drinks arriving, I had to hide and wait for your return. I waited for so long that my feet grew icy, and my body was shivering from the cold. That's when I borrowed your blanket to warm up. I hope you won't be upset. Dong Xiaoxi was overjoyed and took off his clothes to sleep with the woman. He felt immensely pleased. A little over a month passed, and Dong Xiaoxi gradually became thinner. His family found it strange and inquired about the reason. He said he couldn't figure it out either. However, as time went on, his appearance grew even more haggard. Dong Xiaoxi began to feel frightened, so he went back to the doctor who was skilled at pulse diagnosis for medical advice. The doctor said to him, "You have an eerie pulse. What I mentioned earlier about the omen of death is now coming true. I can't treat your illness anymore." Dong Xiaoxi was terrified and burst into tears, refusing to leave the doctor's office. Helpless, the doctor performed acupuncture on him and applied moxibustion around his navel, also providing him with some medicine. The doctor advised, "If you encounter anything, be sure to resist it with all your might." Dong Xiaoxi became aware of the danger he was in. Upon returning home, the beautiful woman once again teased and flirted with him. Frustrated, Dong Xiaoxi told her, "Stop bothering me. I'm on the verge of death." He turned away from her and refused to look at the woman. The woman, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, "Do you still want to live now?" During the night, Dong Xiaoxi drank some herbal soup and went to sleep alone. He soon had a dream in which he was intimate with the beautiful woman. When he awoke, he realized he had ejaculated in his sleep. His fear increased, so he moved to sleep in a different room. Dong Xiaoxi's wife kept a light on, watching over him. However, whenever he dozed off, the same situation recurred. When he opened his eyes, the beautiful woman had vanished without a trace. A few days later, Dong Xiaoxi vomited a significant amount of blood and passed away in this manner. Now, let's talk about another scholar, Wang Jusi. On the day following Dong Xiaoxi's death, Wang Jusi was in his study, reading. Suddenly, he saw a woman walk in. Wang Jusi was captivated by her beauty and ended up sleeping with her as if they were husband and wife. Wang Jusi asked where the woman came from, and she replied, "I was Dong Xiaoxi's neighbor. He used to be in a relationship with me, but unexpectedly, he was beguiled to death by a fox spirit. The fox spirit's malevolence is exceedingly terrifying, so scholars should be cautious and on guard." Wang Jusi, upon hearing this, admired her greatly, and henceforth, they enjoyed each other's company. A few days later, Wang Jusi also began to experience mental confusion and physical weakness. One day, Wang Jusi had a dream where he saw his friend, Dong Xiaoxi. Dong Xiaoxi said to him, "The woman you've been with is a fox spirit. A few days ago, she caused my death. Unexpectedly, now she wants to harm my friend. I've already reported my experiences to the Yama in the underworld. This time, I must find release from this grievance. Within 7 days, please remember to burn incense outside your house at night. Don't forget, I implore you. Wang Jusi woke up abruptly, feeling bewildered. He told the woman, "I'm seriously ill now, and I fear I may not live much longer. Some people advise me to avoid any further sexual activity." The woman replied, "If someone is destined for a long life, even with sexual activity, they will live. But if someone is destined for a short life, they will die early, even without sexual activity." She then sat beside him and playfully teased him. Wang Jusi, torn by indecision, couldn't resist her charms and slept with her once more. Although he regretted it afterward, he couldn't bring himself to part with the beautiful woman by his side. The following night, Wang Jusi placed incense outside the door. When the woman arrived, she pulled the incense out and tossed it aside. That night, Wang Jusi had another dream of Dong Shesi, who reproached him for defying his instructions. A day later, during the night, Wang Jusi secretly instructed his family to wait until he had fallen asleep before lighting the incense again. The woman, lying in bed, suddenly exclaimed to Wang Jusi, "Why have you lit incense once more?" Wang Jusi casually replied, "I don't know." The woman hastily got up, found the incense, and broke it, extinguishing it. She entered the room and asked Wang Jusi, "Who taught you to do this?" Wang Jusi replied, "Perhaps my family was worried about my illness and believed some witch's words about dispelling disasters and exorcising evil spirits." The woman was discontented. The family secretly noticed the extinguished incense and lit another stick, placing it outside Wang Jusi's door. When the woman saw the incense, she sighed and said, "It seems you are a person blessed with great fortune. I mistakenly harmed Dong Xiaxi a few days ago and now I've come to you. It's my wrongdoing. I will face him in front of the Yama in the underworld. If you can remember our past intimacy, please don't desecrate my body." Afterward, the woman reluctantly came down from the bed and lay lifeless on the floor. Wang Jusi lit a lamp and shone it on the ground, discovering that it was a fox lying there. Fearing the fox might come back to life, Wang Jusi quickly called his family and removed the fox's skin. They then hung the fox's body up. Wang Jusi remained seriously ill. One day, he vaguely saw the fox spirit approaching him, saying, "I've appealed to the Yama." The Yama believes that Dong Shesi, driven by lust, harbored wicked intentions when he passed away. His death was, therefore, just retribution for his misdeeds. However, the Yama reprimanded me for misleading others. He took the golden elixir I had cultivated but allowed me to return to the living. Now, I've come to ask for my mortal body. Where is it? Wang Jusi replied, "My family, unaware of the situation, has already stripped the skin from it." The fox spirit said miserably, "Alas, I've taken too many lives, and even dying today is too late. But your actions were quite cruel." With these words, the fox spirit departed, harboring deep resentment. After this incident, Wang Jusi also fell dangerously ill, and it wasn't until half a year later that he began to recover. Judge Lu. In ancient Chinese legends, it was believed that after death, every person would enter the underworld for judgment. Judges in the underworld would evaluate individuals based on their actions in life and apply the laws of the afterlife to determine whether they should be rewarded or punished. The role of these judges has been a subject of debate, with some considering them as gods and others as authoritative spirits. The four most famous judges in folklore are Wei Zheng, Zhong Kuei, Lu Zhidao, and Cui Zhu, each with their own responsibilities, rewarding good deeds, punishing evil, conducting investigations, and overseeing the souls of the deceased. To this day, many places in China still have temples dedicated to these judges. Today, we are going to tell a story about Lu Zhidao, one of these judges. In the town of Lingyang, there lived a scholar named Zhu Erdan. He had a hearty and open personality, but was somewhat naive. Zhu Erdan worked hard in his studies, but he had not achieved much success. One day, Zhu Erdan's friends from the literary society gathered to drink and enjoy their time together. Someone teased Zhu Erdan, saying, "We all know that you are bold and fearless. If you dare to go to the 10 Kings Temple in the middle of the night and carry away the judge from the left corridor, we will all pitch in to treat you to drinks." It turns out that in Lingyang town, there was a temple dedicated to the 10 kings of the underworld. The deities and spirits inside were all elaborately carved from wood, appearing incredibly lifelike. In the east corridor, there stood an imposing judge with a green face and fiery red mustache, looking particularly fierce and malevolent. It was said that at night, one could often hear sounds of torture and interrogation emanating from the temple's corridors. Even during the day, visitors would often feel a spine-chilling sensation. So, the friends decided to challenge Zhu Erdan with this dare. However, to their surprise, Zhu Erdan stood up and, with a smile, headed straight to the 10 Kings Temple. Shortly thereafter, they heard Zhu Erdan shout from outside, "I've brought the bearded wooden judge for all of you." Everyone was stunned and quickly rose from their seats. In a matter of moments, they saw Zhu Erdan carrying the wooden judge into the room. Zhu Erdan placed the wooden judge on a table and raised his wine cup, toasting the judge 3 times. Everyone was horrified, trembling, and unable to stay seated. So, Zhu Erdan's friends urgently asked him to return the judge. Zhu Erdan spilled some wine on the ground and respectfully prayed to the wooden judge, saying, "Master, I was too careless and disrespectful just now. I hope you won't hold it against me. My home is not far from here. If you are in the mood, you are welcome to come to my place for a drink." I hope you won't refuse me just because you are a spirit and I am a human." With these words, he lifted the judge's image and returned it to its place. The next day, as per their agreement, Zhu Erdan's friends invited him for a feast. In the evening, Zhu Erdan returned home, half-drunk, and his thirst for alcohol had not yet been quenched. He lit a lamp and began to pour and drink by himself. Suddenly, a person lifted the curtain and walked in. To his astonishment, it was the judge. Zhu Erdan hastily got up and said to the judge, "I must be in grave danger. I may have offended you last night. Are you here to take my life?" The judge, with a big mouth full of thick mustaches, burst into laughter. "Not at all. You graciously invited me yesterday, and tonight, I found some free time, so I came to fulfill the appointment respectfully." Zhu Erdan was overjoyed to hear this. He tugged on the judge's sleeve and quickly seated him. He personally washed the cups and dishes, and then set the table. He even lit the fire to warm the wine for the judge. The judge laughed and said, "It's a warm night tonight, and the wine can be served cold." So, Zhu Erdan obediently left the wine unheated and placed the bottle on the table. He hurriedly went to the inner room to instruct his family to prepare some dishes and fruits. When Zhu Erdan's wife learned that the judge had come, she became very fearful and begged her husband not to go out anymore. Ignoring her advice, Zhu Erdan waited there, and when everything was ready, he personally brought out the dishes. They sat in the hall, drinking and exchanging toasts. Zhu Erdan inquired about the judge's name, and the judge replied, "I am surnamed Liu, but I don't have a personal name." They also discussed ancient classics, and the judge displayed a remarkable grasp of the subject matter. Zhu Erdan then asked, "Do you understand the classical eight-legged essays of the imperial examinations?" The judge responded, "I can discern beauty from ugliness, right from wrong. I have studied literature and writing in the underworld, which is somewhat similar to the mortal world." Judge Liu had a strong tolerance for alcohol and downed 10 large cups. Zhu Erdan, who had been drinking all day, was now thoroughly drunk and lay slumped over the table, sound asleep. When Zhu Erdan woke up, he saw the dimly lit room, and the ghostly guest had already departed. From that day forward, Judge Liu came to visit every 2 or 3 days, and their friendship continued to deepen. Sometimes, they even slept side by side when drunk. Zhu Erdan showed him the essays he had written, and Judge Liu reviewed and corrected them for him. Judge Liu was honest in his critique, telling Zhu Erdan that his essays were poorly written. One night, Zhu Erdan drank himself to sleep, while Judge Liu remained in the hall, pouring wine and drinking by himself. After a while, Zhu Erdan began to experience a slight pain in his internal organs during a drunken dream. He woke up and opened his eyes to find Judge Liu sitting in front of his bed, dissecting him. Judge Lu patiently rearranged his intestines and stomach for him. Zhu Erdan was utterly shocked and asked, "We have no old grudges, no recent grievances, so why are you killing me today?" Judge Lu smiled and replied, "Zhu Erdan, don't be afraid. I am going to replace your dull heart with a more intelligent one." With calm and precision, Judge Lu carefully placed Zhu Erdan's intestines back into his abdominal cavity, then stitched his belly back together. Finally, Judge Lu wrapped a bandage around Zhu Erdan's waist. The surgery completed, Zhu Erdan observed no traces of blood on the bed, only experiencing a slight numbness in his stomach. He noticed a piece of meat placed on the table and inquired about it. Judge Lu explained, "This is your heart. I observed that your writing was not sharp, and I realized it must be due to a blockage in your heart. So, I chose a clever heart from thousands of hearts in the underworld and replaced yours. I took your heart to fill the void in someone else's heart." With that, Judge Lu stood up, closed the door behind him, and left. After daybreak, Zhu Erdan unwrapped the bandage around his waist and saw that his wound had miraculously healed, leaving only a thin, red scar. From that day onward, Zhu Erdan indeed became more intelligent. He retained everything he read and could recall it effortlessly. A few days later, Zhu Erdan showed his written work to Judge Lu once again. Judge Lu commented, "Your writing has improved significantly now. However, your fortune is not great, so you may only achieve the rank of a Shiozai or Juren in the exams." Zhu Erdan inquired, "When will I become a Juren?" Judge Lu replied, "This year, you will undoubtedly take the top spot in the provincial examination." Soon afterward, Zhu Erdan indeed secured the first place in the provincial examination. Zhu Erdan's fellow students, who had frequently ridiculed him, were left in awe when they saw his examination paper. After learning the truth from Zhu Erdan, they unanimously requested him to introduce them to Judge Lu and expressed their eagerness to befriend the judge. Judge Lu readily agreed, and they celebrated with a grand feast while awaiting his arrival. Late in the night, Judge Lu arrived as scheduled, with his red beard fluttering, and his eyes shining brightly, resembling flashes of lightning. Seeing him, the people were struck with a blank expression, petrified, and instantly pale. Trembling and shivering, their teeth chattered. In a short while, they all withdrew, one by one. Zhu Erdan then took Judge Lu to his house for a drink. After becoming quite inebriated, Zhu Erdan spoke up. "The heart transplant you performed was an enormous favor to me. However, there's another matter I would like to request your help with. Would you consider it?" Judge Lu urged him to speak. Zhu Erdan continued, "If the heart can be replaced, I suppose a face can be altered as well. My wife, she's my original wife, and her figure is great, but she isn't particularly good looking. I'm thinking of asking you to use your magic again to give her a different appearance. Could you do that?" Judge Lu chuckled and replied, "Very well, I'll look for an opportunity to do it slowly." A few days later, in the middle of the night, Judge Lu came knocking at Zhu Erdan's door. Zhu Erdan hastily got up to let him in. As Zhu Erdan used candlelight to examine Judge Lu, he noticed that Judge Lu's garment concealed something. Zhu Erdan inquired about the contents hidden in the clothing, and Judge Lu replied, "The task you entrusted to me has been quite challenging to fulfill. But just now, I managed to obtain the head of a beautiful woman, so I respectfully brought it to you." Zhu Erdan moved closer to inspect and saw the head, with the neck still freshly bleeding. Judge Lu urged him to enter the inner room quickly and not to disturb the household. Worried that the inner room's door was already locked, Zhu Erdan watched in astonishment as Judge Lu approached the inner room door and effortlessly pushed it open with his hand. They entered the bedroom, where Zhu's wife was lying on her side, sound asleep. Judge Lu handed the beautiful woman's head to Zhu Erdan and drew a sharp dagger from his boot. He then placed the dagger against Zhu's wife's neck and, with a swift motion, the head rolled off and came to rest next to the pillow. It was a clean, precise decapitation. Judge Lu quickly took the woman's head from Zhu Erdan, affixed it to his wife's neck, carefully adjusted the positioning, and meticulously reattached it. Once finished, he placed the pillow near the woman's shoulder and instructed Zhu Erdan to bury his wife's original head in a secluded location. Then, Judge Lu departed. The following morning, Zhu Erdan's wife woke up and felt a slight numbness in her neck. Her face had become dry and uneven. When she rubbed her face with her hand, a few drops of blood fell, which startled her. She quickly called for her maidservant to fetch water for her to wash her face. The maidservant, upon seeing the bloodstains on Madame Zhu's face, was almost overcome with shock. Madame Zhu washed her face, but the water in the basin turned red. As she lifted her head, she realized that she had seemingly undergone a transformation. The maidservant was equally taken aback upon seeing Madame Zhu, and she brought a mirror for her to inspect her appearance. To her astonishment, she couldn't recognize herself. This was indeed a peculiar occurrence. At that moment, Zhu Erdan entered the room and explained the events to his wife. He closely examined her and noticed that her eyebrows had become longer and more delicate, with dimples now visible on her cheeks. She looked like a painted beauty. Zhu Erdan then unbuttoned his wife's collar to inspect more closely. He indeed found a red mark encircling her neck, with a clear distinction between the flesh above and below the mark. Earlier in the county, there was an imperial censor named Mr. Wu. He had a daughter who was extraordinarily beautiful. Mr. Wu arranged 2 marriages for his daughter, but each time the prospective groom died before they could get married. As a result, his daughter remained unmarried even at the age of 19. On the Lantern Festival, during the 15th day of the first month, Mr. Wu's daughter went to visit the Ten Kings Temple. It was a crowded and chaotic place. Among the crowd was a ruffian who had a wicked interest in the beauty of Mr. Wu's daughter. He secretly found out where the young lady lived and, under the cover of the dark and with few people around, he climbed a ladder and jumped over the wall into Mr. Wu's house. He dug a hole and sneaked into Mr. Wu's daughter's bedroom. The ruffian first killed a young maid who was near the entrance to the room. Then, he tried to force himself on the young lady. Mr. Wu's daughter fought back desperately, screaming for help. Enraged, the ruffian lost control, decapitating Mr. Wu's daughter. Mr. Wu's wife vaguely heard the commotion and sent a maid to investigate. When the maid saw the corpse, she was terrified. The whole family was awakened, and they laid Mr. Wu's daughter's body in the hall with her head placed next to her neck. The family mourned and cried all night. By morning, when they uncovered the sheets that covered the girl's body, they found her body intact, but her head was missing. Mr. Wu was furious and whipped all the serving girls, believing they had been negligent in guarding the girl's body, allowing her head to be devoured by wild dogs. Mr. Wu reported the matter to the county magistrate, and the magistrate ordered his officials to arrest the murderer and solve the case. However, 3 months had passed, and the culprit remained at large. The story of Zhu Erdan's wife having her head exchanged gradually reached the ears of Mr. Wu, the imperial censor. He became suspicious and sent an old woman to investigate at Zhu's house. When the old woman saw Madame Zhu, she was so frightened that she turned and ran. Upon returning, she reported everything she had witnessed to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, perplexed and shocked, as his daughter's body remained, suspected that Zhu Erdan had used dark magic to harm his daughter. He went to Zhu's home to inquire about the matter. Zhu Erdan told Mr. Wu, "My wife's head was exchanged in her dreams, and I have no idea how it happened. I am innocent of harming your daughter." Unconvinced, Mr. Wu reported the matter to the authorities. All members of Zhu's family were interrogated, and their testimonies aligned with Zhu Erdan's account. The county magistrate couldn't resolve the case and had no choice but to release Zhu Erdan. Desperate, Zhu Erdan consulted with the judge from the underworld, seeking advice. The judge said, "It's not difficult. Let the daughter of Mr. Wu speak for herself." One night, Mr. Wu had a dream in which his daughter appeared. She said, "Father, I was killed by Yang Danian from Sushi County, not by Zhu Erdan's family. They had nothing to do with it. It was because Zhu Erdan found his wife unattractive, so he asked the judge to replace her head with mine. Although I'm already dead, my head is still alive, which is a good thing for me. Please don't bear a grudge against Zhu Erdan and his family." Upon waking, Mr. Wu shared his dream with his wife, only to discover that she had the same dream. They reported this dream to the authorities. The investigation continued, and they found Yang Danian in the county. Eventually, the true culprit confessed and faced justice. Mr. Wu visited Zhu Erdan and requested a meeting with Zhu's wife. He also recognized her as his own daughter, thus solidifying their relationship as in-laws. In the end, both families decided to bury Zhu Erdan's wife's head with Mr. Wu's daughter's body. Later, Zhu Erdan made 3 attempts to take the imperial examination in the capital, but each time he violated the examination rules and failed. As a result, he lost confidence in pursuing an official career. Some years passed, and one evening, Judge Liu told Zhu Erdan, "Your time is running out." When Zhu Erdan inquired about the deadline, Judge Liu replied, "You have only 5 days left." Zhu Erdan then asked, "Can you save me?" Judge Liu calmly responded, "Lifespan is determined by the heavens. I cannot act against their will. Moreover, in the eyes of those with enlightened thinking, life and death are essentially the same. Why cling to life and fear death?" Feeling that Judge Liu's words made sense, Zhu Erdan took the next day to prepare the clothing, bedding, and coffin for his imminent death. Once everything was ready, he lay down in the coffin and passed away. Zhu Erdan's wife, aware of her husband's passing, wept beside his casket. At that moment, Zhu Erdan's spirit suddenly drifted in. His wife was terrified, but he comforted her, saying, "Though I'm now a ghost, I'm no different from a living person. I'm concerned for you and our child, and I don't want to leave you." His wife, overcome with grief, cried and begged him not to leave. Zhu Erdan continued to console her gently. His wife then asked, "In ancient times, there were stories of souls returning. Since you've come back, why not be reborn as a person?" Zhu Erdan replied, "My fate is determined by the heavens, and I cannot defy it." His wife inquired further, "What are you doing in the afterlife?" He replied, "Judge Liu recommended me to work as a bureaucrat in the underworld, and it's not too difficult. I'm not suffering much." His wife wanted to say more, but Zhu Erdan told her, "Judge Liu is with me. Prepare some food and drinks for us." Afterward, he quickly left the house. His wife followed his instructions and prepared the meal. She heard laughter and lively conversations inside their home as if her husband was still alive. However, when she checked the hall in the middle of the night, she found it empty. From then on, Zhu Erdan returned home every 3 to 5 days, sometimes even staying the night with his wife. He would take care of household matters during these visits. Zhu Erdan's son was named Zhu Wei, and he was only 5 years old when his father passed away. Zhu Erdan would embrace his son during these visits. As Zhu Wei grew, he reached the age of 7 or 8, and his father began to teach him how to read and write by lamplight. Zhu Wei was very intelligent and could write essays by the age of 9. He became a shiozai at the age of 15. Strangely, Zhu Wei had no idea that he was an orphan who had lost his father. As he matured, Zhu Erdan's visits became less frequent, with several months passing between them. One evening, Zhu Erdan returned and said to his wife, "Tonight, I must bid you farewell forever." His wife asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "I have received an appointment from the Heavenly Emperor to take on the role of a Taihua Qing. I must travel to a distant place where there are numerous responsibilities and a long journey, so I won't be able to return." Both mother and son wept bitterly upon hearing this news. Zhu Erdan comforted his wife, saying, "Don't be sad. Our son is now a grown man, and you will both lead a good life without me. Furthermore, where can one find a couple who remain together for 100 years? He gazed at his son and added, "You must conduct yourself well and not squander the legacy I'm leaving behind. We will meet again in 10 years. With that, he walked out of the house and disappeared without a trace. When Zhu Wei turned 25, he passed the imperial examination and became an official in the imperial court. He was assigned by the emperor to perform sacrificial rites at Mount Hua in western China. While passing through Huayin County, he encountered a procession of carriages and horses adorned with pheasant feathers, led by a retinue that paid no heed to his right-of-way. They were swiftly approaching him. Zhu Wei was astonished and examined the person sitting in the leading carriage, only to realize it was his father. He dismounted and knelt beside the road, weeping. Zhu Erdan halted his carriage and said, "I know your reputation as an official is excellent. I can now rest in peace." Zhu Wei remained prostrate on the ground. After Zhu Erdan finished speaking, he urged the carriage onward, speeding into the distance. Some distance later, Zhu Erdan looked back at his son. He unfastened his ceremonial dagger and had his attendant present it to his son. He called out from afar, "Carry it with you. It will ensure your wealth and prosperity." Zhu Wei tried to follow his father, but the carriage and its retinue vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Zhu Wei's heartache persisted for a long time. He unsheathed the ceremonial dagger and found it to be exquisitely crafted, with an inscription that read, "Be bold and attentive in your actions, thorough in your thoughts, and upright in your conduct." Later, Zhu Wei rose to an official position as a Sima. He had a total of 5 children, named Zhu Qin, Zhu Qian, Zhu Ti, Zhu Han, and Zhu Shen. One night, Zhu Wei dreamt of his father speaking to him, saying, "The ceremonial dagger I gave you, pass it on to Zhu Han." So, he passed the ceremonial dagger on to his 4th son, Zhu Han. Zhu Han also became an official and rose to the rank of a district magistrate, upholding a reputation as excellent as his father's. The story concludes with the author's commentary. He says, if someone thinks of attaching the legs of a crane to a duck to make it taller, it would be considered absurd. But if you were to graft fresh flowers onto another tree, it would be regarded as a creative endeavor. Judge Liu replaced Zhu Erdan's heart and exchanged Zhu's wife's head, revealing the hidden beauty within his unattractive appearance. It remains unknown whether Judge Liu from Lingyang town still resides on Earth or whether he can manifest himself. If I could work for him as Zhu Erdan did, that would be a joyful undertaking. Water mallow herb. Water mallow herb is a type of poisonous plant. It has vines that resemble creepers, and its flowers are purple, similar to flat bean flowers. If people accidentally consume it, they will be poisoned and die immediately. The souls of those who die this way are called water mallow ghosts. According to folklore, these water mallow ghosts cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. They can only be reborn as regular ghosts if someone else dies from the same poison to take their place. These water mallow ghosts are quite common in the vicinity of Peach Blossom River in the Chu region. In the Chu region, people born in the same year are referred to as Tong Nian. For individuals from different years but of the same generation, when visiting each other's homes, they address one another as Gung Xiong or Gung Di. If it's a younger generation visiting an older one, they might use Gung Bo to address their hosts. This tradition has been followed since ancient times. There was a scholar with the surname Zhu, let's call him Zhu Sheng. One day, Zhu Sheng went to visit a fellow Tong Nian. On his way, he felt hot and thirsty, craving some water. Luckily, he noticed an old lady by the roadside who had set up a canopy to sell water. He hurried over to her. The old lady welcomed him into her canopy, poured tea and water for him, and provided attentive service. Zhu Xing smelled something unusual in the tea the old lady served him, realizing it was not like ordinary tea. He left it untouched and prepared to depart. The old lady anxiously held him back and called out, "Sun Young, please bring a good cup of tea quickly." In a short while, Zhu Xing saw a young girl carrying a teacup coming from behind the canopy. The girl was around 14 or 15, exceptionally beautiful, with jewelry on her hands and arms, including rings and bracelets that were clear and radiant. Zhu Xing received the teacup, but his eyes were captivated by the girl's beauty. He took a sip of the tea, finding it incredibly fragrant. After finishing the tea, he eagerly asked for more. At that moment, he observed that the old lady was no longer by the canopy's side. Emboldened, he grabbed the girl's delicate wrist and took off a ring from her hand. The girl blushed and smiled, further ensnaring Zhu Xing's heart. Zhu Xing then inquired where the girl lived, and she replied, "If you return here tonight, I'll be waiting." Before leaving, Zhu Xing took a small amount of tea leaves and carefully stored the girl's ring before departing. Zhu Xing arrived at the home of Tong Nian and suddenly felt nauseated. He suspected it was due to the tea he had drunk earlier. He explained the situation to Tong Nian, who was alarmed and said, "This is bad. You've encountered a water mallow ghost." "My father fell victim to a water mallow ghost as well. It seems there's no way to save you now." Zhu Sheng was terrified upon hearing this. He took out the tea leaves to inspect them, confirming that they were indeed water mallow herb. He also showed Tong Nian the ring he had taken from the girl. Tong Nian thought for a moment and said, "The girl you described must be Ko Sanyang." When Zhu Xing heard the name, it matched what he had previously heard. He asked how Tong Nian knew the girl's name. The fellow explained, "In the southern village, there is a wealthy family surnamed Ko. Their daughter has always been renowned for her beauty. I heard that several years ago, the Ko family's daughter died after mistakenly consuming water mallow herb. It's likely she has turned into a demon. There is a local legend in Chu that states that if someone is beguiled by a water mallow ghost, and they know her surname and find the pants she wore, boiling them in water and drinking it will cure them." Tong Nian rushed to the Ko family, explained the situation to them, and pleaded with the family's master to borrow a pair of pants once worn by Ko's daughter. However, the Ko family master was reluctant to part with it because he believed that Zhu Xing could replace his daughter and allow her to reincarnate. Tong Nian returned home, filled with resentment, and shared the outcome with Zhu Xing. Enraged, Zhu Xing declared, "If I die, I will make sure his daughter doesn't get to reincarnate." Tong Nian could only lift Zhu Xing and send him back home. However, just as Zhu Xing was delivered to his doorstep, he passed away. When Zhu Xing's mother saw her son's lifeless body, she wept bitterly and proceeded to bury him. Zhu Xing had a young son, who had just turned 1. His youthful wife refused to remain a widow, so she remarried 6 months later, leaving the child in the care of Zhu Xing's mother. Thus, Zhu's mother had to shoulder the burden of caring for her grandchild and managing the household, leading to immense toil and constant tears. One day, as Zhu's mother was weeping while holding her grandchild, Zhu Xing silently drifted into the room. His mother was deeply frightened, wiping away her tears as she inquired how her son had returned. Zhu Xing replied, "Mother, I heard your cries in the afterlife, and it pained my heart. That's why I came back to attend to you. Although I'm already dead, I have married a wife in the underworld. I will call her to help alleviate your hardships, so please don't grieve any longer." Astonished, Zhu's mother asked, "Who is my daughter-in-law?" Zhu Xing answered, "No one from the Ko family came to help when I needed them. They let me die without a second thought, which angered me deeply. After my death, I sought to find Ko Sanyang, but I didn't know her whereabouts. Recently, I met a gungbo, and he informed me of Ko Sanyang's location. I sought her out and found that she had reincarnated in the household of Assistant Minister Ren. I swiftly went after her and managed to capture her. Now, she has become my wife, and we are getting along well, with no suffering involved. After a while, a woman entered the room. She was dressed in splendid attire and was exceptionally beautiful. The woman knelt down to pay her respects to Zhu's mother. Zhu Xing told his mother, "This is Ko Sanyang." His mother, now aware of everything, felt somewhat comforted, knowing that her son and his wife, though no longer living, were there to look after her. Zhu Xing asked Ko Sanyang to assist his mother with the household chores. Even though she wasn't accustomed to doing such tasks, she tried her best to follow Zhu's mother's wishes, which made Zhu's mother very happy. From then on, the two of them, husband and wife, lived in the same room where Zhu Xing had previously resided and didn't leave. Ko Sanyang asked Zhu's mother to inform the Ko family of this, but Zhu Xing didn't want his mother to visit the Ko family. However, Zhu's mother decided to go along with Sanyang's wish and told the Ko family about the situation. The elderly couple from the Ko family was shocked and they heard the news. They rushed to see for themselves, and indeed, the woman was their own daughter. They were left speechless, and Ko Sanyang consoled her parents, telling them not to weep any longer. The elderly lady from the Ko family felt uncomfortable upon seeing the humble conditions in Zhu Xing's house. Ko Sanyang told her parents, "I've become a ghost, so I no longer care about poverty. Besides, the mother and son from the Zhu family have treated me with kindness, and that's enough for me." The elderly couple from the Ko family then asked, "Who was the old lady selling tea?" Ko Sanyang replied, "Her last name is Ni. Because she was elderly when she passed away and couldn't mislead travelers, she asked for my help. Now, she has been reborn in a family in the county, selling tea water." Then Ko Sanyang looked at Zhu Xing and said, "Now that you've become the son-in-law of the Ko family, why haven't you paid your respects to your in-laws? What am I to think?" So Zhu Xing went to meet his new parents-in-law. Ko Sanyang entered the kitchen to cook and host her parents while Zhu Xing's mother was treated with great respect. The elderly lady from the Ko family found this difficult to bear and sent 2 servant girls to help with the chores at Zhu Xing's house. She also sent 100 silver coins, several bolts of cloth, and frequently sent wine and meat, making Zhu's mother somewhat more affluent. The Ko family often brought Ko Sanyang back home. After staying for a few days, Ko Sanyang would tell her parents, "There's no one at the Zhu family to manage the household affairs. You should send your daughter back home." Sometimes, the Ko family tried to keep Ko Sanyang for a few more days, but she would quietly slip away. The elderly gentleman from the Ko family even had a large house built for Zhu Xing's family, ensuring everything was well prepared. However, Zhu Xing never visited the Ko family. One day, Another person in the village was poisoned by water mallow herb but soon revived after death. The news of this strange event quickly spread, and people found it peculiar. Zhu Xing told his mother, "I was the one who brought that person back to life. He was harmed by another water mallow ghost, Li Jiu, and I drove Li Jiu away for him." His mother asked, "Why don't you find someone to replace yourself?" Zhu Xing replied, "I despise such people, and I want to drive them all away. So how can I do the same thing? Besides, I am happy now serving my mother, and I don't want to be reborn." As a result, whenever someone in the Chu region was poisoned by water mallow herb, they would prepare a lavish offering of food and alcohol, and bring it to Zhu Xing's courtyard for prayers. Every time, it worked wonders. Over 10 years passed, and Zhu's mother passed away. Zhu Xing and his wife grieved in mourning, refusing to see visitors. They only instructed their son in the mourning rituals for his grandmother, teaching him the appropriate etiquette. After they buried Zhu's mother, it was another 2 years before they arranged a marriage for their son. Surprisingly, the bride was the granddaughter of Assistant Minister Ren. Before this, Assistant Minister Ren's concubine had given birth to a daughter who died at a very young age. When he heard about Zhu Xing and Ko Sanyang's unique situation, he sent a carriage to Zhu's house and arranged a marriage between his granddaughter and Zhu Xing's son. At this point, Assistant Minister Ren also established a close relationship with Zhu Xing and Ko Sanyang, and the two families had frequent interactions. One day, Zhu Xing told his son, "The heavenly emperor has recognized my deeds in the mortal world and has appointed me as the guardian of the 4 rivers and dragon tamer. Now, I must depart for my new duty." Shortly after, the family witnessed the arrival of 4 horses pulling a carriage draped in yellow curtains in their courtyard. These horses had scales covering their legs. Zhu Xing and his wife, dressed in their finest attire, came out and boarded the carriage. Their son and daughter-in-law tearfully bid them farewell. In the blink of an eye, the carriage and Zhu Xing and his wife disappeared. On the same day, the head of the Ko family also saw his daughter return home. She bid her parents farewell, uttering the same words as Zhu Xing. The old lady cried and tried to keep her daughter from leaving. But her daughter said, "Zhu Xing has already gone ahead, and I must follow him." With those words, she left and vanished. Zhu Xing's son, named Zhu Er, with the consent of the Ko family, laid to rest the remains of Ko Sanyang and Zhu Xing together in one grave. Senior Zhu. In Jiang County, there was an old man surnamed Zhu, and people around him called him Senior Zhu. When Senior Zhu was in his 50s, he fell ill and passed away. His family went inside to put on mourning clothes. However, at that moment, they suddenly heard urgent cries coming from Senior Zhu. They rushed to where the coffin was placed and were astonished to see that Senior Zhu had come back to life. His family was overjoyed and hurried to comfort him. But at that moment, Senior Zhu only said to his wife, "I had decided not to return to the mortal world after passing away. Yet, as I walked towards the afterlife, I had second thoughts. I couldn't bear to leave you, my old partner, in the hands of our children and grandchildren. If I did, you'd have to rely on others for your basic needs and life wouldn't be as enjoyable. So, I've come back to take you with me." Everyone thought Senior Zhu was saying nonsense due to just having awakened and didn't believe him. Senior Zhu repeated what he said to his wife, and she responded, "That's fine, but you've just come back to life. How can you die again?" Senior Zhu waved his hand and said, "That's not difficult at all. Please quickly take care of the household chores." His wife smiled and didn't move, so Senior Zhu urged her even more urgently. Unable to go against his wishes, his wife went outside to manage the household affairs. She took quite some time to complete her tasks before returning to the house. She lied to Senior Zhu, saying, "Everything has been sorted out." Senior Zhu then asked her to quickly go and freshen up. His wife, unable to refuse, got dressed and came out neatly dressed. The daughters-in-law and daughters couldn't help but laugh secretly. Senior Zhu adjusted his head on the pillow and patted it, calling for his wife to lie down next to him. The old lady felt embarrassed and said, "Our children are all here, and here we are, an elderly couple lying together. What does that look like?" Senior Zhu pounded the bed and said, "What's so funny about being together, even in death?" Seeing that Senior Zhu was getting upset, the children persuaded their mother to go along with Senior Zhu's wishes for now. So, the old lady did as Senior Zhu said, and they both lay side by side, sharing a pillow. The family members saw this and started laughing again. However, it didn't take long before they noticed the old lady's smile suddenly disappeared. She gradually closed her eyes and remained motionless for a while, just as if she had fallen asleep. The family approached, only to find that the old lady's body had gone cold, and there was no breath from her nostrils. The same was true for Senior Zhu. That's when they became frightened. In the 21st year of the Kangxi era, the wife of Senior Zhu's brother, while working at the magistrate B's house, narrated the story to me in detail. At the end of the story, the author added this commentary. He said, "Senior Zhu probably had some peculiar qualities. The road to the underworld is unpredictable, yet he could freely come and go. This is truly astonishing. Furthermore, for elderly couples who want to depart together, they can call for each other to leave side by side. What an agreeable matter this is. When a person is gasping for breath, what's most heart-wrenching is parting from the dearest person by their side." If Senior Zhu's technique could be widely known, then Cao Cao wouldn't have worried about his wives' and concubines' future lives as he neared the end. Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang was from Shaanxi. One year, he had to marry off his daughter and took his family to Jiangnan. He personally made arrangements to purchase dowry items for his daughter. The group traveled by boat and reached Jinshan, near Zhenjiang. There, Elder Zhang prepared to cross the river first and instructed the family members to stay on the boat without preparing any strongly scented food. He knew that there was a monstrous turtle demon, the Yuan fish demon, in the river. It would emerge upon smelling fragrant scents, causing havoc to passing boats and even devouring people. The Yuan fish demon had been a menace in that area for quite some time. After Elder Zhang had left, the family members forgot his instructions and began roasting meat on the boat. Suddenly, a massive wave capsized the boat, and his wife and daughter sank into the water. Upon hearing the news, Elder Zhang quickly sailed back. He found a scene of devastation, and he was overwhelmed with grief and anger, not wanting to go on living. Elder Zhang went ashore to Jinshan, where he visited a temple and inquired about the strange occurrences related to the Yuan fish demon. He was determined to seek revenge. The monks at the temple, however, were fearful and told him, "We watch over this entity day by day, but we dare not provoke it. Nowadays, we can only treat it like a deity and hope that it doesn't become angry. The villagers around here must still regularly slaughter livestock and cut them in half, throwing the offerings into the river. Then, the Yuan fish emerges to consume the animals before departing. Who would dare challenge it?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang suddenly conceived a plan. He hired a blacksmith and asked him to build a furnace halfway up the mountain for smelting iron, creating a massive iron block weighing more than 100 pounds. He then had the blacksmith heat it until it was red hot. Afterward, Elder Zhang identified the frequent location of the Yuan fish demon's appearances and enlisted 2 or 3 sturdy men. Using large tongs, they picked up the red-hot iron block and threw it into the river. The Yuan fish demon leaped out of the water, quickly swallowed the large iron block, and sank back into the river. In no time, the surface of the river was tumultuous, with waves as high as mountains. After a brief moment, the waves subsided, and a dead Yuan fish demon had floated to the surface. Passers-by and the monks from Jinshan Temple, upon learning that the Yuan fish demon had been killed, were overjoyed. They built a temple for Elder Zhang by the river and crafted a clay statue of him inside, dedicating it as a water deity to be worshipped. From that day on, people would visit and pray to him, and astonishingly, their prayers would be answered. Lord High. On the ancient island of the East Sea, a unique flower bloomed, one that possessed 5 different colors and never withered throughout the year. This island has been uninhabited since ancient times, so it's extremely rare to encounter people here. In the nearby city of Dengzhou, there was a young scholar by the name of Zhang. for the purposes of this tale, we'll refer to him as Zhangsheng. Zhangsheng was known for his curious nature and his love for wandering and hunting. He had heard rumors about the stunning scenery on the island and decided to prepare some food and wine for a personal voyage there. Once he reached the island, he was greeted by an array of vibrant flowers and their sweet fragrances wafting across the land. Some trees on the island were so massive that it would take over a dozen people to encircle them. Zhangsheng was captivated by the beauty and serenity of the island. He opened a bottle of wine and, though he was alone, enjoyed the tranquility. However, he couldn't help but feel the absence of a companion to share the experience. Suddenly, as if emerging from the very heart of the floral paradise, a beautiful woman appeared. She wore resplendent crimson robes that outshone all others. Her beauty surpassed any other woman, and when she saw Zhangsheng, she smiled and spoke to him. "I've always considered my tastes to be quite unique, but here, it seems I've met someone who shares the same preferences." Zhangsheng, taken aback, inquired about her identity. She replied, "I am a courtesan from Jiaozhou, recently freed by the Lord Hai, who has gone off in search of scenic wonders. I remained behind because I am unable to walk." Zhangsheng, who had been lamenting his solitude, was now delighted by the unexpected company. He invited the beauty to join him and share a drink. Her gentle and captivating words, along with her every gesture, left Zhangsheng spellbound, and he quickly grew fond of her. Fearing that the Lord Hai might return and prevent him from enjoying the company of this enchanting woman, Zhangsheng took her hand and led her away, desiring to be with her in a more intimate way. To his astonishment, the beautiful woman willingly consented to his advances. Before their intimate encounter could reach its conclusion, they suddenly heard the wind whooshing loudly. Trees and grass were bent and made noises as the wind swept through. The beautiful woman hurriedly pushed Zhangsheng away and got up. She said, "The Lord Hai is coming." Zhangsheng hastily fastened his clothing and looked around in astonishment, but when he turned back, he realized that the beautiful woman had vanished without a trace. Before long, Zhangsheng saw a massive serpent emerging from the nearby thicket. The snake was enormous, thicker than a large barrel. Filled with fear, Zhangsheng hid behind a towering tree, hoping the serpent wouldn't spot him. However, the snake slithered right up to where Zhangsheng was. It used its body to entwine Zhangsheng along with the tree, coiling around them multiple times. Zhangsheng's arms were tightly bound to his sides, rendering him completely immobile. The serpent then raised its head and used its tongue to pierce Zhangsheng's nose. Zhangsheng's nose bled, forming a pool on the ground, and the snake bent down to drink the blood. Zhangsheng realized that he was facing certain death this time, but suddenly remembered the pouch he had at his waist. Inside the pouch was a special poison used for killing foxes. So, Zhangsheng used his 2 fingers to extract the pouch and tore open the paper containing the poison. He gathered the powdered poison into the palm of his hand and then, tilting his neck, he let blood drip onto the poison. In no time, a pool of blood had formed in his palm. As expected, the serpent approached to suck the blood from his palm. But before it could finish, the serpent straightened its body, raised its tail, and emitted a sound like thunder. The serpent's body collided with a tree, causing the trunk to split in the middle. Ultimately, the serpent lay on the ground like a fallen beam, lifeless. Zhangxing felt dizzy and couldn't stand for quite some time. It took a while before he regained his composure. He used a boat to transport the serpent back home. After that day, Zhangxing fell seriously ill and it took him over a month to recover. Later on, Zhangxing suspected that the woman he had encountered was likely a snake demon as well. Ding Qinshi. In Zhucheng, there lived a man named Ding Qinshi. Ding Qinshi greatly admired the conduct of Guojia from the Han dynasty. With abundant wealth and ample provisions at home, he had no need to toil for a living, so he roamed about, acting as a knight-errant and upholder of justice. When the imperial censorate wanted to investigate and learn more about Ding Qinshi, he left his home. Ding Qinshi reached Anxiu County just as a heavy rainstorm began. Seeking shelter from the rain, he took refuge in an inn. However, the rain continued pouring, and by midday, it showed no signs of abating. At this time, a young man emerged to tend to the guests, offering excellent service and arranging for their food and accommodation. Evening came, and Ding Qinshi decided to spend the night at the inn. The young man prepared a meal for him, took care of the animals, and attended to his needs diligently. Ding Qinshi inquired about the innkeeper's name, and the young man replied, "The inn's owner is surnamed Yang, and I am his nephew. My uncle enjoys socializing and happened to be away today, so only my aunt is at home. My uncle's family is not well off, and they may not be able to host guests as they would like. I hope you can understand." Ding Qinshi also asked about the family's livelihood, only to discover that they had no particular trade or occupation but eked out a living by running a small gambling den, a form of street gambling. The following day, the rain continued relentlessly, but the family providing food and shelter showed no sign of slackening. In the evening, the young man cut grass for the animals, but the grass was very wet and uneven in length. Ding Qinshi found it quite perplexing, so the young man explained, "I'll be honest with you. Our family is impoverished, and we don't have any animal feed. The grass you saw just now was my aunt pulling thatch from the roof." Ding Qinshi found this family quite strange, thinking that they were doing this just to earn money. When morning came, Ding Qinshi wanted to pay, but the family refused to accept the payment. Ding Qinshi insisted that the young man take the money inside, which the young man did. However, after a while, the young man returned and tried to return the money to Ding Qinshi. He explained. My aunt said our family doesn't make a living like this. My uncle is often away for days without bringing back any money. Why should we charge our guests? Ding Qianxi was full of admiration, prepared to bid farewell, and instructed the young man. I am Ding Qianxi from Zhucheng. When your uncle returns, please tell him to visit my house when he has the time. Several years passed, but there was no communication between the two families. One year, during a severe famine, the young family was in dire straits, with no way to survive. Yang's wife, during a casual conversation, suggested to her husband that he go and see Ding Qianxi. Her husband agreed and traveled to Zhucheng, announcing his name to the gatekeeper at the Ding residence. Ding Qianxi, upon hearing the report from the gatekeeper, initially drew a blank and could not recall such a person. The gatekeeper repeated it several times before he remembered. In a hurry, Ding Qianxi put on his shoes and rushed out to greet the visitor. He asked Yang inside, and upon seeing the man's shabby attire and worn-out shoes, he offered him a warm place to stay, arranged a feast, and treated him with the utmost courtesy, going above and beyond common hospitality. On the following day, Ding Qianxi had new clothes and a new hat made for him, making Yang comfortable and warm from head to toe. Yang thought that Ding Qianxi was truly loyal and kind-hearted. However, when he remembered that there was no rice at home, he couldn't help but worry and hoped for some assistance from the Ding family. Yang stayed at Ding Qianxi's home for several days, but he didn't see any sign of being sent off. Anxious, he told Ding Qianxi, I dare not hide the truth from you. When I came here, there was less than a sheng of rice left at home. While I am delighted by your generous hospitality, what about my wife and children at home? Ding Qianxi replied, You need not worry about this. I have taken care of it for you. Please stay a few more days. I will make arrangements for you. So, Ding Qianxi invited many gamblers and had Yang serve as the banker to run a gambling house. After one night, Yang had earned 100 taels of silver. Only then did Ding Qianxi send him back home. When Yang returned home, he was surprised to find his wife well-dressed, and there was a young maidservant attending to her. He asked in astonishment, and his wife explained. 2 days after you left, someone came with a cartload of cloth and grain. They filled the house with these items and said they were a gift from a guest named Ding. This guest also sent a maidservant to help me. As a result, Yang was immensely grateful to Ding Qianxi. The Yang family's fortunes improved from that point onward. They found a suitable occupation and refused to engage in their old business of running a gambling house. In the end, the author adds a commentary. He says, People in poverty are often known for their hospitality, and such people are frequently drinkers, gamblers, or wanderers. However, what I find most astonishing is that the lady of the Yang family was one of them. Is someone who fails to repay another person's kindness still considered human? Nevertheless, there aren't many people who can be so deeply appreciative after a single meal, but Ding Qianxi possessed this virtue. A scholar from Fengyang. In Fengyang, there was a scholar who had set out for further studies. Before leaving, he assured his wife, "I'll be back in just 6 months." However, 10 months passed, and the scholar had not returned, leaving his wife anxiously awaiting his homecoming. One night, as the scholar's wife lay in bed, she gazed at the moonlight dancing outside her window. Her thoughts and worries overwhelmed her. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, she saw a beautiful woman enter through the curtains. The woman had a pearl flower adorning her hair and was draped in a vibrant red shawl. She smiled and asked the scholar's wife, "Sister, do you no longer wish to see your husband?" The scholar's wife quickly got up and replied with great earnestness. The beautiful woman invited her to join in the search for the scholar. Worried about the long journey, the scholar's wife hesitated. The beautiful woman reassured her, telling her not to worry. She took the scholar's wife's hand, and they stepped out into the moonlit night. After about 100 meters, the scholar's wife realized that the beautiful woman was walking much faster, and she struggled to keep up. She asked the woman to wait while she returned home to change into more comfortable shoes. The beautiful woman helped her sit by the roadside and, taking off her own shoes, offered them to the scholar's wife. The scholar's wife was delighted to find that they fit perfectly. After changing her shoes, they stood up and continued their journey. With the new shoes, the scholar's wife was now able to walk swiftly. After some time, the scholar's wife spotted the scholar riding a white mule coming towards her. Astonished, the scholar quickly dismounted and approached his wife, asking, "Where are you going?" She replied, "I was just on my way to visit you." The scholar, noticing the presence of the beautiful woman beside his wife, inquired about her identity. However, before his wife could answer, the beautiful woman giggled and said, "Please, no need for further questions. Your wife has been on a long and arduous journey, and you, sir, have been riding through the night. I imagine both you and your beast are exhausted. My home is not far from here. Why don't you come and rest for the night? You can continue your journey in the morning." The husband and wife followed the direction the beautiful woman pointed to and saw a village just a few steps away. The three of them proceeded to the village. Upon entering the courtyard, the beautiful woman woke up a maidservant who had already fallen asleep and asked her to attend to the guests. The beautiful woman then said to the scholar and his wife, "The moonlight is so bright tonight that there's no need to light any candles. Let's sit on the small stone platform and take a brief rest." The scholar tied his mule to a post near the house and sat down. The beautiful woman turned to the scholar's wife and said, Your shoes don't seem very comfortable, and I'm sure you're tired from your journey. Now that you have a means of transportation, please return the shoes to me." The wife expressed her gratitude and returned the shoes to the beautiful woman. Before long, the maidservant brought out wine, dishes, and snacks. As the beautiful woman poured wine for the scholar and his wife, she said, "You, a couple long separated, are reunited tonight. I offer you both a modest toast to celebrate this joyous occasion." The scholar quickly raised his glass in return. The beautiful woman engaged in lively conversation with the scholar and his wife, toasting and joking back and forth without reserve. The scholar's gaze remained fixed on the beautiful woman, and he frequently used suggestive language to tease her. Even though the scholar and his wife had just reunited, he didn't utter a single word of concern for her. The beautiful woman, in turn, used seductive words and coy gestures to tempt him. The scholar's wife sat silently, pretending to be oblivious to their behavior. With time, both the beautiful woman and the scholar became progressively more inebriated, and their words became more intimate. The beautiful woman brought out a large wine glass, encouraging the scholar to drink more. The scholar thought of using drunkenness as an excuse to decline, but the beautiful woman persisted. He laughed and said, "Sing me a little song, and I'll continue drinking." The beautiful woman did not hesitate and immediately plucked the strings of a chain and began to sing. She sang, "As evening falls, I remove my makeup. Outside the window, the cold west wind permeates the curtains. I am listening to the sound of rain tapping on the banana leaves. In which place is there idle chatter with a lover? Gazing through the autumn water, but he doesn't return home. My tears flow like endless hemp. I long for him, yet I resent him, holding a red embroidered shoe to seek guidance from the spirits." After finishing the song, the beautiful woman chuckled and said, "This little tune is a popular folk song heard in the streets and alleys. It might not be very refined, but it's trendy these days. I hope you don't mind." The beautiful woman's voice was soft and sweet, her words and demeanor affectionate and unrestrained. The scholar found himself unable to resist the allure of her words and actions, as if he had lost control over his own feelings. After a while, the beautiful woman pretended to be drunk and left her seat. The scholar stood up and followed her outside. They didn't return for a long time. The maidservant, utterly exhausted, fell asleep in the hallway. The scholar's wife, sitting alone, couldn't bear the loneliness of waiting for her husband any longer. Filled with resentment, she considered sneaking back home, but the night was pitch black, and she couldn't remember the way. She felt restless and panicked, not knowing what to do. She decided to get up and check on them. As she approached the window, she faintly heard the sounds of her husband and the beautiful woman being intimate inside. Upon listening more closely, she realized that her husband was sharing with the woman all the intimate details he usually reserved for her. At this point, her hands trembled with anger, and she couldn't contain her emotions. She couldn't bear it any longer and thought it would be better to go out and end her life by jumping into a ravine. Filled with anger and resentment, she had only gone a short distance when she suddenly saw her younger brother, San Lang, riding towards her on a horse. He dismounted hurriedly and asked the scholar's wife for an explanation. She told him everything that had happened. San Lang was furious and immediately followed his sister back to the beautiful woman's house. They entered the courtyard directly. The bedroom door was tightly closed, and they could hear the two people inside whispering quietly. San Lang, consumed by anger, picked up a massive stone and hurled it at the window lattice, breaking several bars at once. Suddenly, they heard a woman inside the room scream, "My lover's head is broken. What should I do?" The scholar's wife, upon hearing this, burst into tears and reproached her brother, saying, "I didn't ask you to kill him. What have you done?" San Lang, with wide eyes, retorted, "You kept crying and begging me to come. I was just venting my anger, and now you're defending him. I can't stand being scolded by my own sister like this." With that, he turned and tried to leave. The scholar's wife held on to his clothing, saying, "If you don't take me with you, what will I do?" Ignoring her pleas, San Lang pushed her to the ground, mounted his horse, and rode away. The scholar's wife, in distress, suddenly woke up, only then realizing that it had all been a dream. The next day, the scholar unexpectedly returned home, riding indeed on a white mule. His wife was surprised but didn't say much. The scholar recounted his dream from the previous night to his wife, and to her astonishment, she realized that his dream perfectly matched her own. Consequently, the wife shared her dream with the scholar, and they discussed what they had seen and heard in their dreams. They were both deeply astonished and frightened by the striking similarities. Not long after, the younger brother, San Lang, heard about his brother-in-law's return and came to visit. During their conversation, San Lang mentioned, "I dreamt of your return last night. Seeing you back today is truly a strange occurrence." The scholar, trying to gauge his brother-in-law's reaction, jokingly replied, "I'm lucky that I wasn't struck by a massive stone last night." San Lang was shocked by this response and asked for an explanation. The scholar then recounted the details of his dream to San Lang, who, after hearing the story, was equally amazed. It turned out that the previous night, San Lang had also dreamt of his sister crying to him and his angry response involving throwing stones. The dreams of the three individuals matched perfectly, yet they remained puzzled about the true identity of the beautiful woman. Gung Shiba. Gung Shiba, who lived in Xincheng, became critically ill. He knew that his illness might not have a cure, so he said to his wife, "It seems our permanent separation is only a matter of time. When I'm gone, it's up to you whether you remarry or remain a widow. I'd like to hear what your plans are." His wife remained silent upon hearing this. Gung Shiba persisted and said, "Remaining a widow is fine, but remarrying is also a common choice. Even if you tell me what's in your heart now, it won't harm me. I'm about to bid you farewell. If you choose to remain a widow, I will find comfort. If you decide to remarry, I won't have any more concerns." So his wife sorrowfully replied, "Right now, we don't even have a small pot of rice left in the house. While you were alive, we couldn't maintain a normal life. After your death, I'll be left alone. How could I possibly remain a widow?" Gung Shiba, hearing this, tightly held his wife's arm and said angrily, "How could you have the heart to remarry?" After saying that, he passed away, still gripping his wife's hand. The wife was both shocked and frightened, shouting for help. Family members rushed to her side, and several people worked together to pry Gung Shiba's fingers open, freeing her hand. At that moment, Gung Shiba didn't even realize he had died. He walked out the door and saw more than a dozen small carts approaching him. Each cart carried 10 people, and on each cart was a square piece of paper with names written on it. When the cart drivers saw Gung Shiba, they urged him to get on a cart. Gung Shiba noticed that the cart he was boarding already had 9 people in it, and with him, there were now 10. He glanced at the list of names on the cart and found his own name listed last. After he boarded the cart, the wheels started to creak, and the cart made a deafening sound as it continued forward. He had no idea where it was headed. Before long, the cart arrived at a place, and Gung Shiba heard someone saying to everyone, "This is the place of homesickness." Hearing this location, Gung Shiba felt perplexed. He overheard one of the cart drivers saying quietly, "Today, 3 people have already been chopped." This shocked Gung Shiba once more. He listened carefully to the cart drivers' conversations, and he realized they were discussing matters from the afterlife. He came to a sudden realization, thinking, "It seems I've become a ghost." Suddenly, he recalled matters at home. He noticed there was nothing significant to worry about at home, except for his elderly mother. If his wife were to remarry, there would be no one to care for her. With these thoughts, Gung Shiba couldn't help but burst into tears. After some time, Gung Shiba came upon a platform, several meters high, filled with numerous people. These individuals wore head restraints and leg irons and moved about in distress. They ascended and descended the platform while crying. People around Gung Shiba explained that this platform was called the Homesick Overlook. When the people from the cart reached this point, they all disembarked from the cart, eagerly vying to climb the high platform. The cart drivers treated them harshly, some using whips and others hindering them. However, they treated Gung Shiba differently. They urged him to climb the platform. He ascended dozens of steps until he reached the highest point. Gung Shiba craned his neck to look, and he could see his family's residence right in front of him. But the interior was dim and hazy, as if shrouded in smoke. Gung Shiba's heart was overwhelmed with sadness and grief. At that moment, Gung Shiba glanced back and saw someone wearing a short garment standing right behind him. This person inquired about Gung Shiba's name, and Gung Shiba truthfully shared it. The individual introduced himself as a craftsman from the East Sea. Seeing Gung Shiba crying, he asked, "What's still weighing on your mind?" Gung Shiba confided in him once more. The craftsman suggested that Gung Shiba escape with him by jumping down from the platform. Gung Shiba was concerned about the pursuit of the afterlife's guards, but the craftsman reassured him. Gung Shiba also feared the height of the platform and potential injuries from jumping. Nonetheless, the craftsman insisted that he follow him. So, the craftsman leaped off the platform first, and Gung Shiba closely followed. When they reached the ground, Gung Shiba was astounded to find himself unharmed. They were elated, as no one seemed to notice their escape. Gung Shiba looked back at the cart he had traveled in, and it was still parked below the platform. They hurriedly took a few steps, but Gung Shiba suddenly remembered that his name was still on the cart. He worried that the guards of the afterlife might pursue him using his name. He swiftly turned around, ran to the cart, and used his finger moistened with saliva to erase his name before continuing their escape. The two of them ran desperately, panting heavily, unable to take a breather, for they dared not pause even for a moment. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep of Gung's house. The craftsman escorted Gung Shiba inside. Suddenly, Gung Shiba spotted his own lifeless body, and it jolted him awake. He felt extremely fatigued and thirsty, urgently demanding water. His family was alarmed but quickly brought him water to quench his thirst. He continued to pour water into his belly, consuming a big bowl of water in one gulp. Once he'd had his fill, Gung Shiba stood up abruptly, bowed in gratitude, and then walked outside to express his thanks to the distance. He remained outside for a long time before returning to the house. Upon returning indoors, Gung Shiba again became motionless. His family found his behavior odd and suspected that he might not have truly come back to life. Over time, they observed him closely and noticed that he exhibited no further strange behaviors. His family cautiously approached him and asked about the recent events. He recounted his experiences in detail. They inquired about his brief trip outside, and he explained that he had been bidding farewell to the craftsman. When they asked why he had consumed so much water, he responded, "I initially drank the water, but later it was the craftsman who was drinking." His family gave him some watery porridge to eat. Miraculously, Gung Shiba made a full recovery in just a few days. From that point on, Gung Shiba started to grow cold towards his wife, no longer sharing a bed with her. Knight-errant woman. In Jinling, there was a man named Gu Sheng. He was a multi-talented individual, but his family was very poor. Gu Sheng, out of concern for his elderly mother, did not want to leave her to pursue his education. So, He had to make a living by writing and drawing for people in the marketplace every day. Gu Sheng was already 25 years old, and he still hadn't married anyone. Across from Gu Sheng's house was an empty residence that was now occupied by an old lady and a young girl. Because the house was entirely occupied by women, the neighbors had never inquired about their origins. One day, as Gu Sheng was returning home, he saw a young girl coming out of the neighbor's house. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, and she was exceptionally beautiful and elegant, a rare sight. When she saw Gu Sheng returning, she didn't avoid him, but her expression was quite serious. After entering his house, Gu Sheng asked his mother who the girl was. His mother replied, "She is the daughter from across the street. She came to borrow scissors and a ruler from me. She just told me that she also lives with only her mother. I don't think this girl is from a poor family." I asked her why she hasn't married yet, and she said it's because she wants to take care of her elderly mother and, therefore, is not willing to get married. Tomorrow, we should also visit her mother and, by the way, express your proposal. If they consider our intentions reasonable, you can then take the place of the young girl in caring for her elderly mother. The next day, Gu Sheng's mother went to the young girl's house. It was then that she found out the young girl's mother was a deaf old lady. Gu Sheng's mother looked around the house and realized that the young girl's family had very little food left. She asked the young girl's mother how they made a living, and the reply was that they relied on the girl's sewing work to make ends meet. Gu Sheng's mother gradually hinted at the idea of the two families living together. The young girl's mother seemed to agree with the idea, so she turned to discuss it with her daughter. However, the young girl remained silent and appeared quite displeased. So, Gu Sheng's mother had to return home and provide her son with a detailed account of the situation. Mother and son speculated, saying, "Could it be that this girl looks down on our poverty? She doesn't speak or smile to anyone. Although she's as beautiful as a peach blossom, her disposition is as cold as ice. She's a real enigma." They speculated and sighed, and the thought of marriage was no longer on their minds. One day, Gu Sheng was sitting in his study when a young man came to buy a painting from him. The young man was quite handsome in appearance, but his behavior seemed somewhat frivolous. Gu Sheng asked the young man where he was from, and he said he lived in a neighboring village. From that day on, the young man would visit Gu Sheng every 2 or 3 days. Over time, they became familiar with each other and started to playfully tease each other. Sometimes Gu Sheng would affectionately hug the young man, and the young man didn't seem to resist. Eventually, the two of them had an affair, and their bond grew even closer. One day, as fate would have it, the young girl passed by Gu Sheng's house, and the young man stared at her intently. The young man asked Gu Sheng who the young girl was, and Gu Sheng replied, "She is our neighbor's daughter." The young man smiled and said, "That girl is truly beautiful, but her demeanor is so solemn that it's intimidating." Shortly after, Gu Sheng went into the house, and his mother told him, Just now, the girl from across the street came to ask for some rice. She mentioned that they haven't cooked a meal in days. I can see that this girl is incredibly filial, even though her family is very poor. We should help them more in the future. Gu Xing complied with his mother's wishes and carried a bag of rice to the girl's house, conveying his mother's intentions. The young girl accepted the rice but didn't utter a word of gratitude. Whenever she visited Gu Xing's house and saw Gu Xing's mother sewing, she would proactively take the work from her. She eagerly helped with various tasks around the house, just like a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Gu Xing saw all this and held her in even higher regard. Whenever he received something delicious, he always made sure to share it with the elderly lady from across the street, but the young girl still never said thank you. One time, Gu Xing's mother developed a painful ulcer on her lower body. She was in excruciating pain and would cry out day and night. The young girl would frequently visit her bedside, clean the wound, and apply medicine. To care for Gu Xing's mother, the girl would come to the Gu household 3 or 4 times a day. Gu Xing's mother felt deeply indebted, but the young girl never found her dirty. Gu Xing's mother sighed and said, "Oh my, where could I find such a good daughter-in-law who will care for me in my old age?" She continued, "These trivial matters at my bedside, my son can't handle them. Moreover, I'm already old, and death is a matter of sooner or later. But passing on our family line and having descendants, that's what truly worries me." As they were speaking, Gu Xing walked in. Gu Xing's mother cried and said to him, "We owe the girl too much. You must never forget to repay her kindness." So, Gu Xing knelt down to the ground and kowtowed to the young girl. The young girl said to Gu Xing, "You respect my mother, and I haven't thanked you. Why do you need to thank me?" From then on, Gu Xing admired and liked the young girl even more. However, the young girl's demeanor remained serious and solemn, and Gu Xing dared not offend her in the slightest. One day, as the young girl was heading out, Gu Xing eagerly watched her from his doorstep. Suddenly, the young girl turned back and, to Gu Xing's surprise, flashed a charming smile at him. Overjoyed, Gu Xing quickly followed the young girl to her home. Gu Xing used words to tease her, and the young girl didn't resist much, so they ended up sleeping together, just like a married couple. Afterward, the young girl cautioned Gu Xing, saying, "This can happen once, but there can be no second time." Gu Xing remained silent and had to return home. The next day, Gu Xing wanted to meet with the young girl again, but she had a stern expression, didn't even look at him, and just walked away. From that point on, the young girl continued to visit Gu Xing's house frequently. Sometimes, when they crossed paths, she wouldn't give him a kind word or a pleasant look. Whenever Gu Xing tried to make a joke, she would respond with cold, cutting words to counter him. One day, in a secluded place, the young girl asked Gu Xing, "Who is the young man who often comes to visit?" Gu Xing then told her everything. The young girl said, His behavior has crossed the line multiple times. Because of his closeness to you, I chose to ignore it. Please relay my message to him. If he behaves as he did in the past, then he simply doesn't want to live." That evening, Gu Xing passed on the young girl's words to the young man and told him, "Please be careful. She cannot be offended." The young man smirked and said, "If she can't be offended, why did you offend her?" Gu Xing tried to explain, but the young man continued, "If you truly didn't offend her, how did those intimate words end up in your ears?" Gu Xing couldn't provide an explanation. The young man then said, "Please also relay to her not to act all self-righteous. Otherwise, I will spread your affair everywhere." Gu Xing became very angry and his face changed, and then the young man left. One evening, Gu Sheng was sitting alone when suddenly the young girl arrived at his residence. She smiled at Gu Sheng and said, "It seems that our destiny is not yet over. Could this be fate?" Gu Sheng was overjoyed and quickly embraced the young girl. Suddenly, they heard a commotion of footsteps outside the door. Startled, they stood up and realized it was the young man who had entered. Gu Sheng asked the young man in surprise, "What are you here for?" The young man smiled and said, "I've come to see that virtuous girl." He then turned to the young girl and said, "You're not cold and aloof today, are you?" The young girl was so angry that her eyebrows stood on end, her cheeks turned red, but she didn't say a word. She hurriedly opened her clothes, revealing a small pouch. She reached inside and pulled out something, which turned out to be a gleaming 1-foot-long dagger. The young man, seeing the dagger, was so shocked that he turned and ran. The young girl chased him out the door, looking around, but found no signs of him. So, the young girl threw the dagger into the air, and with a swish, the dagger emitted a bright light like a rainbow, and something fell to the ground with a loud noise. Gu Xing quickly used a lamp to illuminate it and found that it was a white fox, but the fox had been decapitated. Gu Sheng was greatly alarmed. The young girl said, "This is the handsome young man you're intimate with every day. I originally wanted to spare him, but who would have thought he didn't want to live, and I had no choice." With that, she put the dagger back into the small pouch. Gu Xing tried to pull the young girl into the house again, but she said, "That monster just ruined our mood. Let's talk about it again tomorrow evening." With that, she walked out of the door. The following evening, as expected, the young girl came again, and the two of them had an intimate rendezvous. Gu Xing asked the young girl about her swordsmanship, and she replied, "This is not something you should know. You should also keep it a secret, as leaking last night's affair might not be to your advantage." Gu Xing brought up the topic of marriage again, and the young girl said, "We have already shared a bed and performed household chores like fetching water and cooking. Isn't that what a wife does? We are already a couple, so why discuss marriage again?" Gu Xing asked, "Do you still find my family's poverty a problem?" The young girl answered, "Your family is indeed poor, but is mine wealthy? Our intimate encounter tonight is precisely because I pity the poverty in your family." Before parting, the young girl told Gu Sheng again, "Such casual affairs should not happen repeatedly. When it should happen, I will naturally come. When it shouldn't, even if you force it, it will be in vain." From that point on, whenever Gu Sheng tried to talk to her about personal matters, the young girl would walk away to avoid it. However, she continued to perform tasks like mending clothes and cooking, carrying out her duties as a proper wife would. Several months later, the young girl's mother passed away, and Gu Sheng did his best to arrange her funeral. From then on, the young girl lived alone. Gu Sheng believed that her solitary sleep could easily lead to temptation, so he would jump over the wall and call out to her through the window. However, he never received a response. During the day, when Gu Sheng checked the door of the young girl's house, he found it locked and empty. He suspected that she might have other arrangements and was not at home. Yet when he visited at night, he found the house still empty. Feeling helpless, Gu Sheng left the jade pendant on the windowsill. After a day had passed, Gu Sheng and the young girl bumped into each other in Gu Sheng's mother's house. As Gu Sheng was leaving, the young girl followed him. She said to Gu Sheng, "Do you suspect me? Everyone has their own secrets that they can't share with others. Now, if you want me not to doubt you, how can that be possible? But there is an urgent matter I need to discuss with you." Gu Sheng asked her what the matter was, and the young girl said, "I am already 8 months pregnant, and I am about to give birth. My true identity cannot be revealed, so I can only give birth to the child for you, but I cannot raise the child. You should secretly inform your elderly mother and find a wet nurse for the child. Publicly, you should pretend that you obtained the baby from someone else for adoption. Please, never mention that the child is mine." Gu Sheng nodded in agreement and conveyed this matter to his mother. His mother smiled and said, "This girl is truly peculiar. She refuses a formal marriage but secretly engages in a relationship with my son." So, mother and son followed the instructions given by the young girl. After another month had passed, the young girl didn't visit Gu Sheng's mother for several days. Concerned about her well-being, Gu Sheng's mother decided to check on her. She found the front door tightly shut, and there was no sign of activity inside. Gu Sheng's mother knocked on the door for a long time until the young girl appeared disheveled, and only then did she open the door and invite Gu Sheng's mother inside. After they entered the inner room, Gu Sheng's mother noticed a crying baby on the bed. Startled, she asked, "How long has this child been born?" The young girl replied, 3 days. Gu Sheng's mother picked up the baby and saw that it was a boy with a broad face and a prominent forehead. She was overjoyed and said, "You have given birth to my grandson, but you are still all alone. How will you support yourself in the future?" The young girl replied, "I dare not reveal my secret to you. Tonight, when it's quiet and late, you can take the child with you. Upon returning home, Gu Xing's mother told her son about the situation, and both of them felt puzzled. During the night, mother and son went to the young girl's house and brought the baby back with them. A few nights later, close to midnight, the young girl suddenly knocked on the door and entered. She was carrying a bag and smiled at Gu Sheng and his mother, saying, "I've completed what I needed to do, and now I must leave." Gu Sheng anxiously asked her what had happened, and the young girl replied, "I've always remembered the kindness your family showed to my mother. When I said one time but not a second in the past, it wasn't about repaying a debt in the realm of romantic relationships. It was because your family was poor, and I didn't want to burden you by marrying into it. However, I was prepared to continue your family's lineage, to bear children for you. I initially hoped to become pregnant after our first encounter, but to my surprise, a few days later, I had my menstrual cycle, so I had to break our agreement and be with you again. Now, I've repaid your family's kindness, and my own wishes have been fulfilled. I have no regrets now." Gu Sheng asked, "What's in the bag you're carrying?" The young girl replied, "It's the head of my enemy." Gu Sheng opened the bag and saw a gruesome sight, with hair and a beard tangled together, the flesh a bloody mess. He was so shocked he almost fainted. He asked the young girl for the whole story behind this. She said, "I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd reveal the secret. But now that the major task is accomplished, I'll tell you the truth. I'm originally from Zhejiang. My father held an official position as a major, but due to a plot by our enemies, our entire family was exterminated. I escaped with my elderly mother and have been living incognito here for 3 years. I couldn't take revenge immediately because my mother was still alive. After my mother passed away, I was expecting a child, so I couldn't fulfill my wish for a long time. When I went out a few nights ago, it wasn't for any other reason but because I was unfamiliar with the way and the entrance. I was afraid of making mistakes during my revenge." With these words, she walked toward the door. Before leaving, the young girl instructed Gu Sheng, "Take good care of the child I gave birth to. Your fortune may be thin, and your life may be short, but this child can help your family's future. It's late, don't disturb your mother anymore. I'm leaving." Gu Sheng felt uneasy and was about to ask her where she was going, but the young girl suddenly disappeared like lightning, and her figure couldn't be seen again. Gu Sheng stood there sighing, as if he had lost his soul. The next day, he told his mother in detail about what had happened, and the two of them could only marvel at the strange and surprising turn of events. 3 years later, Gu Sheng indeed passed away. However, his son, born of the young girl, was very intelligent. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 18 and continued to take care of Gu Sheng's mother until her death. The story ends with the author's humorous remark. It seems that every family must have a knight-errant woman, and only then can a man keep his male favorite. Otherwise, while you and your male favorite frolic, he may be coveting your wife. Lian Xiang. Scholar Sang Shao, with the courtesy name Ziming, was from Ezhou. He had lost his father at a young age and lived alone in the Red Flower hamlet. Sang Shao was a quiet and reserved individual. Aside from going to his neighbor's house for meals twice a day, he would spend the rest of his time in his room, engrossed in reading. One day, a scholar from the neighboring house visited Sang Zhao's residence as a guest. He playfully teased Sang Shao, saying, "Aren't you afraid of ghosts or fox spirits living all alone like this?" Sang Shao chuckled and replied, "Why should a true man be afraid of ghosts and foxes? If they really come, I have my trusty sword for the males and open arms for the females." The scholar from the neighboring house returned home and conspired with his friends. They decided to play a prank on Sang Shao. They had a courtesan climb over the wall into Sang Zhao's courtyard using a ladder, then lightly knock on his door. Peeking through the door's crack, Sang Shao inquired about the visitor's identity. The courtesan claimed to be a ghost. Terrified, Sang Shao shivered and his teeth chattered. He dared not open the door, and after some hesitation, the courtesan left. Early the next morning, the scholar from the neighboring house went to visit Sang Shao in his study. Sang Shao recounted the events of the previous night and expressed his desire to return home as soon as possible. The scholar burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, and said, "Why didn't you invite her in?" Sang Shao realized that the events of the previous night were all a ruse and chose to stay at his current residence without giving it much thought. About half a year later, a woman knocked on Sang Zhao's door late at night. Believing it to be another prank by his friends, he opened the door to invite the woman in. By the light of a lamp, Sang Shao saw that the woman was a breathtaking beauty. Surprised, he asked her where she came from. She replied, "My name is Lian Xiang, and I am a courtesan from the Western Street." During that time, Red Flower Hamlet had several courtesan houses. Sang Shao didn't think much of it and readily believed her story. From then on, the woman, Lian Xiang, began visiting Sang Zhao's residence every few days. Their encounters grew increasingly intimate. One evening, as Sang Shao sat alone in contemplation, another woman glided into his room. At first, Sang Shao thought it was Lian Xiang and quickly approached her. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the newcomer wasn't Lian Xiang. The woman appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with slender shoulders and long, strikingly beautiful hair. She moved with grace and elegance. Sang Shao was greatly surprised and began to suspect that she might be a fox spirit. However, the woman said, "I come from a respectable family, and my last name is Li. I admire your refined qualities and hope to earn your favor." Sang Shao was delighted to hear this. He reached out to hold the woman's hand, but he felt that her hands were as cold as ice. He asked, why are your hands so cold?" The young lady replied, "I have had a naturally cold constitution since my childhood, and tonight, I came through the frost and dew, so how could my hands not be cold?" Before long, the young woman removed her clothes, and Sang Shao discovered that she was indeed a virgin. She said, "For the sake of our connection, I am giving my delicate and tender body entirely to you. If you do not find me repulsive, I am willing to serve by your bedside for a long time. Are there any other people in your room?" Sang Shao replied, "Normally, there is no one else here, just a nearby courtesan. But she doesn't come often." The young lady cautioned, "You should be careful to avoid her. I am not the same as the people in the brothel. You must keep our secret and not reveal it. In the future, when she comes, I will leave, and when she departs, I will return." At the cockcrow hour, Miss Li had to leave. She gave Sang Shao a pair of embroidered shoes and told him, "This is something I've worn on my feet. You can keep it as a token of your affection. But when there are people around, you must never take it out and play with it." Sang Shao accepted the shoes, and upon examination, he noticed that they had pointed tips, resembling untied awls. He was quite fond of them. One evening, when there was no one else in the room, Sang Shao took out the embroidered shoes to admire them. At that moment, Miss Li suddenly appeared, and the two of them became intimate once again. From then on, whenever Sang Shao took out the embroidered shoes, Miss Li would inevitably respond. Sang Shao found it strange and asked her what was going on. Miss Li smiled and said, "It's probably just a coincidence." One evening, Lian Xiang arrived, and she was surprised as she asked Sang Shao, "Why do you seem so spiritless, my love?" Sang Shao replied, "I don't feel that way." Helpless, Lian Xiang bid him farewell and made an appointment to return in 10 days. After Lian Xiang left, Miss Li visited Sang Shao every night without fail. She asked him, "Why hasn't your lover come for so long?" Sang Shao then told her about his arrangement with Lian Xiang. Miss Li smiled and asked, "Between Lian Xiang and me, who do you think is more beautiful?" Sang Shao said, "Both of you are exceptional beauties. But Lian Xiang's skin is warmer." Miss Li's expression changed, and she scolded, "You say we're both beautiful, but you're only saying that in my presence. She must be as beautiful as a celestial maiden in the Moon Palace, and I'm sure I can't compare to her." So she became very unhappy again. Miss Li counted on her fingers, and the 10-day deadline had already arrived. She instructed Sang Shao not to let the news slip and prepared to secretly check on Lian Xiang. On the following night, Lian Xiang indeed returned. She spoke with a gentle voice and was very affectionate towards Sang Shao. When it was time to sleep, Lian Xiang was greatly alarmed and said to Sang Shao, "Oh no! I haven't seen you in 10 days, and you look so tired and worn out. Have you encountered something strange?" Your appearance and the erratic pulse I felt suggest that you've been affected by a supernatural being. Sang Xiao asked her what she meant, and Lian Xiang said, I observed it from your demeanor. Your pulse is fine but irregular, a symptom of encountering a supernatural creature. The next night, Miss Li came to visit. Sang Xiao asked her, What do you think of Lian Xiang? Miss Li said, She is indeed very beautiful. I've said before that there's no such beauty in the world, and she is truly a fox spirit. She lives in a cave in the southern mountains. I followed her when she left. Sang Xiao suspected that Miss Li was envious of Lian Xiang's beauty and casually agreed to ignore her words. After a night, Lian Xiang returned, and Sang Xiao playfully said to her, I didn't really believe it, but someone said you're a fox. Lian Xiang asked in a hurry, Who said that? Sang Xiao laughed and said, I was just joking with you. Lian Xiang said, What's the difference between a fox and a human? Sang Xiao said, If someone is bewitched by a fox, they can get sick, and in severe cases, they might even die. So fox spirits are something to be feared. Lian Xiang, somewhat annoyed, said, You're wrong. At your age, your vital energy can recover in 3 days after having sexual relations. What does it matter whether it's with a fox or a human? If you engage in sexual relations every night, even with a human partner, the consequences can be much worse than with a fox. Are all the people in the world who died from sexual excess killed by fox spirits? Nonetheless, I suspect that someone must have spoken ill of me in your presence. Sang Xiao vehemently denied any such incident, but Lian Xiang continued to press him. Eventually, Sang Xiao had no choice but to tell her the truth. Lian Xiang said, I had already suspected why you were so tired, but it shouldn't be this serious. Could it be that she isn't human? Don't reveal this. Tomorrow night, I'm going to spy on her just as she did to me. On the following night, Miss Li came. She had only exchanged a few words with Sang Xiao when they heard a coughing sound from outside the window. Hearing the noise, Miss Li hastily escaped. After Lian Xiang came in, she said to Sang Xiao, You're in danger. She is truly a supernatural being. You're lingering with her beauty, and if you don't sever ties with her quickly, I fear your death is not far off. Sang Xiao thought she must be jealous of Miss Li, and remained silent. Lian Xiang continued, I knew you wouldn't forget your feelings, but I can't bear to watch you die. Tomorrow, I will bring medicine to treat the ailment. Fortunately, your condition is not severe right now, and you should recover within 10 days. I will stay by your side these days to watch over your recovery. On the next night, Lian Xiang indeed brought the medicine. Sang Xiao took the medicine and soon experienced a few bouts of diarrhea. He felt that his internal organs had become more comfortable, and his spirit immediately improved. While he was deeply grateful to Lian Xiang, he still did not believe that Miss Li was a supernatural being. Lian Xiang stayed by Sang Xiao's side every night, but whenever Sang Xiao tried to get close to her, she would refuse. After a few days, Sang Xiao's health improved, and Lian Xiang prepared to leave. Before departing, she repeatedly urged Sang Xiao to cut ties with Miss Li. Sang Xiao reluctantly pretended to agree. When the lights were out, Sang Xiao couldn't help but pick up the embroidered shoes and think of Miss Li. Miss Li indeed came again because she hadn't seen Sang Xiao for several days, and she was somewhat resentful. Sang Xiao said, "These days, Lian Xiang has been performing witchcraft to cure me every day. Please don't be angry, my affection for you remains unchanged." Miss Li then became happy. Sang Xiao quietly told Miss Li on his pillow, "I love you deeply, but someone said you're a ghost." Miss Li couldn't speak for a long time. She just cursed. "It must be that seductive fox spirit confusing you. If you don't sever ties with her, I will never come again." She began to whimper. Sang Xiao had to console and persuade her in every way, and she finally stopped crying. The next night, Lian Xiang came, and she was aware that Miss Li had come again the previous night. She angrily said to Sang Xiao, "It seems like you're hell-bent on seeking death." Sang Xiao smiled and said, "Why be so deeply jealous of her?" Lian Xiang grew even angrier and said, "I have removed the death threat you planted. What reason do I have to be jealous?" Sang Xiao jokingly used an excuse and said, "She said a few days ago that my illness was the result of a fox spirit's mischief." Lian Xiang sighed and said, "Stubborn like you, if you encounter any harm, how can I explain it, even if I had 100 mouths? I might as well leave now. I'll come back to find you in 100 days. Sang Xiao wanted to keep her, but Lian Xiang left in anger. From then on, Miss Li would come every night without fail. After about 2 more months, Sang Xiao indeed felt his entire body weakened. Initially, he tried to rationalize it himself, but his body grew thinner and weaker with each passing day. Eventually, he could only manage to drink a bowl of thin porridge. He considered going home to recuperate but couldn't bear to leave Miss Li all at once. He spent a few more days at his residence, but his illness had progressed to the point where he couldn't get out of bed. A neighboring scholar, seeing how seriously ill he had become, sent servants to bring him some food each day. At this stage, Sang Xiao began to doubt Miss Li. He said to her, "I regret not listening to Lian Xiang's words at the beginning. It has now come to this." After saying this, he closed his eyes. An hour later, he woke up, looked around, and found that Miss Li had already departed, never to return again. Sang Xiao lay emaciated in the empty study, yearning for Lian Xiang like a starving person awaiting a bountiful harvest. One day, while Sang Xiao was lying in bed lost in thought, someone suddenly lifted the curtain and entered the room. The person was none other than Lian Xiang. Lian Xiang approached the sickbed and mockingly said to Sang Xiao, You, country bumpkin, now realize I wasn't talking nonsense, don't you? Sang Xiao choked up for a long time, repeatedly admitting he was wrong, and begged Lian Xiang to save him. Lian Xiang said, "You are already at death's door, and there's truly no way to save you. Today, I'm just here to bid you farewell, to prove that I wasn't motivated by jealousy." Sang Xiao was deeply saddened, and he said, "There's something under my pillow, could you please destroy it for me?" Lian Xiang then pulled out an embroidered shoe from under his pillow. She took it to the light, examining it, when Miss Li suddenly entered the room. She abruptly saw Lian Xiang, turned her head, and tried to escape. Lian Xiang blocked the door with her body, and Miss Li was at a loss about how to get out. Sang Xiao reproached Miss Li, and she didn't dare to respond. Lian Xiang smiled and said, "Today, I finally have the opportunity to confront Auntie here face to face. In the past, I said that my love's illness wasn't caused by me, and now it seems to be the case." Miss Li lowered her head in acknowledgement. Lian Xiang said to her, "How could someone as beautiful as you become my enemy over a love affair?" Miss Li knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, begging Lian Xiang to have mercy on her and forgive her. So, Lian Xiang helped Miss Li to her feet and carefully questioned her about her life. Miss Li said, "I am the daughter of Judge Li, and I died young. Now, I am buried outside the courtyard wall. I am like a silkworm in spring, though I'm dead, I haven't spun all my silk. My wish was to be with Sang Xiao, but I never intended for him to become so gravely ill. It wasn't my intention." Lian Xiang then asked, "I heard that ghosts want people to die because they can be together with them after death. Is that true?" Miss Li said, "Of course not. Two ghosts being together doesn't bring happiness. If there was happiness, wouldn't there be fewer young men in the underworld? Why would I need to find Sang Xiao?" Lian Xiang said, "You are truly infatuated. You two engage in those activities every night, and people can hardly bear it, let alone with a ghost?" Miss Li asked Lian Xiang somewhat resentfully. "I know fox spirits can harm people too, so why don't you do the same?" Lian Xiang replied, "Fox spirits that harm people are those who consume human yang energy to nourish themselves, but I am not that type of fox spirit. So, there are fox spirits that don't harm people, but there are no ghosts that don't harm people because ghostly yin energy is just too heavy for humans to bear." Sang Xiao, upon hearing their conversation, finally understood that both the tales of ghosts and fox spirits were true. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to their presence and wasn't as frightened. But the realization that he was on his deathbed and had little time left overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Lian Xiang, watching Miss Li, asked, "Do you have a way to cure Mr. Sang's illness?" Blushing, Miss Li admitted that she had no solution. Lian Xiang teased her. "Once Mr. Sang regains his strength, you, the vinegar lady, will be even more sour." Miss Li straightened her clothing and said seriously, "If there's a doctor who can cure his illness, ensuring I don't disappoint Mr. Sang, I would naturally return underground and never dare to show my face in the human world again." Lian Xiang then untied a small pouch and took out some medicine. She said, "I anticipated this day would come. After parting ways with Mr. Sang the last time, I went to the 3 mountains to collect herbs. It took me over 3 months to gather all the necessary ingredients for this medicine. The medicine, even for a person with a chronic illness on the brink of death, won't prevent them from surviving. However, the cause of his illness must serve as the medicinal catalyst, and I must turn to you for assistance." Miss Li inquired, "What do I need to do?" Lian Xiang explained, "I need a bit of your cherry-scented saliva. I will place the pill in his mouth, and I'll need you to pass some of your saliva to him mouth to mouth." After hearing this, Miss Li blushed and looked around uncomfortably, her gaze falling on her own shoes. Lian Xiang playfully taunted her, "Sister, your most prized possession seems to be your embroidered shoes." Miss Li grew even more embarrassed, hesitating and fidgeting as if she had no place to hide. Lian Xiang continued, "I can see that you're quite skilled at this, so why are you so reluctant today?" With that, she put the pill in Sang Zhao's mouth and then turned to urge Miss Li to provide saliva mouth to mouth. Reluctantly, Miss Li sent her saliva over, feeling quite embarrassed. Lian Xiang said, "Give another one." Miss Li spat again. She delivered 3 or 4 mouthfuls before Sang Xiao finally swallowed the pill. After a while, Sang Zhao's stomach rumbled loudly like thunder. Lian Xiang gave him another pill and passed her own saliva mouth to mouth. Sang Xiao felt a fiery sensation in his lower abdomen, and he suddenly felt rejuvenated. Lian Xiang said, "It's done." At that moment, Miss Li heard a rooster crowing and had no choice but to leave, looking back repeatedly as she walked away. Lian Xiang, concerned about Sang Zhao's initial recovery from his severe illness, decided to take care of him and temporarily locked the front door of his residence from the outside. She pretended that he had returned to his hometown, effectively cutting off his contact with the outside world. At the same time, she remained vigilant, guarding him day and night. Miss Li also visited every night, serving diligently. She treated Lian Xiang as if she were her own sister, and Lian Xiang loved Miss Li deeply. After 3 months, Sang Xiao had finally regained his health, so Miss Li stopped visiting for several days. When she did visit, it was brief, and she appeared gloomy whenever she met Sang Xiao. Lian Xiang repeatedly urged Miss Li to stay longer, but Miss Li refused. There was even an occasion when Sang Xiao had to chase Miss Li out and forcibly bring her back. He found her body was as light as a straw dummy. Miss Li couldn't escape and had to lie down on her side, still dressed, contorting her body. Lian Xiang pitied her even more and secretly allowed Sang Xiao to embrace her affectionately. However, no matter how Sang Xiao shook her, she wouldn't wake up. The next morning, Sang Xiao awoke and looked for her, only to find that she had disappeared. 10 more days passed without Miss Li making another visit. Sang Xiao longed for her and often took out her embroidered shoes to reminisce. Lian Xiang said, "Miss Li is so graceful and lovely that even I like her, let alone a man like you." Sang Xiao replied, "In the past, whenever I played with her shoes, she would appear, and I always had my suspicions. However, I never imagined she was a ghost. Now, when I face these embroidered shoes and reminisce about her beauty, it's truly a sorrowful experience." Saying this, Sang Xiao shed tears. There was a wealthy family surnamed Zhang, and they had a daughter named Yenner, who was only 15 years old. Not long ago, Yenner fell seriously ill and couldn't sweat, and she passed away. Unexpectedly, the next night, she woke up, and as soon as she did, she tried to escape. The Zhang family locked their doors to prevent her from leaving. Yenner herself said, "I am the spirit of Miss Li, the judge's daughter. Because of Mr. Sang's affection for me, I left him my shoes. I really am a ghost. What's the use of confining me?" The Zhang family found her words somewhat compelling and asked her why she had come here. Yenner lowered her head, pondered, looked around, and was bewildered herself, not knowing what was happening. Some people said that Sang Xiao had already returned home due to his illness, but Yenner insisted that this was a lie, leaving the people of the Zhang family perplexed. Upon hearing this, a scholar from the eastern neighbor climbed over the courtyard wall and entered Sang Xiao's yard, where he discovered Sang Xiao in the midst of a conversation with a beautiful woman. The scholar burst into the room while they were distracted and cornered them. However, in the midst of the confrontation, he noticed that the beautiful woman had vanished without a trace. Astonished, the scholar questioned Sang Xiao about the truth of the matter, to which Sang Xiao replied with a smile. "Didn't I tell you earlier? If a female ghost or demoness, or even a fox spirit, comes, she'll leave a trace." The scholar from the eastern neighbor then informed Sang Xiao about Yenner's situation. Sang Xiao immediately opened his door and thought about visiting the Zhang family but struggled with the lack of a valid reason. The mother of the Zhang family, hearing that Sang Xiao had indeed not returned, grew even more puzzled. She decided to send an elderly woman to Sang Xiao's place to ask for the shoes, and Sang Xiao handed over the embroidered shoes to her. Yenner was thrilled to receive the embroidered shoes. She tried to put them on, but the shoes were over an inch smaller than her feet, which surprised her. She took a look in the mirror, and that's when she suddenly realized that she had borrowed Yenner's body to become human. She then explained the whole situation to the mother of the Zhang family, who believed her. The girl wept while looking in the mirror, saying, "I used to think I looked pretty good, but every time I saw my sister Lian Xiang, I still felt inferior. Now, I've turned into this, and I'd rather be a ghost as I was before." Holding the embroidered shoes, she sobbed uncontrollably, and no one could console her. After crying for a while, she lay down stiffly under the blanket. She refused to eat the food offered by the Zhang family, and after a while, her entire body began to swell. For 7 consecutive days, she neither ate nor drank, but she didn't die. Instead, her body gradually lost the swelling. Later, she felt extremely hungry and finally started eating again. A few days later, she began to itch all over her body, and her skin peeled off entirely. When she woke up one morning, she found her sleepers lying on the floor. She picked them up and tried to wear them, finding that they had become excessively large. So she fetched the pair of embroidered shoes she had tried earlier, and this time they fit her perfectly, which made her very happy. She then looked in the mirror again and noticed that her eyebrows, eyes, and facial features were all exactly the same as before, bringing immense joy to her heart. After getting dressed and tidying herself up, the girl went to see the mother of the Zhang family, leaving the Zhang family's servants astonished at the transformation. Lian Xiang heard about this strange occurrence and advised Sang Xiao to find a matchmaker to propose to the Zhang family. However, due to the vast difference in wealth between the two families, Sang Xiao didn't dare to do it immediately. Coincidentally, it was the mother of the Zhang family's birthday, and Sang Xiao went to the Zhang family to extend his birthday wishes along with the mother of the Zhang family's sons and sons-in-law. Upon seeing Sang Xiao's name card, the mother of the Zhang family deliberately had Yenner secretly observe and recognize the guests from behind a curtain. Sang Xiao arrived last that day, and Yenner saw him, so she quickly ran out and grabbed his clothes, wanting to leave with him. The mother of the Zhang family scolded Yenner a few times, making her walk back into the house with embarrassment. Sang Xiao observed Yenner carefully and realized that she was exactly the same as Miss Li, causing him to shed tears involuntarily. He knelt on the ground, and the mother of the Zhang family helped him up without thinking his actions were disrespectful. After Sang Xiao left, he approached Yenner's uncle and asked him to act as a matchmaker. Zhang's family also planned to choose an auspicious day for Sang Xiao to marry into their family. Sang Xiao went back and shared this with Lian Xiang, discussing how to handle the situation. Lian Xiang was secretly upset about it for a while. She contemplated leaving Sang Xiao and going somewhere else, which surprised and made him cry. Lian Xiang said, "You're going to marry someone else's daughter. If I go with you, how will her family react?" Sang Xiao initially considered bringing Lian Xiang back to his hometown before marrying Yenner, and only then did Lian Xiang agree to the plan. Sang Xiao also informed the Zhang family about this arrangement. The head of the Zhang family was angry upon hearing that Sang Xiao already had a wife, and he questioned him. Yenner explained the situation in great detail, and they reluctantly agreed to Sang Xiao's request. On the wedding day, Sang Xiao personally went to receive the bride. The arrangements at the Zhang family's home were simple and hasty. However, upon their return to Sang's house, they discovered that the entire path from the main gate to the hall was covered with carpets. Inside, hundreds and thousands of lanterns sparkled, like a cluster of flowers. Lian Xiang personally assisted the bride into the bridal chamber, unveiling her head covering, just as joyful as she was before. Lian Xiang accompanied them in drinking the traditional wedding wine and inquired about the extraordinary events that brought Yenner back to life. Yenner explained. At that time, I was feeling very depressed, and I couldn't bear the shame of being a ghost. After the day we parted, I was so upset that I didn't want to return to the grave. I drifted aimlessly with the wind, and whenever I saw living people, I couldn't help but envy them. During the day, I would attach myself to flowers and plants, and at night, I would take leisurely walks. That day, I happened to arrive at the Zhang family's house and saw a young girl lying in bed. I attached myself to her body, and unexpectedly, I came back to life in this way. Lian Xiang listened quietly, deep in thought, with a contemplative expression on her face. 2 months passed, and Lian Xiang unexpectedly gave birth to a son. However, she fell seriously ill after childbirth, and her health deteriorated day by day. One day, Lian Xiang grabbed Yenner's arm and said, "I entrust my child to you, even if it burdens you. From now on, this child is yours." Yenner shed tears and had no choice but to do her best to console her. Sang Shao wanted to call a doctor for Lian Xiang, but she refused. Lian Xiang's condition grew worse, and when her final moments arrived, her breath hung by a thread. Both Sang Shao and Yenner wept with sorrow. Suddenly, Lian Xiang opened her eyes and said, "Don't be like this. You both love life, but I'm willing to die. If fate allows, we can meet again in 10 years." With those words, she passed away. Sang Shao uncovered the blankets to prepare for her burial, but he discovered that her body had transformed into a fox. Sang Shao couldn't bear to treat her as an outsider and gave her a dignified burial. They named Lian Xiang's son Huer, and Yenner raised the child as if he were her own. Every year on Qingming festival, they would bring Huer to Lian Xiang's grave to mourn. Later, Sang Shao passed the imperial examination in the village, and their financial situation gradually improved. However, Yenner remained childless. Fox Boy was intelligent but frail and often sick. Therefore, Yenner decided to let Sang Shao take a concubine. One day, a maid suddenly reported to Sang Shao and Yenner, "There's an old lady outside who wants to sell her daughter." Yenner invited them in. Upon meeting the girl, Yenner couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Lian Xiang has reincarnated as an adult." Sang Shao also noticed the resemblance between the girl and Lian Xiang, which surprised him as well. Yenner asked, "How old is this girl?" The old lady replied, "She's 14 years old." Yenner further inquired, "How much dowry do you want?" The old lady said, "I have only this one daughter, and as long as she has a good place to go and I have a place to eat, I'll be satisfied. After I die, as long as my body isn't thrown in a ditch, I'm content." Sang Shao offered a generous price to keep the old lady's daughter. Yenner held the young girl's hand and took her to the inner room. She pinched the girl's chin and said with a smile, "Do you recognize me?" The girl replied, "I don't recognize you." Yenner then asked for her last name, and the girl said, "I'm Wei. My father used to sell soy milk in Sioux City, and he passed away 3 years ago." Yenner calculated for a moment and realized that Lian Xiang had passed away exactly 14 years ago. She closely examined the girl and found that her appearance and demeanor resembled Lian Xiang's in every way. Yenner patted the girl's head and exclaimed, "Lian Xiang, Lian Xiang. You didn't deceive me with our 10-year reunion promise." Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly woke up from a daze and exclaimed, "Oh!" Then she stared intently at Yenner. Sang Xiao chuckled and said, "This is just like the line from the poem, 'Seems like we've met before as the swallows return.'" The girl, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Yes. My mother told me that I could talk as soon as I was born, and everyone thought it was inauspicious. So they made me drink dog's blood, and I forgot my past. Today, I've awakened as if from a long dream. It turns out that you, madam, are my sister Li, who was ashamed of being a ghost." The three of them reminisced about their past lives, their emotions mingling with joy and sorrow. One day, the Cold Food Festival arrived, and Yenner said, "Every year on this day, it's when my husband and I mourn for my sister." So everyone went to Lian Xiang's grave together. The place was already overgrown with wild grass, and the small trees by the grave had grown sturdy. Lian Xiang sighed in front of the tombstone for quite a while. Yenner said to Sang Xiao, "My sister Lian Xiang and I shared a deep bond across 2 lifetimes, and I can't bear to be separated from her. Our remains should rest together in the same tomb." Sang Xiao agreed with Yenner's request, dug up Miss Li's grave, removed her remains, and placed them with Lian Xiang's remains in the same burial site. Upon hearing about this strange event, family and friends came to the grave to pay their respects, and hundreds of people gathered, spontaneously united in their visits. In the 9th year of the Kangxi Emperor's reign, I once traveled to the southern region. When I arrived in Izhou, heavy rain forced me to stay at an inn for a rest. There, I met a man named Lu Zijing, whose cousin showed me a book titled The Biography of Sang Sheng. The book contained over 10,000 words, and I was fortunate to read it once. The story I've summarized here provides only a rough outline of the book's plot. At the end of the story, the author included the following commentary. Alas! The departed long for rebirth, yet the living yearn for death. Isn't the human body the most precious thing in the world? Why do people who possess bodies often squander them, stubbornly cling to life, when they would be better off as obscure as a fox or silent as a ghost, quietly vanishing into the unknown? Drinking companion. There was a scholar surnamed Che. Let's call him Che Sheng for now. Che Sheng, although not wealthy, was deeply addicted to drinking. Every night, if he didn't consume at least 3 large bowls of alcohol, he couldn't fall asleep. As a result, the bottles at the head of his bed were always filled with liquor. One night, Chashing woke up in the middle of the night. While turning over, he felt as if there was someone else in bed with him. Thinking it was a piece of clothing that had slipped down, he reached out to touch it. To his surprise, he touched a furry creature. It looked like a fox, but larger than an ordinary one. Chashing lit a lamp and discovered that lying on his bed was indeed a fox. The fox seemed drunk, curled up on the bed like a dog. Chashing glanced at the empty bottle of alcohol nearby and said with a smile, "It seems you, Mr. Fox, are my drinking companion." Unable to disturb the fox, Chashing covered it with a piece of clothing to hide its outstretched arms. He slept with the fox, leaving the lamp on to observe any changes the fox might undergo. In the middle of the night, the fox stretched and yawned. Chashing looked at it and jokingly said, "You, fox, sleep soundly." Later, Chashing uncovered the clothing covering the fox and found that the fox had transformed into a handsome young man wearing a scholar's hat. The fox stood up, bowed to Chashing, and thanked him for sparing its life. Chashing said, "People think I'm foolish due to my love for alcohol. Now, I consider you my bosom friend. If you don't mind, let's be friends and drink together in the future." He then pulled the fox back onto the bed and continued sleeping. Chashing told the fox, "You should come often, and we don't need to distrust each other." The fox nodded in agreement. When Chashing woke up, he found that the fox had already left. So, he prepared another cup of fine wine, eagerly waiting for the fox to return for another drink. In the evening, the fox came again. So, Chashing and the fox drank merrily together. The fox had a high tolerance for alcohol and was good at telling jokes. Chashing felt it was a delight to be with the fox. The fox asked Chashing, "After letting you treat me with fine wine so many times, how can I repay you?" Chashing smiled and said, "We enjoy our wine contests, you don't need to worry about that." The fox replied, "Although you say so, you are just a poor scholar. The money for buying wine is not easily earned. I should help you plan for some drinking money." The next night, the fox came to Chashing and told him, "About 7 miles southeast from here, I found some lost gold by the road. Tomorrow morning, go and retrieve it." When dawn came, Chashing went there and indeed found 2 pieces of gold. So, he bought some good vegetables in the market, preparing to enjoy them with wine at night. The fox told Chashing again, "There are also things hidden in the cellar behind your house. You should go and dig them out." Chashing followed the fox's instructions and found over 100,000 coins in the cellar. Chashing happily said to the fox, "Now that I have money in my pocket, I won't worry about not having enough for wine." The fox warned, "You shouldn't think that way. How can you keep scooping water from a rut indefinitely? You should plan for the long term. One day, the fox said to Che Sheng, "Now, buckwheat in the market is very cheap. You can buy and stockpile it. It will sell at a good price in the future." Che Sheng followed this advice and bought over 40 bags of buckwheat. People laughed at Che Sheng, thinking he was naive. However, shortly after, a severe drought hit, and the crops in the village dried up, except for buckwheat, which could still be grown. Thus, Che Sheng began selling buckwheat seeds, earning 10 times the profit. From then on, Che Sheng became even more prosperous. He bought 200 acres of fertile land for cultivation. Whatever Che Sheng planted, he always consulted the fox first. If the fox advised planting more wheat, the wheat harvest would be abundant. If the fox suggested planting more millet, the millet would undoubtedly be productive. All decisions regarding the timing of crop planting were also made by the fox. As Che Sheng and the fox's relationship grew closer, the fox began calling Che Sheng's wife sister-in-law, and it treated Che Sheng's children as if they were its own. Until Che Sheng passed away, the fox stopped visiting the house. Transforming into livestock. The mysterious and enchanting spells have many techniques. Some use delicious food to deceive people into eating it, causing confusion in their minds. They then follow the deceiver willingly. This is commonly known as de su ba in the folk, while in the Jiangnan region, it's called Che Su. Children, due to their young age and lack of understanding, are often harmed by such tricks. Another type of spell turns people into livestock, referred to as Zhao Su in the folk. This spell is rarely heard of in the north of the Yangtze River but is prevalent in the areas south of the Yellow River. In a Yangzhou inn, one year, a man brought 5 donkeys to stay. He temporarily tied these donkeys in the inn stable. He told the innkeeper, "I need to leave for a moment but will be back soon." He instructed, "Make sure not to feed them anything or give them water." After these words, the man left. Due to being exposed to the sun, the donkeys kicked and bit each other in the stable, causing a commotion. The innkeeper then led the donkeys to a cooler place. Seeing water nearby, the donkeys rushed over and drank heartily. Unexpectedly, after drinking, the donkeys rolled on the ground and instantly transformed into women. Perplexed, the innkeeper asked what happened, but the women's tongues were stiff, and they couldn't speak. Helpless, the innkeeper hid the women in the room. Shortly after, the donkey's owner returned, bringing 5 sheep with him. He drove the sheep into the courtyard but found the donkeys, tied there before, were gone. Alarmed, he asked the innkeeper where the donkeys went. The innkeeper smilingly pulled him into the room, served tea and food, and invited him to eat. The innkeeper said, "Guest, please have something to eat first. I'll bring your donkeys right away." The innkeeper left the room again, gave water to the 5 sheep outside, and unexpectedly, these sheep transformed into children one by one. Astonished, the innkeeper reported this incident to the local authorities. The magistrate, upon learning of it, immediately sent officers to capture the owner of the donkeys and used a cane to beat him to death. King of the Nine Mountains. In Chaozhou, there was a scholar surnamed Li. His family was always wealthy, but their residence was not very spacious. Behind Li's house, there was a several-acre garden that had been neglected and unused. One day, an old man came to rent a room from Li, and he immediately offered 100 taels of silver as rent. Li, initially reluctant to rent out the house, used the excuse of having no vacant rooms to decline. However, the old man said, "Please accept it, you need not worry or hesitate." Perplexed, Li reluctantly accepted the silver, curious to see what strange events would unfold. The next day, villagers saw numerous carts, horses, and family members entering Li's house, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Neighbors suspected that Li's house did not have enough rooms to accommodate so many people and went to inquire. However, Li had no idea about this, so he went home to investigate, finding no signs of any commotion. A few days later, the old man suddenly visited Li and said, "We have been living in your house for several days, and everything needs to be arranged properly. We've been too busy with tasks such as setting up stoves and arranging rooms to extend the courtesy a guest should have. Today, I have arranged for my daughters to cook for us, and I hope you can join us." Li agreed, and when he entered the backyard, he was surprised to see a row of newly built, magnificent houses. Inside, the rooms were well furnished, with exquisite decorations, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The wine tripod in the corridor was already heated, and the tea stove in the kitchen emitted a light smoke. Soon, the banquet began. The old man poured wine for Li, encouraging him to drink more, and insisted he enjoy the delicious dishes. Li found the food before him to be exceptionally tasty. During the banquet, he observed many young people walking in the courtyard and overheard the old man's children whispering, with laughter constantly coming from behind the curtains. It seemed that the old man's family members, along with servants and maids, numbered in the dozens or even hundreds. Li immediately realized that these people were actually fox spirits in disguise. After the banquet, Li harbored murderous intentions. Each time he went to the market, he purchased quantities of saltpeter and sulfur, accumulating several hundred pounds, secretly spreading them throughout the entire garden. One day, Li suddenly ignited the saltpeter and sulfur. Instantaneously, a violent explosion of nitrosulfur erupted, flames reaching the sky. The smoke, like black mushrooms, ascended into the heavens, filling the entire garden with a putrid stench, making it unbearable to approach. Li heard cries and wails echoing in the garden, creating a tumultuous and deafening noise. After the fire was extinguished, Li went inside to inspect and found the ground littered with dead foxes, countless in number, all burnt to a crisp. As Li was surveying the aftermath, the old man rushed in from outside. He appeared deeply saddened and reproached Li, saying, "I had no grievances with you before. I even paid you 100 taels of silver annually for this desolate garden, which is not a small sum. Why did you have the heart to exterminate my entire family? Such a bizarre and tragic vengeance is something I cannot ignore." After speaking, he left resentfully. Li suspected the old man might cause trouble, but over a year passed, and nothing unusual occurred. In the early years of the Xuanji reign, numerous bandits, amassing over 10,000 people, appeared in the mountains. However, the local government lacked the capability to capture them. Due to Li's large family, he worried daily about the possibility of unrest. Coincidentally, a person skilled in astrology arrived in the village. This man called himself Old Man of the Southern Mountains, and specialized in predicting fortunes and misfortunes. His predictions were so vivid that it seemed as if he had personally witnessed everything. Impressed, Li invited him to his home and asked him to calculate his destiny. After examining Li's birth chart, the Old Man of the Southern Mountains stood up in astonishment and respectfully said, "Your destiny indicates that you are destined to become a true heavenly emperor." Li, puzzled, thought the man was talking nonsense. However, the Old Man of the Southern Mountains earnestly insisted that it was true, and Li began to believe him half-heartedly. With a wry smile, Li said to the man, "How can someone become an emperor from humble beginnings?" The Old Man of the Southern Mountains replied, "You are mistaken. Throughout history, many founding emperors emerged from commoners. Who is born as an emperor?" Li gradually became fascinated by his words and sought his advice. The Old Man of the Southern Mountains boldly claimed to be akin to the sleeping dragon, Master Zhuge, a renowned strategist from the Three Kingdoms period. He instructed Li to prepare thousands of sets of armor and bows and arrows. Li worried that no one would join him, but the Old Man of the Southern Mountains assured him, "As your devoted servant, I volunteer to reach out to the diverse mountain strongholds, enabling you to form alliances with them. We'll then spread the word that you are the true heavenly emperor, and the soldiers in the mountains will surely respond." Delighted, Li immediately sent the Old Man of the Southern Mountains to execute the plan and dug up the buried silver, using it to manufacture armor and bows and arrows. Several days later, the Old Man of the Southern Mountains returned. He informed Li, "Thanks to your royal authority and my eloquence, the various mountain strongholds are now willing to be your followers." Within the next 10 days or so, thousands of people indeed pledged allegiance to Li. Consequently, he appointed the Old Man of the Southern Mountains as his military advisor, crafted a commander's flag, and erected numerous colorful flags in the densely wooded area. They also built fortified encampments along the mountains, creating an imposing force. The local magistrate, upon hearing of this, led troops to suppress them, but the Old Man of the Southern Mountains commanded the bandits to defeat the officials soundly. The magistrate, fearing for his safety, urgently reported the situation to the higher authorities. Reinforcements from Yenzhou arrived, but the Old Man of the Southern Mountains ambushed the troops en route, inflicting a severe defeat with many soldiers killed or injured. With 2 victories, Li's power continued to grow, and he declared himself the King of the 9 Mountains. The old man of the southern mountains, noting the shortage of horses in their strongholds, seized an opportunity when horses were being transported from the capital to the south. He dispatched a unit to intercept the convoy and forcibly obtained the horses. As a result, the King of the 9 Mountains gained significant renown. Pleased with his achievements, he promoted the old man of the southern mountains to the rank of Grand General for the protection of the country. The king, high in his mountain stronghold, believed he had accomplished something extraordinary and fantasized about one day donning the yellow robe and becoming a true emperor. The governor of Shandong, after learning about the horse theft, was about to lead his troops to eliminate the bandits when he received a report from Yenzhou. Consequently, he dispatched a formidable force of several thousand soldiers, advancing from 6 different directions to encircle and attack. The official army's banners fluttered, filling the entire mountain valley. The King of the 9 Mountains was astonished to see the official military flags. He wanted to summon the old man of the southern mountains for consultation but discovered that the old man had disappeared. With no other option, the king ascended the mountaintop, gazing at the surging government troops, and sighed. Only now do I realize the formidable power of the imperial forces. Shortly afterward, the stronghold was breached, the King of the 9 Mountains was captured, and his wife and children were killed by the government soldiers. It was then that he understood that the old man of the southern mountains was the old fox from years ago, seeking revenge for the extermination of his clan and targeting Li. At the end of the story, the author has a concluding remark. He says, "A person living a peaceful life, staying at home with family, how could such a one attract such a fatal calamity? Even if killed, what reason could bring about the disaster of extermination? The fox's revenge plot is indeed clever. If there is soil but no seed is sown, even with watering and nurturing, nothing will grow." The fact that Li committed the cruel act of killing the fox proves that deep within his heart, the seed of becoming a bandit was already hidden. That's why the old fox could lure him into becoming a bandit and exploit his nature for revenge. If you try to stop someone on the street and tell them, "You're going to be the emperor," not a single person would be frightened away by your words. However, the old fox clearly guided Li into committing the massacre, and yet he was willing to do it. In the end, his wife and children were killed. What more is there to say? However, many people, upon hearing delusional words, often start with anger, but then as they continue to listen, it turns into doubt, and if they keep listening, they will truly believe. It's only when they suffer losses and their reputation is shattered that they realize they've been deceived. Most fall into such patterns. A bow. In the western part of Guangdong, there was a well-known figure named Sun Zichu. One of the reasons for his fame was that he had 6 fingers on one hand. Sun Zichu was simple and honest, not good at talking, and often believed in people's lies. If there is a singing courtesan among the people present, he will surely avoid her as soon as he sees her. Knowing his temperament, Friends would playfully trick him into situations with a lady of the night, just to tease and amuse him. At such times, Sun Zichu would become embarrassed, his face turning red to the neck, and beads of sweat dripping down. Those watching him would burst into laughter, finding joy in his awkwardness. Consequently, people enjoyed describing his silly appearance, spreading jokes about him, and gave him the nickname, Sun Fool. In the local area, there was a wealthy merchant who was exceptionally rich, rivaling even noble households. Those who married into his family were all from wealthy and prestigious backgrounds. The wealthy merchant had a daughter named Abao, who was extremely beautiful. Recently, the wealthy merchant was looking for a good son-in-law for his daughter. Upon hearing this, many young men rushed to the wealthy merchant's house to present their betrothal gifts, but none of them met the wealthy merchant's expectations. Coincidentally, at that time, Sun Zichu's wife passed away, and someone took advantage of the situation to play a trick on him, urging him to propose to the wealthy merchant's family. Without considering his own status, Sun Zichu actually listened to the instigation, and through a matchmaker, approached the wealthy merchant's house. The wealthy merchant knew about his reputation but rejected him due to his poverty. As the matchmaker was about to leave, she coincidentally met Abao. Abao asked the matchmaker what was going on, and the matchmaker told her about Sun Zichu's proposal. Abao jokingly said, "If he can cut off his sixth finger, I'll marry him." After the matchmaker returned, she conveyed Abao's words to Sun Zichu. To everyone's surprise, Sun Zichu exclaimed, "This is not difficult." After the matchmaker left, Sun Zichu took up an axe and chopped off his sixth finger. With one swing, his hand throbbed with excruciating pain, blood gushing out as if it might cost him his life. It took several days for Sun Zichu to be able to get out of bed. He went to see the matchmaker again, showing her the hand with the missing finger. The matchmaker was astonished and hurriedly ran to Abao's house to inform her of the incident. Abao, upon hearing the news, was also greatly surprised and jokingly remarked, "If he can remove his foolishness too, then I'll marry him." After hearing the matchmaker's relay, Sun Zichu vehemently defended himself, claiming that he was neither foolish nor silly. However, he had no chance to clarify things directly with Abao. Yet, he pondered that perhaps Abao wasn't as heavenly as people claimed, questioning whether she had the right to elevate herself to such a degree. Consequently, his previous intention to propose cooled instantly. Coincidentally, Qingming festival arrived, and according to local customs, women would go out to play on this day. Many frivolous young men would also follow them, casually gossiping about the women. Some of Sun Zichu's classmates forcibly dragged him along to join the festivities. Others teased him, saying, "Don't you want to see your beloved?" Sun Zichu knew they were joking, but due to Abao's mockery earlier, he also wanted to see what she was really like. So, he readily agreed and followed his friends, eagerly looking around. They spotted a woman resting under a big tree, surrounded by a group of unruly young men, forming a wall of people. The crowd speculated, "That must be Abao." They rushed over and found Abao indeed sitting under the tree. Everyone carefully examined her and saw that she was gentle, beautiful, and unparalleled in the world. As more people gathered, Abao stood up and quickly walked away. The crowd was excited, discussing and praising Abao as if they were going mad, but Sun Zichu remained silent. When the crowd dispersed, his friends looked back and found Sun Zichu still standing in the same spot, unresponsive to their calls. They jokingly asked, "Did your soul follow Abao?" But he remained silent. Since he was not known for talking much, they didn't find it particularly strange. Some pushed him, others pulled him, and they all went home together. After Sun Zichu returned home, he collapsed onto his bed and remained there all day. He slept deeply, oblivious to the calls of his family, who suspected he had lost his soul. They went to the wilderness to call his soul, but it had no effect. In desperation, they resorted to shaking him and asking what happened. He mumbled, "I'm at Abao's house." But when they tried to inquire further, he fell silent again, leaving his family bewildered. Initially, Sun Zichu, reluctant to part with Abao, felt as if his body had followed her. He gradually clung to her clothes, and no one scolded him for it. He followed Abao back to the wealthy merchant's house, staying close to her whether she sat or lay down. At night, they slept together, their relationship harmonious and affectionate. However, he felt hungry and wanted to return home but lost his way. Abao often dreamt of being intimate with someone and asked for his name. He replied, "I am Sun Zichu." Abao was surprised but couldn't reveal it to others. Sun Zichu lay in bed for 3 days, his breath weak, on the verge of death. His family, terrified, sent someone to inform the wealthy merchant, intending to call Sun Zichu's soul back. The wealthy merchant, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, "Our two families have never interacted. How could Sun Zichu have lost his soul in my house?" However, Sun Zichu's family pleaded, and the wealthy merchant reluctantly agreed. The shaman brought Sun Zichu's old clothes and straw mat to the wealthy merchant's house. Abao, surprised to hear about the soul calling, brought the shaman directly to her bedroom to perform the ritual. After the ritual, the shaman returned to Sun Zichu's house. Just as she reached the door, she heard Sun Zichu moaning on the bed. When Sun Zichu woke up, he could actually describe all the dressing tools in Abao's room, including their colors and shapes, without making a single mistake. Upon hearing this, Abao was even more astonished, but privately, she also felt the deep and unwavering affection from Sun Zichu. After Sun Zichu was able to get out of bed, he continued to yearn for Abao. Whether sitting or standing, he was lost in thoughts and often forgot his own existence. He frequently inquired about Abao, hoping to be fortunate enough to see her again. Upon hearing that Abao would go to Shueihua Temple to burn incense on the day of the bathing Buddha festival, Sun Zichu woke up early and waited by the roadside. He anxiously waited, his eyes fixed and dizzy. It wasn't until noon that he saw Abao arriving. Bao noticed Sun Zichu from the carriage and lifted the curtain to gaze at him without turning away. This excited Sun Zichu even more, and he followed the carriage. In the haste, Bao sent a maid to inquire about Sun Zichu's name, and he quickly responded. At that moment, he was so thrilled that his soul seemed ready to fly away. When the carriage disappeared, Sun Zichu returned home. However, his old ailment recurred, and he lay in a semi-conscious state, neither eating nor drinking. In his dreams, he often called out Bao's name and lamented that his soul couldn't follow Bao like it did last time. In the Sun family, there was a pet parrot that suddenly died. The neighbor's child played with the dead parrot on Sun Zichu's bed. Upon seeing this, Sun Zichu thought, "If only I could turn into a parrot, I could flap my wings and fly into Bao's room." While deeply immersed in this thought, he realized his body had transformed into a parrot. Anxiously, he flew all the way to Bao's residence. When Bao saw a parrot flying in, she happily caught it and tied its ankles, feeding it sesame seeds. Suddenly, the parrot exclaimed, "Sister, don't tie me up. I am Sun Zichu." Bao was shocked, untied the rope, and found that the parrot didn't fly away. Bao prayed, "Your deep affection is already engraved in my heart. But now, you and I are on different paths, and how can a beautiful marriage remain intact?" The parrot replied, "Being by your side fulfills my wish." Others tried to feed the parrot, but it refused to eat until Bao personally fed it. When Bao sat, the parrot would land on her lap. When Bao lay down, the parrot would snuggle by her bedside. This went on for 3 days. Bao loved the parrot dearly, even sending someone to visit Sun Zichu privately. It was then she learned that Sun Zichu had been lying stiffly in bed, unconscious for 3 days, with his heart not completely cold. Bao prayed to the parrot, "If you can turn back into a human, I swear to follow you until death." The parrot asked, "Are you not deceiving me?" Bao swore not to deceive, and the parrot seemed to ponder with a sidelong glance. Shortly after, as Bao was about to bind her feet, she took off her shoes and, unexpectedly, the parrot suddenly flew down, picked up the shoe, and flew away. Bao urgently called the parrot, but it had already flown far away. Bao sent an old woman to visit Sun Zichu's home, and by that time, Sun Zichu had already awakened. The people in the Sun family had just witnessed the parrot flying in with an embroidered shoe, but it dropped dead as soon as it entered the house, leaving everyone astonished. At this moment, Sun Zichu suddenly woke up and immediately asked for the embroidered shoe, leaving everyone puzzled. The old woman arrived and entered the house to visit Sun Zichu, inquiring about the whereabouts of the shoe. Sun Zichu said, "The shoe is a token of Bao's sincere promise. Please tell Bao that I will never forget her golden words." The old woman went back to deliver the message. Bao was even more amazed, so she deliberately let her maids leak the information to her mother. After investigating the truth, her mother said, This Sun Zichu has a good reputation and learning, but he is as poor as Sima Xiangru. After picking a son-in-law for several years, we ended up with such a poor one. I'm afraid we'll be ridiculed by wealthy and influential people in the future. Abao, using the embroidered shoe as an excuse, swore that she would only marry Sun Zichu and no one else. The merchant couple, unable to resist their daughter, had to agree. When someone heard about this, they quickly spread the news to Sun Zichu. Sun Zichu was overjoyed, and miraculously, his illness immediately improved. The wealthy merchant planned for Sun Zichu to move in, but Abao said, "A son-in-law should not stay in his father-in-law's house for too long. Besides, Sun Zichu's family is poor, and staying here for a long time might make him looked down upon. Since I have promised to marry him, I am willing to live in a grass hut, eat wild vegetables, and be content." Therefore, Sun Zichu personally went to the merchant's house to marry Abao, and their reunion was as joyful as a separated couple coming together again. Worried that their daughter might suffer, the merchant couple gave Sun Zichu a substantial dowry. With the dowry, their life became much more comfortable. Sun Zichu, immersed in his studies, lacked skills in managing household affairs. Abao, on the other hand, was adept at household financial management and never disturbed him with trivial matters. This way, 3 years passed, and the wealth of Sun Zichu's family grew. However, suddenly, Sun Zichu developed diabetes and passed away. Abao was devastated, her tears never ceasing, eventually leading to refusal to eat and insomnia every night. No matter how family members tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. One night, taking advantage of the quiet darkness, she hanged herself. The maids discovered it and rushed to rescue her. Abao was revived, but even after waking up, she still refused to eat or drink. On the 3rd day after Sun Zichu's death, relatives and friends came to prepare for his burial. However, they heard moaning from the coffin. Upon opening it, they found that Sun Zichu had miraculously come back to life. He told his relatives and friends, "After I died, I met Yama, the king of hell. Yama said that due to my simple and sincere life, I was appointed to be a lower-ranking official in the underworld. As the underworld officials were about to place me, someone reported to Yama that my wife was on her way. Yama checked the book of life and death and said, 'Abao is not supposed to die yet.' But then, another underworld official said, 'Abao in the mortal realm hasn't eaten or drunk for 3 days.' Yama then told me, 'Your wife's great loyalty and affection have deeply moved me. I grant you another chance at life.' So, Yama sent someone to lead me on a horse and brought me back. After that, Sun Zichu's health gradually improved. In that year, it happened to be the year of the triennial provincial examination. Just before the exams, Sun Zichu's classmates decided to play a prank on him. They came up with 7 obscure questions and took Sun Zichu to a remote location. They told him, "These are challenging questions we worked hard to obtain. We secretly present them to you." Surprisingly, Sun Zichu fell for their trick again. Day and night, he pondered over the questions and turned them into 7 well-written essays. His classmates secretly laughed at him. However, the chief examiner at that time considered that using familiar exam questions might lead to plagiarism, so he decided to change the usual approach. When the exam papers were distributed, Sun Zichu discovered that the 7 essays he had prepared perfectly matched the exam requirements. Consequently, Sun Zichu effortlessly secured the top position. The following year, he successfully passed the imperial examination, receiving the title of Hanlin. The remarkable stories about Sun Zichu reached the emperor's ears. The emperor summoned him for an inquiry, and Sun Zichu truthfully reported the events. The emperor was delighted and praised him. Later, the emperor also summoned a bow and rewarded her generously. In the story's conclusion, the author adds a commentary. He states that people with a focused nature can consolidate their aspirations. Therefore, those who concentrate on their studies will produce well-organized essays, and those dedicated to their craft will excel in their skills. The author reflects on society, mentioning those who end up destitute and achieve nothing often consider themselves neither foolish nor ignorant. For instance, those who squander their family fortune for love or cause family disintegration due to gambling, are these the actions of foolish or ignorant individuals? The author concludes that excessively clever and cunning people are the truly foolish ones, emphasizing that Sun Zichu had no trace of foolishness in him. Zhang Cheng. In Hunan, there was a man surnamed Zhang who originally lived in Shandong. Towards the end of the Ming dynasty, Shandong fell into chaos, and his wife was taken by the northern soldiers. As he often traveled to Hunan, he eventually settled there. Zhang first married a woman in Hunan and had a son named Zhangna. However, his wife passed away not long after, and he remarried, with his new wife giving birth to a son named Zhang Cheng. The new wife, Niu, had a very vicious personality. She harbored resentment towards Zhangna, the son from the previous marriage, treating him like a servant and providing him with inferior food and necessities. Niu even forced Zhangna to go up the mountain to collect firewood, requiring him to bring back a bundle of firewood each day. Otherwise, he would face scolding and beating. In contrast, Niu treated Zhang Qing well, saving the delicious food for him and sending him to school. As Zhang Qing grew older, he showed a kind-hearted nature. He not only was filial to his parents but also cared for his older brother. Unable to bear seeing his brother toil in such a manner, Zhang Qing often privately persuaded his mother to treat his brother better, but his mother remained indifferent. One day, while Zhangna was in the mountains collecting firewood, a sudden storm forced him to take shelter under a rocky cliff. When the rain finally stopped, it was already dark. Starving, Zhangna carried the firewood back home. Seeing that the quantity of firewood was insufficient, Niu, in anger, refused to give Zhangna any food. Exhausted and hungry, Zhangna went into the house and collapsed on the bed. Just as Zhang Qing returned from school, he noticed his brother looking listless and asked if he was sick. Zhang Na replied, "No, I'm just hungry." When Zhang Qing inquired about the reason, Zhang Na truthfully recounted what had happened. Distressed, Zhang Qing walked away, but after a while, he returned with a piece of bread, offering it to his brother. When Zhang Na asked where the bread came from, Zhang Qing said, "I stole some flour from the kitchen and had a neighbor woman help make it into bread. Just eat it, but don't let anyone know." After eating the bread, Zhang Na cautioned his brother, "Don't do this again. If this gets out, you'll be in trouble too. Besides, even if I eat only one meal a day, I won't starve." Zhang Qing replied, "You're already weak. How can you cut so much firewood every day?" The next day, after Zhang Qing had eaten, he secretly went up the mountain to the place where his brother was cutting firewood. When Zhang Na saw him, he asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Zhang Qing said, "I want to help you cut firewood." Zhang Na asked, "Who told you to come?" Zhang Qing replied, "I decided to come myself." Helpless, Zhang Na said, "Even if you knew how to cut firewood, I wouldn't let you do such rough work." So, he urged Zhang Qing to go back quickly. Ignoring his brother's advice, Zhang Qing used both hands and feet to help break the firewood. He told Zhang Na, "Tomorrow, I should bring an axe too." Zhang Na approached his brother, trying to stop him from working. When he saw Zhang Qing's fingers scratched by the firewood and his shoes worn out, he sadly said, "If you don't go back, I'll use an axe to cut my own neck and commit suicide." Hearing this, Zhang Qing reluctantly left. Zhang Na escorted Zhang Qing halfway before returning home. After finishing cutting the firewood, Zhang Na didn't immediately go home. He went to the school and instructed the teacher, "My younger brother is still a child. You should keep an eye on him and not let him leave the school without permission. There are many dangers in the mountains, and I'm worried he might get hurt." The teacher said, "I didn't know where he went this morning, and I've already punished him by hitting his hands with a board." Zhang Na returned home and told Zhang Qing, "See, you didn't listen to me and got punished." Zhang Qing smiled and lied to his brother, "No, I didn't." The next day, carrying an axe, Zhang Qing went to the mountain again. When Zhang Na saw him, he exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you sneak here again?" Zhang Qing didn't answer and busied himself helping his brother cut firewood. He worked very hard, sweat streaming down his face, but he refused to take a break for a moment. When he had cut almost enough firewood, he left without saying a word. The teacher saw Zhang Qing was late for school again and reprimanded him. Zhang Qing explained the situation to the teacher, who, impressed by Zhang Qing's virtue, no longer prohibited him. Despite Zhang Na's repeated attempts to stop Zhang Qing from going to the mountain to cut firewood, Zhang Qing just wouldn't listen. One day, Zhangcheng went to the mountains with a few people to cut firewood again. Suddenly, a tiger leaped out of the forest. Everyone was terrified and quickly hid, but Zhangcheng was a step too slow and was caught by the tiger. The tiger carried Zhangcheng and ran into the woods. Because the tiger was carrying a person, its movements were slow, and Zhangna caught up with it. Zhangna raised the axe and struck the tiger with force, hitting its hip bone. The tiger, in pain, ran wildly, and no matter how Zhangna chased, he couldn't catch up. Helplessly, Zhangna returned in tears, and everyone tried to comfort and console him, but he cried even more sadly. Zhangna cried and said to everyone, "My brother is not an ordinary brother. Moreover, he died for me. How can I go on living?" Saying that, he was about to use the axe to cut his own neck. Everyone hurriedly stopped him, but the axe had already cut his neck, leaving a wound over an inch deep, and blood flowed profusely. The combination of grief and the wound on his neck caused Zhangna to faint immediately. Everyone was shocked, tearing off their clothes to wrap his wound, and then helping him back home. When Niu knew about this, she cried and scolded Zhangna. She said, "You killed my son, and now you want to cover it up with a neck cut." Zhangna groaned and said, "Mother, please don't be troubled. If my brother is dead, I won't live either." Zhangna lay in bed, the pain in his wound unbearable, unable to sleep, just leaning against the wall crying day and night. Zhang's father was afraid that his only remaining son would also die, so he often fed Zhangna a little food. When Niu saw this, she would scold the father and son loudly. So, Zhangna simply stopped eating altogether, and after 3 days, he starved to death. After Zhangna's death, his soul drifted towards the underworld. Along the way, he encountered a performer of the local jumping deity ritual in the village. He shared all his past grievances with the performer and inquired about the whereabouts of his younger brother, Zhangcheng. However, the performer couldn't provide clear information, so they decided to return and search the underworld together. They arrived at a city in the underworld, where they saw a person in black clothes coming out. The performer stopped the person and inquired about Zhangcheng's whereabouts. The person in black took out a register from his bag and carefully examined it. The register contained names of over 100 souls, but Zhangcheng's name was not found. The performer suspected it might be in another register, but the person in black said, "This is my jurisdiction. How could I make a mistake?" Zhangna still didn't believe it and insisted the performer accompany him into the city. As they entered, Zhangna noticed new and old souls coming and going. He recognized some of the souls but couldn't find any information about Zhangcheng. Suddenly, they heard a commotion, and the souls around shouted, "Bodhisattva is here." Zhangna looked up and saw a massive divine figure in the sky. The Bodhisattva radiated light, illuminating the entire city. The performer congratulated Zhangna, saying, "You're truly fortunate. The Bodhisattva visits the underworld only once in decades. Today, you're lucky to witness it. The performer pulled Zhang Na down to kneel. The multitude of souls clamored, reciting compassionate chants for relief from suffering. The noise was deafening. The bodhisattva then used willow branches to sprinkle nectar throughout the city. The tiny dewdrops fell like dust. After a while, the mist dissipated, the light vanished, and the bodhisattva disappeared. Zhang Na felt his neck, and the axe wound no longer hurt. The performer then led him back to the mortal realm. When they reached Zhang's home gate, the performer left. 2 days after Zhang Na's death, he suddenly came back to life. He recounted his experiences in the underworld to the Zhang couple and insisted that Zhang Cheng was still alive. However, Niu thought Zhang Na was fabricating lies to deceive her. Instead of believing him, she insulted him. Zhang Na, full of grievances and unable to explain himself, touched his wound and found that the axe wound had indeed completely healed. He struggled to stand up, bowed to his father, and said, "I'm leaving home to search for my brother far and wide. If I can't find him, I'll never come back again. Father, please consider me as already dead." Zhang's father took Zhang Na to a secluded place and wept bitterly but couldn't bring himself to keep his son at home. After leaving home, Zhang Na traveled to various transportation hubs to inquire about his brother. Along the way, he ran out of money, resorting to begging while continuing his journey. After about a year, Zhang Na arrived in Jinling. He wore tattered clothes and walked hunched over. One day, he saw more than 10 people on horseback passing by and hid by the roadside. Among the riders was a man who appeared to be an official, around 40 years old, surrounded by strong soldiers riding robust horses as guards. A young man among them continuously observed Zhang Na. Not daring to look directly at them, Zhang Na noticed the young man observing him intently. The young man suddenly dismounted, shouted, "Isn't this my brother?" Zhang Na looked up and, to his surprise, recognized the young man as Zhang Cheng. He held Zhang Cheng's hand and cried in sorrow. Zhang Cheng, also in tears, asked, "Brother, why have you ended up in such a state?" Zhang Na then truthfully revealed his experiences, and Zhang Cheng, upon hearing the story, felt deep sorrow. The mounted escorts dismounted to inquire, and then reported to the official riding the horse. The official immediately ordered a horse for Zhang Na. They rode together back home, and on the way, Zhang Na learned about everything that had happened after that day. On that day, after the tiger had carried away Zhang Cheng, he somehow ended up being abandoned by the roadside at an unknown time. Zhang Cheng lay on the road throughout the night. Early the next morning, Zhang Bijia, an official from the capital, happened to pass by. Seeing Zhang Cheng's refined appearance and feeling pity for him, Zhang Bijia took him along on the journey. Eventually, Zhang Cheng gradually regained consciousness. When he spoke of his residence, he realized he was far from home. Therefore, Zhang Bijia took him back to his mansion first. Upon returning to the mansion, Zhang Bijia used medicines to treat Zhang Cheng's wounds, and after a few days, he recovered. As Zhang Bijia had no adult sons, he treated Zhang Cheng like his own son. Currently, Zhang Cheng was accompanying Zhang Bijia on a tour. Zhang Cheng shared his circumstances with his newfound brother after learning about their relationship. They arrived at Zhang Cheng's residence. Just as they were talking, Zhang Bijia also entered, and Zhang Ne kept expressing his gratitude to him. Zhang Cheng went to the inner room and brought out a silk garment for his brother to wear. Then, he arranged a feast, and the three of them enjoyed drinking and chatting together. During the banquet, Zhang Bijia asked Zhang Ne, "I heard that your family originally lived in Hunan. Now, who is left in your family?" Zhang Ne replied, "No one. My father was originally from Shandong, and he later moved to Hunan." Zhang Bijia said, "It's a coincidence, I am also from Shandong." "So, where in Shandong did your family belong to?" Zhang Ne replied, "My father used to say that our family originally belonged to Dongcheng Prefecture." Zhang Bijia exclaimed, "What a coincidence! We are fellow townsmen. Why did your family move to Hunan?" Zhang Ne explained, "At the end of the Ming dynasty, when the Qing soldiers entered, they abducted my father's first wife. Faced with the chaos of war, our family's property was destroyed. Since my father frequently conducted business in Hunan and was familiar with the area, he decided to settle there." Zhang Bijia asked again, "What is your father's name?" Zhang Ne truthfully told him. After hearing this, Zhang Bijia stared at Zhang Ne for a while, then lowered his head in thought and hurried into the inner room. Shortly after, an old lady came out from the inner room. Zhang Ne and the others immediately stood up and saluted the old lady. The old lady asked Zhang Ne, "Are you Zhang Bingji's grandson?" Zhang Ne replied, "Yes." The old lady suddenly burst into tears. She said to Zhang Bijia, "They are your younger brothers." Zhang Ne and Zhang Cheng were puzzled. The old lady continued, "I married your father for 3 years, but we got separated due to the war. I wandered to the northern region, remarried the Black Flag Master, and gave birth to your elder brother half a year later. After another half year, the master passed away, and your elder brother inherited his position due to his father's influence. Now, he has resigned from his official position. Because we constantly missed our hometown, we decided to disassociate ourselves from the banner and revert to the original family name of my husband. I sent people to Dongcheng several times to inquire, but there was no news. Little did I know that your father had moved west to Hunan." She said to Zhang Bijia again, "You've treated your younger brother as your own son, that's just too bad." Zhang Bijia exclaimed, "I asked Zhang Qing before, but he never mentioned being from Shandong. It seems he doesn't remember because he was too young." So, the three of them were arranged in order of age. Zhang Bijia, at 41, became the eldest, Zhang Qing, at 16, the youngest, and Zhang Na, at 22, transformed from the eldest in his original family to the second eldest. Zhang Bijia suddenly gained 2 younger brothers and was extremely delighted. That night, the 3 of them slept together and talked about the family's experiences, planning to go to Hunan together. The old lady was concerned that the family in Hunan might not accept her and her son. Zhang Bijia reassured her, saying, "If the Zhang family is willing to accept us, we will live together. If not, we will live separately. Since you are the legal wife, how can we avoid recognizing each other?" So, Zhang Bijia's family sold their property, prepared their belongings, and set off for Hunan on an auspicious day. Upon returning to their hometown, Zhang Na and Zhang Qing hurriedly went home and reported the matter to their father. Unexpectedly, since Zhang Na left, his wife passed away not long after. He became a lonely old man, living a solitary life. Suddenly seeing Zhang Na and Zhang Qing alive, he was overjoyed, hardly believing his eyes. Witnessing Zhang Bijia and his family arriving, the old man, too overwhelmed to express joy or sorrow, stood there in a daze. Zhang Na informed his father that Zhang Bijia's family had also come. The father, stunned by the news, stopped crying and stood there blankly. Shortly after, Zhang Bijia arrived, paid respects to the father, and the old lady, holding the old man, burst into tears facing each other. Seeing many servants and maids following them, the father felt uneasy and didn't know whether to sit or stand. Upon learning that the mother had passed away, Zhang Qing, overwhelmed by grief, fainted, only waking up after a meal. Zhang Bijia provided funds to build a residence for the Zhang family and invited a teacher to educate the 2 younger brothers. Before long, the Zhang family prospered, with lively horses in the stable and laughter echoing in the hall, becoming a wealthy household in the local area. In the concluding part of this story, the author includes the following commentary. When I heard about this story, I shed tears several times from beginning to end. A teenager voluntarily going up the mountain to chop wood, helping his abused brother. It's truly reminiscent of figures like Wang Lan. So, for the first time, I couldn't help but shed tears. When the tiger took away Zhang Qing, I cried again, exclaiming, "Is heaven also so blind?" When the Zhang brothers unexpectedly reunited, I once again shed tears out of joy. The Zhang brothers unexpectedly gained another elder brother, and I added a layer of sadness, shedding tears for Zhang Bijia's plight. A family reunion, unexpected encounters, unforeseen joy, my unbidden tears, and finally, shedding tears for old Zhang. I wonder if there will be anyone in the future who, like me, is so prone to tears? In this story, there is a mention of a person performing the jumping deity ritual. This practice is associated with shamanism, serving as a religious activity where an individual communicates with spirits or ghosts through peculiar dances. The dance is also employed for healing, divination, exorcism, and other spiritual purposes. These deities often wear masks, distinctive costumes, tie bells around their waists, and hold drums and whips during the dance. This religious activity is still preserved in many Asian countries to this day. Fourth Sister Who. There was a scholar surnamed Shang from Taishan, and for convenience, let's call him Shang Sheng. To focus on his studies, Shang Sheng lived alone in a simple study. One autumn night, under the radiant Milky Way and the high-hanging bright moon, Shang Sheng strolled alone among the flowers and trees, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a woman appeared, leaping over the wall. She smiled and said to Shang Sheng, "What are you, the scholar, thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in your thoughts?" Intrigued by the voice, Shang Sheng approached and discovered that the newcomer was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Astonished and delighted, he embraced her, and they entered the study, indulging in intimacy. The woman introduced herself, saying, "My surname is Hu, and you can call me Third Sister." When Shang Sheng asked where she lived, she only smiled, refusing to answer. Understanding her reluctance, Shang Sheng stopped pressing her, hoping to be with her forever. From then on, the woman visited Shang Sheng every night. One night, under the lamplight, Third Sister Hu and Shang Sheng sat close together. Because Shang Sheng was so fond of Third Sister Hu, he couldn't help but stare at her intently. Third Sister Hu, with a smile, said, "Why are you staring at me so fixedly?" Shang Sheng replied, "I see you as radiant as the red peony and beautiful as the green peach blossom. Even if I gaze at you all night, it wouldn't be enough." Third Sister Hu teased, "For someone as plain-looking as me, to catch your attention like this. If you meet my sister, Fourth Sister Hu, I wonder how infatuated you'll become." Shang Sheng, feeling even more stirred, couldn't wait to meet Fourth Sister Hu. He knelt down and begged Third Sister Hu to introduce him to her sister as soon as possible. Another night passed, and as expected, Third Sister Hu brought Fourth Sister Hu with her. The latter was around 15 or 16 years old, with a face as delicate and moist as dew-kissed lotus petals or the tender apricot blossoms bathed in mist. A charming smile revealed infinite charm and beauty. Shang Sheng couldn't contain his joy and quickly invited them to sit. While Third Sister Hu engaged in cheerful conversation with Shang Sheng, Fourth Sister Hu kept her head down, playing with the embroidered ribbon around her waist. After a short while, Third Sister Hu decided to leave, and Fourth Sister Hu planned to follow her back. However, Shang Sheng firmly held on to Fourth Sister Hu, not allowing her to leave. He pleaded with Third Sister Hu, "Help me persuade her to stay." Third Sister laughed and said, "Look at you, impatient lover. Girl, stay a bit longer." Without saying anything, Fourth Sister Hu stayed as Third Sister Hu left. That night, Shang Sheng and Fourth Sister Hu enjoyed each other's company. Later, they lay side by side, sharing their life stories without reservation. Fourth sister Hu revealed to Shangsheng that she was actually a fox spirit. Due to Shangsheng's deep love for her beauty, he wasn't surprised. Fourth sister Hu continued. My sister is malicious and has already caused the death of 3 people. If someone is enchanted by her, there's no escape from death. I am fortunate to be loved by you, and I can't bear to see you die. You should sever ties with her as soon as possible. Shangsheng, feeling frightened, begged fourth sister Hu for a solution. She said, though I am a fox, I have learned the magic of immortals. I can put a talisman on your bedroom door, preventing her from entering. So, fourth sister Hu wrote a talisman for Shangsheng. The next morning, when third sister Hu arrived, she saw the talisman and dared not enter. She spoke from outside the door. You ungrateful girl. You forget the matchmaker who brought you together. Since you two are destined, I won't hold a grudge against you. But why did you have to do this? With that, she helplessly left. After a few days, fourth sister Hu had some matters to attend to elsewhere and agreed to meet Shangsheng again the following night. On that day, feeling a bit bored, Shangsheng decided to go out for a stroll. He arrived at a dense grove of oak trees on the mountainside and noticed a graceful-looking woman emerging from the thick foliage. She approached Shangsheng and said, why should you indulge in infatuating yourself with the Hu sisters? Even if they are beautiful, they haven't given you a single penny. As she spoke, she took out a string of coins and gave them to Shangsheng. The woman then said, take these coins back first, buy some good wine. I will later bring some snacks and dishes to enjoy with you. Shangsheng returned to his residence with the money and followed the woman's instructions. Before long, the woman did arrive, placing a roasted chicken and a salted pork elbow on a small table. She then skillfully cut them into bite-sized pieces with a knife. The woman and Shangsheng drank, joked, and enjoyed a pleasant time together. Later, they extinguished the lamp, got into bed, and indulged in intimacy and revelry. It wasn't until daylight that they rose from bed. Just as the woman sat at the bedside putting on her shoes, they suddenly heard voices outside the door. Upon closer listening, they realized someone had entered the canopy and, to their surprise, it was the Hu sisters. The woman hastily fled upon seeing them, leaving behind the shoes she hadn't had time to put on. The Hu sisters scolded the woman's back, accusing her of daring to sleep with someone. They chased her, and after some time, returned. Fourth sister Hu reproached Shangsheng, saying, you are really worthless, pairing up with that vixen. I can't be close to you anymore. Saying this, she angrily intended to leave. Shangsheng, frightened, knelt on the ground, desperately pleading with her not to be angry. Third sister Hu also intervened and calmed down fourth sister Hu's anger. From then on, they continued their relationship as before. One day, a man from Shangxi arrived at Shangsheng's doorstep riding a donkey. As soon as he arrived, he loudly exclaimed, "I've been searching for you fox spirits everywhere for quite some time. Finally, I've found you." Shangsheng's father, hearing the man's strange words, inquired why he was saying such things. The man replied, "I roam the mountains and waters daily, traveling far and wide. For 8 or 9 months a year, I am away from my hometown. Unfortunately, due to my negligence, my brother was bewitched and killed by a fox spirit. I returned home filled with grief and anger, vowing to find and kill that fox spirit. Now, after traveling thousands of miles, I still haven't found its trace. And now, the fox spirit is in your house. If I don't eliminate it today, someone else will surely be killed like my brother in the future." At that time, Shangsheng had an intimate relationship with the Hu sisters, and his parents had some awareness of it. Hearing the guest's words, they naturally became very frightened. So, Shangsheng's parents immediately invited the guest inside, pleading with him to perform his magical arts. The guest took out 2 bottles and placed them on the ground, then drew symbols and chanted incantations. After a long while, 4 dark clouds were separated and entered the bottles. The guest joyfully pointed at the bottles and said, "The entire family of that fox spirit is here." He then sealed the bottles tightly with pig bladder, securing the bottle openings. Shangsheng's father was also delighted and insisted on treating the guest to a meal. However, Shangsheng felt uneasy. Approaching the bottles to sneak a peek, he heard 4th Sister Hu speaking to him from inside. "You watched without helping. How can you be so heartless?" Distressed, Shangsheng hurriedly tried to open the sealed bottles, but the knots were tied tightly, and he couldn't untie them. 4th Sister Hu said again, "You don't need to untie the knots. Just knock down the flag on the altar, then use a needle to puncture the pig bladder, and I'll be able to come out." Shangsheng followed 4th Sister Hu's instructions, and indeed, he saw a wisp of white vapor escaping through the hole and ascending into the sky. When the man from Shangxi emerged, he saw the fallen flag and exclaimed, "The fox spirit escaped. It must be your doing, sir." Then, he bent down to shake the bottles, carefully listened, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Fortunately, only one escaped. This creature hasn't done anything wrong. It shouldn't die. I can forgive it." So, the man from Shangxi carried the bottles and bid farewell. One day, Shangsheng was supervising the laborers harvesting wheat in the fields when he suddenly saw 4th Sister Hu sitting under a tree in the distance. Shangsheng walked briskly towards her, took her hand, and greeted her. 4th Sister Hu said, "Since we parted last time, 10 spring and autumns have passed. Now, I have cultivated into a fox immortal. However, because I still miss you, my heart cannot let go of you. So today, I've come to see you again." Shangsheng wanted to bring 4th Sister Hu back home, but she said, I have changed over the years and can no longer be entangled in worldly emotions. However, we will meet again in the future." After saying this, she disappeared. Over 20 years later, Shang Sheng was sitting alone in his house when he suddenly saw fourth sister Hu coming in from outside. Shang Sheng happily approached her to talk. Fourth sister Hu said to him, "I have now ascended to the ranks of immortals and shouldn't have come back to the mortal world. But I am grateful for your affection, so I came specially to tell you the time of your death. You can take care of your affairs in advance. Don't be sad, I will guide you to become a ghost immortal, so you won't have to endure the suffering of reincarnation." After saying this, she bid farewell and left. On the day predicted by fourth sister Hu, Shang Sheng indeed passed away. In the story, Shang Sheng is a relative and close friend of my friend Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu told me that he personally witnessed this incident. Miss Chiao. In Guangdong, there was a gentry surnamed Fu. At the age of over 60, he finally had a son named Fu Lian. Though Fu Lian is very intelligent, he was born with incomplete genitalia, and it wasn't until he was 17 that his genitals reached the size of a silkworm. This fact was known far and wide, causing no one to be willing to marry their daughters to him. Fu Lian, estimating that the family lineage of the Fu clan was on the verge of extinction, worried day and night, but there was nothing he could do. As Fu Lian grew older, he studied with a teacher. One day, when the teacher had to go out for some reason, there happened to be a monkey show outside the school. Fu Lian joined the crowd, neglecting his studies. Anticipating punishment from his teacher upon his return, Fu Lian, filled with fear, unexpectedly chose to run away from home. He wandered aimlessly, and several miles away from home, he encountered a young lady in white, accompanied by a little maid walking ahead. When the lady turned around, Fu Lian saw that she was exceptionally enchanting. With delicate and unhurried steps, she moved forward, and Fu Lian quickened his pace to catch up. The lady turned to the maid and said, "Go inquire with that gentleman whether he intends to go to Hainan Island." The maid turned back and signaled Fu Lian to inquire. Fu Lian asked what the matter was, and the lady said, "If you are heading to Hainan Island, I have a letter here. Could you please deliver it to my hometown? My mother is at home and can also host you as a guest." Since Fu Lian had no specific destination for this journey, considering that Hainan Island was just a sea crossing away, he agreed. Fu Lian asked for the lady's name and address, and she replied, "My surname is Hua, and I live in Qin New Village, about 3 or 4 miles north of the city." Subsequently, Fu Lian took a boat to Hainan Island. When he arrived at the northern part of Cheongzhou City, the sun had already set. He inquired about the location of Qin Village from the people around, but no one knew. He had no choice but to walk alone for about 4 or 5 miles to the north of the city. By this time, the stars and moon were high in the sky, and the desolate grasslands provided no sight of an inn, making him extremely embarrassed. Fu Lian saw a tomb on the side of the road and planned to rest by it. However, fearing the presence of tigers and wolves, he climbed up a tree and crouched on a branch like a monkey. Listening to the rustling of pine trees and the mournful cries of night insects, he felt uneasy and regretful thoughts burned within him. Suddenly, Fu Lian heard people talking beneath him. Peering down, he saw what seemed to be a courtyard below, with a beautiful woman sitting on a stone, accompanied by two maids holding lanterns on her left and right. The lady said to the maid on the left, "On this bright moonlit night, go get some specially brewed tea from Lady Hua and bring me a cup. I want to enjoy this beautiful night." Fu Lian thought these people were ghosts and spirits, and his hair stood on end, making him hesitant to breathe heavily. Suddenly, one maid raised her head and said, "There's someone in the tree." The beautiful woman was startled and stood up, saying, "Who dares to be so bold, secretly spying on others?" Fu Lian was very frightened but couldn't escape. He had no choice but to climb down from the tree and beg the lady for forgiveness. Approaching him, the woman was more pleased than angry. She pulled Fu Lian up and sat him beside her. Fu Lian, squinting, noticed that the woman was about 17 or 18 years old, exceptionally charming in appearance. Listening to her speak, he knew she also had a non-local accent. The beautiful woman asked, "Sir, where are you heading?" Fu Lian replied, "I'm delivering a letter for someone else." The woman said, "The wilderness is full of bandits. It's worrying for someone like you to camp outdoors. If you don't mind the simplicity of my humble grass hut, I hope you can come to my house and rest." She then invited Fu Lian into the house. Inside, they found only one bed, and the beautiful woman ordered the maids to lay out 2 quilts. Feeling ashamed, Fu Lian insisted on sleeping on the floor. The woman smiled and said, "As an honored guest, how can I sleep alone in a comfortable bed like Chen Yuanlong did in the 3 kingdoms?" Helpless, Fu Lian had no choice but to share the bed with the lady. Due to fear and anxiety, he dared not stretch his body. After a while, the beautiful woman secretly reached into Fu Lian's quilt. She gently stroked Fu Lian's legs, but Fu Lian pretended to be asleep, as if he felt nothing. After a while, she simply lifted the quilt and got in, shaking Fu Lian. However, Fu Lian remained motionless. The beautiful woman then put her hand in his private area, and as soon as she touched it, she hesitated and quietly left Fu Lian's quilt. Shortly after, the beautiful woman started crying. Fu Lian felt both anxious and guilty, regretting that his physiological deficiency had caused this. The lady called the maid to light a lamp, and when she saw tears on her face, the maid asked what had happened. The lady shook her head and said, "I'm just lamenting my bad luck." The maid stood by the bed, observing her expression. The beautiful woman pointed at Fu Lian and said, "Wake him up and let him go." Fu Lian felt even more ashamed and remorseful, but at the same time, he feared that, at this late hour, He had nowhere to go in the vast wilderness. He was contemplating when a woman pushed open the door. The maid exclaimed, "It's Lady Hua." Fu Lian secretly observed and saw a woman in her 50s, still full of charm, entering. Seeing that the beautiful woman was still awake, Hua asked about the situation, but the beauty didn't answer. Hua noticed there was another person lying on the bed and asked, "Who is the person sleeping in the same bed with you?" The maid answered on behalf. "A young man came here to stay overnight." Hua laughed and said, "I didn't know that Miss Qiao has already become someone's wife." However, when she saw Qiao still had tears in her eyes, she asked in surprise, "This should be the time for entering the bridal chamber. You shouldn't be so sad. Did your husband treat you too rudely?" Qiao remained silent but looked even sadder. Hua tried to lift the clothes to check on Fu Lian. As she shook the clothes, a letter fell onto the bed. Hua picked it up and, upon seeing the handwriting, exclaimed, "This is my daughter's handwriting." She opened the letter and kept expressing astonishment. Qiao asked what was going on, and Hua said, "This is a letter from your sister. She says her husband Wu Lang has died. Now she is alone and helpless. What should we do?" Qiao pointed at Fu Lian and said, "He initially said he was delivering a letter for someone, luckily he hasn't left yet." Hua woke Fu Lian up and asked him about the origin of the letter. Fu Lian recounted the entire story. Hua said, "Sir, you've come a long way to deliver a letter. It's truly arduous. How should I repay you?" She scrutinized Fu Lian and asked with a smile, "How did you offend Miss Qiao?" Fu Lian said, "I have no idea." Hua then asked Qiao, and she sighed, saying, "I am heartbroken. When I was alive, I married someone like a eunuch. Now that he's dead, I've encountered a similar person, so I feel sad." Hua looked at Fu Lian and said, "You clever fellow, are you really a man in a woman's body? Since you are my guest, you shouldn't disturb others all the time." Then she led Fu Lian to the east wing. Hua reached into Fu Lian's pants, smiled, and said, "You can't blame Qiao for crying. Fortunately, there is still a root, and there can be an attempt at treatment." She lit a lamp, searched through all the boxes, found a black pill, handed it to Fu Lian, asked him to swallow it, and instructed him not to move before leaving. Fu Lian lay alone, pondering what kind of illness this pill could cure. Early next morning, when Fu Lian just woke up, he felt a stream of heat below his navel, rushing straight to his private parts, as if something was hanging between his legs. When he touched it with his hand, he found that he had become a real man. Fu Lian was overjoyed, feeling as ecstatic as if he had just been granted the 9 excellencies. He saw that the window paper was just turning white, and Hua entered. She brought cakes for Fu Lian to eat, instructed him to sit patiently, closed the door again, and left. After Hua came out, she said to Qiao, The kid inside has the credit for delivering the letter. I'll keep him here until Sanyang comes back, and let him establish a sisterly relationship with Sanyang. I'll lock him inside for now to avoid unpleasantness when people see him." After saying that, she left. Fu Lian wandered around in the room, feeling bored. From time to time, he walked to the crack of the door, peering outside like a bird in a cage. He saw Qiao and intended to greet her and show his attention, but he felt embarrassed and gave up the idea. When evening came, Hua returned with Sanyang. She opened the door and said to Fu Lian, "You must be bored to death. Sanyang is here to thank you." The woman he had encountered on the road slowly entered the room and saluted him. Hua also told them to address each other as brother and sister. Qiao smiled and said, "You can also address each other as sisters." Everyone gathered in the main hall and sat around drinking. During the banquet, Qiao jokingly asked Fu Lian, "Can eunuchs also be attracted to beautiful women?" Fu Lian replied, "A cripple doesn't forget his shoes, and a blind person doesn't forget to look." Hearing this, they all smiled knowingly. Because Sanyang was tired from the journey, Qiao insisted she go rest. Hua glanced at Sanyang, signaling her to go with Fu Lian. Sanyang blushed and refused to move. Hua said, "This man is actually a woman. What's there to be afraid of?" She urged the two to leave together. She privately told Fu Lian, "In secret, you are my son-in-law. On the surface, pretend to be my son, that will do." Fu Lian was very happy and took Sanyang to bed. That night, it was as if a newly sharpened knife was being tested, and the speed could be imagined. After finishing, Fu Lian asked Sanyang by the pillow, "Who is Qiao?" Sanyang said, "She's a ghost. Although Qiao is beautiful, her fate is unfortunate. She was married to the youngest son of the Mao family during her lifetime. However, that guy had a defect and couldn't perform marital duties even at the age of 18. So, Qiao lived in sorrow and died with resentment." Fu Lian was shocked, suspecting that Sanyang was also a ghost. Sanyang said, "I'll tell you the truth. I'm not a ghost, I'm a fox. Qiao lives alone, and my mother and I have nowhere to go, so we borrowed her house to live together." Fu Lian was amazed, and Sanyang said, "Don't be afraid. Although we are a ghost and a fox, we have no intention of harming you." From then on, they ate, drank, and chatted together every day. Although Fu Lian knew Qiao wasn't human, he liked her graceful beauty. He was just regretful that he didn't have a chance to please her. Fu Lian was gentle and educated, good at telling jokes, and was very loved by Qiao. One day, Lady Hua and Sanyang went out, leaving Fu Lian locked inside the house. Feeling bored, Fu Lian paced around the room, calling out to Qiao through the closed door. Qiao instructed the maid to open the door, and after trying several keys, the door finally opened. Fu Lian approached Xiao and whispered in her ear that he wanted to be alone with her for a while. Xiao sent the maid away. Fu Lian embraced Xiao, and they lay down on the bed, closely entwined. Xiao playfully used her hand to touch him below the navel, sighing and saying, "It's a pity that such a good person like you is lacking something." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt something thick in her hand. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why was it so small before, and now it suddenly became thick and large?" Fu Lian smiled and said, "It's because it used to be shy in front of guests, so it retracted. Now, due to your teasing embarrassment, it swelled up like an angry frog." The two of them then embraced affectionately. After a while, Xiao angrily said, "Now I understand why they locked you in the room. Before, they, mother and daughter, had nowhere to settle and roamed everywhere. I lent them the house to live in. San Yang learned embroidery from me, and I never hesitated to teach her. Yet, they are so jealous of me." Fu Lian tried to console and explain, revealing the truth to her. However, Xiao still blamed them. Fu Lian said, "Don't make it public. Hua instructed me not to talk about this." Before he could finish speaking, Hua entered through the door, and the two hurriedly got up. Hua stared and asked, "Who opened the door?" Xiao admitted with a smile that it was her doing. Hua, even angrier, continued to nag endlessly. Xiao sarcastically remarked, "Grandmother, your words are so amusing. What can this man do, just like a woman?" San Yang, seeing the ongoing dispute between her mother and Xiao, felt uneasy and intervened on both sides, ultimately turning their anger into happiness. Although Xiao's words were fierce, she willingly treated San Yang with respect. However, due to Hua's vigilance day and night, Xiao and Fu Lian, though in love, couldn't be together. They could only exchange affectionate glances. One day, Hua instructed Fu Lian, "My daughter San Yang and Xiao have both become your wives. Considering that you can't stay here indefinitely, you should return home and inform your parents, allowing them to confirm the engagement between our two families." She then prepared Fu Lian's belongings and urged him to leave. San Yang and Xiao faced Fu Lian with sorrowful expressions, especially Xiao, who was moved to tears that flowed uncontrollably. Hua advised and restrained them, then pulled Fu Lian away. The two of them reached the door, and suddenly, the courtyard and buildings vanished, returning to the desolate tomb by the roadside. Hua then accompanied Fu Lian onto the boat, saying, "After you leave, I will take the two girls to your hometown and rent a house. If you remember everything that happened here, come to the abandoned garden at the Li family to marry the two girls." Fu Lian then returned home. At that time, Fu Lian's father was anxiously searching for his son. When he saw his son return, he was naturally overjoyed. Fu Lian briefly recounted the events and informed his father about the marriage with the Hua family. His father said, "How can you believe in their supernatural words? You managed to come back alive purely due to your physiological defect, otherwise, you might have been killed. Fu Lian defended. Although they are not humans, their emotions are the same as ours. Besides, the two girls are intelligent and beautiful. Marrying them wouldn't be a subject of ridicule among relatives and friends. His father remained silent, only smiling at him. After leaving his father's room, Fu Lian, emboldened by his abilities, couldn't resist engaging in improper relationships with the maids. Gradually, it escalated to the point where he openly indulged in promiscuous behavior during broad daylight, intending to shock his parents. One day, Fu Lian was caught engaging in such activities with a maid by another servant girl who hastily reported it to his mother. Initially skeptical, his mother went to check and was genuinely shocked. She questioned the servant girl, learning the entire situation. Fu Lian's mother was ecstatic and proudly boasted to everyone, proclaiming her son as a true man. She even intended to find a wealthy family for him to propose to. Privately, Fu Lian told his mother, "I won't marry anyone except the Hua family girls." His mother said, "There's no shortage of beautiful women in the world. Why choose a female ghost?" Fu Lian replied, "If it weren't for Hua, I wouldn't have understood the relationships between men and women. If I go back on my promise now, it might bring misfortune to the family." Helpless, Fu Lian's father reluctantly agreed with his son's decision and sent a male servant and an old maidservant to investigate the location specified by Hua. They walked about 4 or 5 miles outside the East City Gate and found the Li family garden. Amidst the broken walls and bamboo trees, there was wisps of smoke rising. The old maidservant alighted from the carriage and walked straight to the door, where she saw the mother and daughter wiping tables and washing dishes, as if awaiting guests. The old maidservant paid her respects and conveyed the master's intentions. When she saw San Yang, she exclaimed, "Is this the future wife of our young master? I find her endearing. No wonder the young master dreams of you." Then, the old maidservant asked Xiao. Hua sighed. "She is my adopted daughter. She unexpectedly passed away 3 days ago." After that, she entertained the old maidservant and the male servant with food and wine. The old maidservant returned home and praised San Yang's appearance and behavior. Fu Lian's parents were delighted upon hearing this. Later, the old maidservant mentioned Xiao's death, and Fu Lian, feeling sorrowful, shed tears. On the night of the wedding, when Fu Lian saw Hua again, he inquired about Xiao. Hua replied, "She has already reincarnated in the north." Fu Lian, upon hearing this, lamented and felt heartbroken for a long time. Although Fu Lian married San Yang, he never forgot about Xiao. Whenever someone arrived from Cheongzhou, he would summon them to inquire. There were claims of hearing the ghostly cries from the tomb of Qin at night. Fu Lian found this strange and informed San Yang about it. After contemplating for a long time, San Yang, with tears in her eyes, said, "It's my fault for Qiao." Fu Lian pressed on, and Sanyang replied. When my mother and I arrived, we didn't inform Xiao about this. Could it be her resentful cries they hear at night? I planned to tell you earlier, but I was afraid your mother would blame me. Fu Lian, upon learning this, turned sorrow into joy. Immediately, he ordered a carriage, and day and night, they rushed to the king's tomb. Knocking on the trees in front of the tomb and calling out loudly, "Qiao, Qiao! I've come, I'm here." Before long, Fu Lian saw a girl holding a child walking out of the tomb. She looked up at Fu Lian with a bitter expression, weeping and gazing at him with resentment. Fu Lian also shed tears. He observed the infant in Xiao's arms and asked whose child it was. Xiao said, "This is your illegitimate child. I've given birth to him 3 months ago." Fu Lian sighed. "It's all my fault for mishearing Hua's words, causing distress to you and your child. I can't escape this sin." They then left the grave together, crossed the sea, and returned home. Fu Lian brought his son to see his mother. His mother examined the child, seeing that he was robust and not at all like a ghost. She was overjoyed. Xiao and Sanyang got along harmoniously, and they were filial to the elderly. Later, Fu Lian's father fell ill and consulted a doctor. Xiao said, "The old master's illness is incurable. His soul has already left his body." She urged the family to prepare for the funeral. After everything was arranged, Fu Lian's father passed away. When Xiao's son grew up, he resembled his father, was exceptionally intelligent, and passed the provincial exam at the age of 14. Wang Zixia, who was residing in Guangdong at the time, heard this story but didn't remember the place name and was unsure of the ultimate fate of the Fu family. The Fox in Fenzhou. In Fenzhou, there was a judge surnamed Zhu. Let's call him Judge Zhu for now. In Judge Zhu's official residence, there were many foxes, but he was not afraid of them. Instead, he harmoniously coexisted with these foxes. One night, Judge Zhu was sitting in his bedroom reading when suddenly a woman walked around in the light. Initially, Judge Zhu thought she was a maid from the household and didn't pay much attention. However, when he looked up, he realized he didn't recognize the woman before him. She was exceptionally beautiful, and Judge Zhu understood in his heart that she was a fox. Despite this, because he liked her, he loudly called her over. Upon hearing his call, the woman stopped and, smiling, said, "Are you calling me so loudly? Do you mistake me for a servant or an old woman?" Judge Zhu laughed, stood up, pulled her over, and had her sit down. He apologized to the woman, and then the two of them began to talk intimately. As time passed, their relationship became as close as that of a married couple. One day, the woman suddenly said to Judge Zhu, "You're going to be promoted, and the day we have to part is approaching." Judge Zhu asked, "When?" The woman replied, "It should be in the next few days." However, When the news of your promotion is delivered to the doorstep, mourners will also arrive at the entrance of your hometown. Therefore, you may not be able to assume the new position. Sure enough, 3 days later, the joyous news of promotion arrived. But the next day, Judge Zhu received the news of his mother's passing. He had to resign from his official position. He planned to return to his hometown with the woman, but she disagreed. She accompanied Judge Zhu to the riverside, and he forcibly pulled her onto the boat. The woman said to him, "Don't you know? Foxes cannot cross the river." Unwilling to part with the woman, Judge Zhu stayed by the riverside. At that moment, the woman suddenly said she needed to leave for a while to visit an old friend. After some time, she returned. Soon after, she claimed there were visitors to attend to and left again. Judge Zhu waited by the riverside for a long time before she returned. She said to Judge Zhu, "Please board the boat, I will take you across the river." Surprised, Judge Zhu said, "Didn't you say just now that foxes cannot cross the river? How can you cross it now?" The woman explained, "The one I visited just now was no one else but the river god of this river. I specially requested his permission to cross for you. He granted me a 10-day deadline, so I must return in 10 days. Therefore, I can temporarily accompany you back to your hometown." So, the two of them crossed the river together. On the 10th day, as expected, the woman parted ways with Judge Zhu. Magistrate of Wu County. In Wu County, there was a county magistrate whose name had been forgotten by the people. This magistrate was known for his integrity during his term and had a good reputation in the local community. In Wu County, the custom of venerating the city god was deeply ingrained. People would carve wooden statues of city god, adorned with splendid clothing and even equipped with mechanisms that made the statue move like a living being. During city god's birthday, the locals would pool money to organize a temple fair. They would parade through the streets, carrying the city god statue, accompanied by various flags, banners, and ceremonial items. The streets would be lively, filled with people and the festive atmosphere. This celebration of city god's birthday had become a customary event, and the people, year after year, would organize it with great diligence. One day, the county magistrate encountered the procession while he was out. He stopped his carriage to inquire, and the commoners explained the situation to him. Upon further inquiry, he learned that such celebrations cost the people a significant amount of money. However, due to their unwavering faith in the deity, they willingly endured personal hardships, sacrificing their own comfort to contribute to the festivities. The county magistrate became angry upon hearing this. He pointed at the city god statue and reprimanded it, saying, "City god is supposed to be the lord of the city. If he is incompetent and ineffective, then he is nothing more than a confused ghost, unworthy of such reverence. If he truly has divine powers, he should encourage the people to cherish their possessions. How can he allow such extravagant spending, depleting the hard-earned money of the people. With that, he forcefully toppled the statue and ordered the bailiffs to give it 20 lashes. From that day onwards, this custom was abolished in Wu County. The magistrate's upright and selfless conduct earned him the affection of the commoners, despite his youthful and playful nature. A year later, he accidentally fell from a ladder while rescuing fledglings from under the eaves of the government office. His injuries were severe, breaking not only his leg but also leading to his untimely death. When the people heard of this, they gathered at the city god temple, loudly expressing their grievances, as if arguing with the deity. This continued for several days, with the commoners refusing to cease their protests. The people of Wu County did not forget the magistrate's kindness, and they came together to pray for resolution. They decided to build a new temple dedicated to the deceased magistrate, and the conflict with the deity was finally appeased. This new temple was also named City God Temple. Every spring and autumn, the locals would gather to worship at the temple, giving even more importance to it than the original city god. Since then, Wu County has been home to 2 city god deities. Swift Blade. In the waning years of the Ming Dynasty, numerous thieves emerged in the vicinity of Jinan Prefecture. Various counties and towns deployed a large number of official troops to handle the situation, and their method of dealing with the thieves was quite straightforward. Once caught, they were executed. The region of Jiangxiu, in particular, had a high concentration of thieves. Among the soldiers stationed there was an individual whose blade was exceptionally sharp. Each time he beheaded someone, the knife would cleanly slice through the bone gap at the neck, showcasing a precise and swift technique. One day, the official troops in Jiangxiu captured over a dozen thieves and were preparing to escort them to the execution ground. Among the captured thieves happened to be someone who knew this particular soldier. He hesitantly spoke to the soldier. "I've heard your blade is the quickest, and you never strike twice when beheading. I implore you to be the one to end my life." The soldier responded, "All right. Pay close attention and stay right by my side. Do not wander off." So, the thief closely followed the soldier to the execution ground. During the execution, the soldier made a single swift motion with his blade, cleanly severing the head of the thief. The head rolled a few steps away from the body, continuing to spin. Surprisingly, even as it rolled away, the head loudly exclaimed, "What a fast blade!" Foxes in Wei County. The Li family in Wei County had a vacant villa. One day, an old man suddenly appeared, expressing his interest in renting the villa. An agreement was reached with the Li family for an annual rent of 50 taels of silver, and the head of the Li family agreed. However, after the old man left, there was no news for a long time. The head of the Li family, unable to wait, instructed the family to consider renting the house to another family. Not long after, the old man returned, saying, "Renting your house has already been settled between us. The reason for the delay is that I needed to choose a good day to move. Now I have chosen a date, which is in 10 days. He paid a year's rent in advance and told the head of the Lee family, even if the house remains vacant throughout the year, please do not inquire about it in the future. The head of the Lee family escorted the old man out and asked for the specific moving date, which the old man also provided. Several days had passed since the date the old man mentioned for moving, but there was still no sign of any activity around the villa. The head of the Lee family decided to visit the property he intended to rent out to see what was going on. To his surprise, although the two large gates were closed from the inside, there was smoke rising from the courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of people talking. The head of the Lee family was intrigued and decided to present his name card, intending to visit the old man. On the official day of the visit, the old man respectfully came out to greet the head of the Lee family. He warmly welcomed the head of the Lee family into the house, wearing a smile on his face and appearing amiable. After the head of the Lee family returned, he sent gifts as a token of appreciation. The old man, grateful for the gesture, generously reciprocated the gifts. A few days later, the head of the Lee family hosted a banquet and invited the old man, and both families enjoyed a harmonious and pleasant dinner together. The head of the Lee family asked about the old man's hometown, and he replied, in Shaanxi. The head of the Lee family was surprised, not understanding why the old man's family had come from such a distant place. The old man explained, "This place of yours is a blessed land. Shaanxi is no longer suitable for living because a great disaster is about to occur there. However, since the world was peaceful at that time, the head of the Lee family didn't believe it and treated the old man's words as mere talk, without probing further. A day later, the old man sent an invitation, expressing a desire to reciprocate the landlord's friendship. During the banquet, the head of the Lee family noticed that the old man's residence and the food were extremely luxurious. The head of the Lee family was even more astonished, suspecting that the old man might be an official flaunting his wealth. However, because of their good relationship, the old man openly admitted that he was actually a fox. The head of the Lee family was extremely shocked and later shared this story with everyone he met. The local gentry in the city heard about this strange occurrence and were eager to visit the villa. Consequently, people would come to the old man's house every day, either by carriage or horse, hoping to befriend him. The old man was very polite, bowing respectfully to receive anyone who came. Gradually, even officials from the county began to have dealings with the old man. However, when the county magistrate requested a meeting with the old man, he would always find an excuse to decline. For some unknown reason, the magistrate asked the head of the Lee family to go to the old man's house and inquire about the situation. Despite knowing the magistrate's request, the old man still refused to meet him. When asked about the reason, the old man left his seat, approached the head of the Lee family, and whispered to him, "How would you know? That magistrate in his past life was just a donkey. Though he can put on airs and act superior to the common people, deep down, he remains a shameless person. Although I'm not human, I'm ashamed to associate with such individuals. The head of the Li family understood everything but dared not speak directly to the magistrate. Instead, he fabricated a story and told the magistrate. The fox said you are a divine being, and the reason he doesn't want to see you is out of awe. The magistrate believed it to be true and decided not to meet the old man. This incident occurred in the 11th year of the Kangxi reign. Soon after, the Shaanxi region did experience turmoil, proving the old man's prediction correct. People often say that foxes can foresee future events, and it seems to be true. At the end of the story, the author provided the following commentary. The donkey, considered a colossal creature, can be quite formidable. When it becomes angry, it kicks and brays recklessly, its eyes widening even more than a wine cup, and its roar louder than a cow's. Not only does it have an unpleasant voice, but it is also unsightly. However, if you entice it with a bundle of hay, it will willingly submit, happily accepting control. If such a creature were to become an official, towering over the common people, it would undoubtedly be both greedy and shameless. Let us hope that those in authority governing the people can take the donkey as a warning. This way, foxes might be willing to engage in discussions, and their virtues will inevitably improve over time. Dragons. In the borderlands of Shandong and Beizili, a dragon suddenly fell into a village. It moved clumsily and heavily, wriggling its way into the house of a local gentry. However, the dragon's body could barely fit through the gentry's front door. It forcibly squeezed itself inside, frightening the entire gentry family. Some of them shouted from the tower, while others fired makeshift guns and cannons with a thunderous roar. The dragon, alarmed by the commotion, eventually left. Coincidentally, there was a shallow puddle of water just outside the gentry's gate, measuring less than a foot deep. The dragon, upon seeing the water, crawled into it. It rolled its body in the water, covering itself in mud. After getting wet, it tried to leap into the air to fly to the sky, but its body only rose about a foot above the ground before falling back down. In this way, it coiled in the muddy water for 3 days, covered in flies on its scales. One day, it started raining heavily, and the dragon seemed to have enough water. It soared into the sky amid thunder. On another day, a scholar surnamed Fong and his friends climbed Mount Nyo together. At the mountaintop, they saw a temple and decided to explore it. Suddenly, a yellow brick fell from the beams of the temple, with a small snake coiled on it. The snake was initially thin like an earthworm, but suddenly it turned around, and its body widened to the thickness of a finger. It turned again, and its body became as wide as a ribbon. The onlookers were amazed, believing it to be a dragon, and hastily fled the temple, running down the mountain. As they reached the mountainside, they heard a thunderous sound from the temple. The black clouds in the sky instantly transformed into something resembling a pot lid. A giant dragon in the clouds rolled and tumbled freely for a while before disappearing. I've also heard another story. In Jiangsu, there was a common woman walking in a field when suddenly she encountered a strong windstorm, and dust and sand filled the air. The woman felt as if one of her eyes was squinting, making it extremely uncomfortable, as if there were barley husks inside. Despite rubbing and having others blow into her eye, the discomfort persisted. When she looked into the mirror, opening her eyelids for a closer inspection, she found nothing wrong with her eye. There was only a red line winding at the border between the eyeball and the eyelid. Someone told her, "The red line in your eye is a dormant dragon." The woman, filled with worry and fear, thought that she would die this way. However, after more than 3 months, a violent rainstorm suddenly occurred. With a thunderous roar, the dragon surged out of the woman's eye and flew away. Surprisingly, the woman was unharmed. Yuan Xuanzi also once told me about an incident in Suzhou. On a gloomy day, there was a sudden thunderstorm, and people noticed a dragon hanging on the edge of the clouds. Its scales moved, and in its claws, it held a human head with distinct facial features. After a while, the dragon disappeared into the clouds. However, there were no reports of anyone losing their head in Suzhou at that time. Hongyu. In Guangping County, there was an old man named Feng who had a son named Feng Xiangru. Both father and son were scholars. Old man Feng was nearing 60. Despite his straightforward and upright character, their family was quite poor, often struggling with insufficient food and clothing. Later, Feng's wife and daughter-in-law passed away, leaving him to do all the household chores, including fetching water and cooking, by himself. One night, Feng Xiangru was sitting under the moonlight when he suddenly noticed a woman from the neighboring house peering into their courtyard from over the wall. The woman appeared very beautiful. Feng Xiangru approached her, and the woman smiled but remained silent. He gestured for her to come closer, but she neither approached nor left. He repeatedly invited her, and only then did she climb over the wall using a ladder. From that moment on, the two shared the same bed. When Feng Xiangru asked for her name, she replied, "I am the daughter of the neighbor, and my name is Hongyu." Feng Xiangru liked Hongyu very much and proposed to her. She agreed. From that day on, Hongyu came to visit every night, and this routine continued for half a year. One night, old man Feng woke up to the sound of laughter from a woman in the house. Glancing into his son's room, he immediately spotted Hongyu. Furious, old man Feng called his son out and scolded him, saying, "You beast! What have you done? Our family is already so impoverished, and instead of diligently studying, you engage in such frivolous and wanton behavior? If people find out, it will tarnish your character. Even if they don't know, such actions will surely shorten your life." Feng Xiangru knelt on the ground, crying and admitting his regret. Old man Feng then reprimanded Hongyu. As a woman, Not maintaining your chastity tarnishes not only yourself but also others. If this matter is exposed, it won't just bring shame to our family." After scolding, Old Man Feng angrily went back to sleep. Hong Yu, tears streaming down her face, said, "Mr. Feng's reprimand truly makes me feel ashamed. It seems our fate is ending here." Feng Xiangru pleaded, "While my father is here, I dare not make my own decisions. If you have any compassion for me, you should forgive me." However, Hong Yu remained unmoved in her words, leaving Feng Xiangru helpless and in tears. Hong Yu consoled him, saying, "We have no matchmaker's arrangement, nor have we received our parents' approval. Climbing walls and sneaking around like this every day, how can we grow old together? I know of a kind-hearted young lady nearby. You should marry her." Feng Xiangru explained his poverty and inability to afford a wife. Hong Yu then said, "Tomorrow night, wait for me at home. I'll come up with a solution for you." True to her word, Hong Yu returned the next night, bringing along 40 taels of silver for Feng Xiangru. She told him, "About 60 miles from here, there's a village called Wu. In that village lives a family surnamed Wei, and their daughter is 18 years old. Due to the high dowry demanded by her father, she remains unmarried. Offer some more betrothal gifts to the Wei family, and I believe you can marry that young lady." With that, Hong Yu left. Feng Xiangru found an opportunity to inform his father about his intention to get married. He planned to go to the Wei family for a formal meeting, but he concealed the matter of the required betrothal gifts. Old Man Feng, estimating that their family had no wealth, feared the Wei family might decline, so he initially refused to let his son go. Feng Xiangru tactfully persuaded his father, saying, "Let me give it a try, please." Reluctantly, Old Man Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Feng Xiangru borrowed a horse and brought a servant along to visit the Wei family in Wu village. The Wei family, originally farmers living off the land, received Feng Xiangru for a conversation outside. Upon learning that the Feng family father and son were scholars and seeing Feng Xiangru's impressive demeanor, the head of the Wei family agreed in his heart. However, he had some concerns about the dowry and was unsure how much the Feng family would offer. Feng Xiangru, sensing the hesitation, placed all the silver he had brought on the table. Delighted at the sight of the silver, the head of the Wei family quickly sought the assistance of a neighboring scholar as a mediator. He also wrote the marriage contract on red paper, and thus, the engagement was formalized. Feng Xiangru then entered the inner chamber to pay his respects to the mistress of the Wei family. Observing the narrow space and the shy demeanor of the Wei family girl hiding behind her mother, Feng Xiangru, after a brief assessment, discovered that despite her humble attire, she was remarkably beautiful, bringing joy to his heart. The head of the Wei family master borrowed a nearby house to host the son-in-law, and during the gathering, he said, "You don't need to personally come to welcome your bride. We'll prepare a few more clothes for our daughter, and when the time comes, we'll send her to you. Feng Xiangru and the head of the Wei family finalized the wedding date, and then he returned home. Upon returning home, Feng Xiangru deceived his father, saying, "The Wei family appreciates our family as legitimate scholars and didn't ask for any dowry." Old man Feng was pleased to hear this. On the agreed-upon day, the Wei family indeed sent their daughter. The Wei family girl was industrious and gentle, and the couple lived happily together. After 2 years, the Wei family girl gave birth to a son named Fu'er. During the Qingming festival that year, she took Fu'er to sweep the graves. On the way, they encountered a local gentry named Song. Song, once an imperial censor, had been dismissed from his position due to bribery. Despite being unemployed, he still flaunted his authority in the village, oppressing the common people. Coincidentally, on this day, Song was returning from the gravesite and, upon seeing the beautiful Wei family girl, became infatuated. Discovering that she was married to Feng Xiangru, Song thought of using money to sway Feng Xiangru's feelings. He sent servants to gather information about Feng Xiangru's attitude. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiangru, upon hearing the news, was infuriated. Knowing he couldn't confront the Song family directly, he restrained his anger, put on a smiling face, and went to inform his father Old Man Feng. Old Man Feng, upon learning of the situation, rushed out without hesitation, vehemently scolding the Song family servants, pointing fingers and cursing. The frightened Song family servants hurriedly retreated. Upon receiving the report, Song was further incensed. He dispatched several more people to intrude into the Feng family home. The intruders attacked the Feng father and son, creating chaos. Hearing the commotion, the Wei family girl left her son on the bed, with disheveled hair, and ran out to call for help. The Song family thugs, upon recognizing her, seized her and forcibly took her back to the Song residence. The Feng father and son were severely injured, lying on the ground moaning, while the child cried alone in the house. Neighbors, witnessing the scene, felt pity for the Feng family and rushed to help, assisting the injured father and son to their bed. After a day, Feng Xiangru finally managed to stand with the support of a cane. However, Old Man Feng, consumed by anger, refused to eat or drink and eventually spat blood and passed away. Feng Xiangru wept bitterly, holding his son, and went to the government office to file a complaint. He escalated his complaint to the prefecture and the governor, almost exhausting all government channels, but his case was never acknowledged. Later, Feng Xiangru learned that his wife had died because she refused to submit to Song's advances, intensifying his grief and anger. His heart filled with resentment, but he had nowhere to appeal. Contemplating revenge, he considered assassinating Song at a crossroad. However, he hesitated due to Song's numerous followers and the vulnerability of his young son. Unable to take action, he could only sorrowfully ponder day and night, finding no solace even in sleep. One day, a man with a thick beard and a broad chin suddenly arrived at the Feng household. Feng Xiangru had never seen him before. Feng Xiangru invited the man to sit down, intending to inquire about his identity. However, the stranger did not answer and instead abruptly asked Feng Xiangru, "You have the grudge of killing your father and the bitterness of losing your wife. Don't you want revenge?" Feng Xiangru, suspecting the man to be a spy from the Song family, responded with some feigned words to engage him. However, the man became angrily wide-eyed, as if his eyes were about to split open. He stood up abruptly, intending to leave, and scornfully said to Feng Xiangru, "I thought you were an upright and brave person, but now I see you are nothing more than a contemptible coward." Realizing that this man was not an ordinary person, Feng Xiangru hurriedly knelt down, grabbing his hand and said, "I was afraid you might be a spy from the Song family trying to trick me. Seeing your attitude now, I can openly share my true feelings with you. I have endured hardships for a long time, but I fear for my infant child. I worry about the extinction of my family line. You are a heroic figure, can you help me take care of my child?" The man replied, "This is a matter for women, not something I can do. If you want someone else to handle what women do, please do it yourself. If it's something you want to do yourself, let me do it for you." Feng Xiangru, moved by the man's offer, kowtowed to express his gratitude. However, the man did not even look back and left. Feng Xiangru tried to inquire about the man's name, and he said, "If I am unsuccessful, please do not blame me. If I succeed, I won't accept your gratitude." With that, he departed. Concerned that he and his son might face repercussions, Feng Xiangru fled, holding his son. In the night, when the family members of Song gentry were all asleep, a shadow climbed over several high walls and reached the Song household. The intruder killed Song, his son, daughter-in-law, and a maidservant. The Song family was horrified and immediately filed a complaint with the local government. The county magistrate, upon hearing the news, was astonished. The Song family insisted that Feng Xiangru was the culprit, leading the county magistrate to dispatch constables to apprehend Feng Xiangru. When the constables arrived at Feng's home, they found that Feng Xiangru had already disappeared, further strengthening their belief in his guilt. The servants of Song and the constables searched various places, and in the night, they reached the southern mountains, where they heard a baby crying. They discovered Feng Xiangru and, tying him up, began to lead him away. However, the child's cries became more intense, prompting the group to snatch the child and abandon him by the roadside. Feng Xiangru, filled with resentment, encountered the county magistrate, who questioned him about the murders. Feng Xiangru proclaimed his innocence, stating that he was out during the day and carrying a crying infant, making it impossible for him to climb walls and commit murder at night. The county magistrate decided to imprison Feng Xiangru, as he couldn't explain why he fled. Feng Xiangru pleaded, "I don't care about my own life, but what crime has my infant committed?" The county magistrate callously replied, "You've killed so many people. What right do you have to complain if someone kills your son?" Feng Xiangru was subsequently stripped of his scholarly status and subjected to severe torture but refused to disclose the identity of the mysterious man. One night, as the county magistrate lay down to sleep, a sharp object struck his bed, causing him to scream. The family rushed to the scene, illuminating the room with a lamp to find a short knife embedded in the bedstead, its blade as sharp as frost, deeply lodged about an inch. Terrified, the county magistrate and his men searched the entire official residence but found no trace. The county magistrate, feeling secretly fearful and considering that the Song family was already deceased and wouldn't seek revenge, reported the details of the case to his superiors. In the end, he not only cleared Feng Xiangru of charges but also released him. Feng Xiangru returned home to find that the grain in the jar was almost depleted. He faced an empty room alone. Fortunately, neighbors pitied him and brought some food and drink, barely helping him get by. When he thought about avenging his great hatred, he couldn't help but smile. However, when he remembered the calamity that befell his family, nearly wiping them out, tears streamed down his face. Thinking about his lifelong poverty with no one to carry on the family name, he couldn't contain his emotions and went to a secluded place, crying out in pain. After another 6 months, the case involving the Song family gradually subsided. Feng Xiangru pleaded with the county magistrate to return his wife's remains. After burying his wife, he returned home, overwhelmed with grief, contemplating ending his own life. At night, he tossed and turned, unable to find a reason to continue living. Suddenly, he heard knocking on the door. Listening attentively, he overheard a conversation between someone outside and a child. Feng Xiangru rushed to the door and, opening it, found what seemed to be a woman. As soon as he opened the door, the person outside asked, "Now that your grievances have been redressed, are you doing well?" The voice was familiar to Feng Xiangru, but in the haste, he couldn't recall who it was. When he illuminated the area with a lamp, he recognized the visitor as Hong Yu. In her hands was a child, and they both smiled. Feng Xiangru, without saying anything else, embraced Hong Yu and wept loudly, and Hong Yu shared in his sorrow. After a while, Hong Yu pushed the child forward, saying, "Have you forgotten your father?" The child clung to Hong Yu's clothes, looking at Feng Xiangru with sparkling eyes. Examining closely, Feng Xiangru was astonished to find that the child was his son, Fu'er. Overwhelmed with shock, he cried out to Hong Yu, "Where did you find my son?" Hong Yu replied, "To tell you the truth, when I said I was the neighbor's daughter, I was lying. In reality, I am a fox. That day, I happened to be walking through the woods at night and heard a child crying at the valley's edge. Feeling sorry for him, I took him to Shangxi to raise him. Later, when I heard that your calamity had passed, I brought the child back to reunite him with you." Feng Xiangru, wiping his tears, thanked Hongyu. In Hongyu's arms, the child, as if attached to his own biological mother, no longer recognized his father. Before dawn, Hongyu got out of bed. Feng Xiangru asked her why she was getting up so early, and she said, "I'm planning to leave." Feng Xiangru was frantic, kneeling at the bedside, unable to lift his head, begging Hongyu not to leave. Hongyu smiled and said, "I was just teasing you. Now that your family is prospering, we need to work hard, rising early and sleeping late." Later, she tirelessly worked, cutting weeds and sweeping the courtyard, laboring like a man. Feng Xiangru worried about the impoverished situation and being reliant on Hongyu alone, fearing they couldn't make ends meet. Hongyu said, "You just focus on your studies, don't worry about other things. I believe we won't end up starving on the roadside." Then, she took out some silver to buy tools for spinning and weaving, and also rented several acres of land, hiring people to cultivate it. Almost every day, Hongyu would carry a hoe to the fields to weed, repair leaky roofs, and work tirelessly. Seeing Hongyu's virtue, the villagers were willing to help her. After about another half-year, the Feng family's life gradually improved, becoming a prosperous household. Feng Xiangru said to Hongyu, "We've survived a calamity, thanks to your hard work. But there's one thing I haven't dealt with yet, and I don't know how to handle it." Hongyu asked what it was, and Feng Xiangru said, "The imperial examination is approaching, but my scholar status hasn't been reinstated." Hongyu laughed and said, "I sent 4 taels of silver to the academic official a while ago. Now, your scholar status has been reinstated. If you waited until you remembered this matter, it might have been too late." Feng Xiangru found Hongyu even more mysterious. In this examination, Feng Xiangru passed with excellent results, becoming a Jiren at the age of 36. Meanwhile, Feng Xiangru's farmland flourished, and the houses were expanded and renovated. Hongyu, still graceful, seemed as if she could float away with the wind. Yet, when working, she was even more capable than a peasant woman. In the harsh conditions of winter, her hands remained tender and white. She told others that she was already 38 years old, but she looked much younger, like someone in their 20s. At the end of the story, the author provided a commentary. He said, "Feng Xiangru is kind-hearted, and his father possesses noble virtues. That's why heaven rewarded them with a righteous outcome." In the story, not only the knight but also the fox Hongyu showed great righteousness. Feng Xiangru's experiences were truly extraordinary. However, the magistrate's judgment was full of errors, truly detestable. As for the flying knife that resounded thunderously, piercing the magistrate's bed, it's a pity it didn't move up half a foot. If Su Shunqin from the Song dynasty were to read this story, I believe he would raise a large cup of wine and lament, saying, "It's a pity the magistrate was not hit." Huang Ying. In the Shuntian prefecture, there was a man named Ma Zitsai. His family had a generations-long love for chrysanthemums, and this passion was particularly strong in Ma Zitsai's generation. Whenever he heard of a good variety of chrysanthemums in the market, he would insist on buying them, even if it meant traveling 1,000 miles. One day, a guest from Jinling stayed at his house. The person claimed that his cousin's home had 1 or 2 varieties of chrysanthemums not found in the north. Excited, Ma Zitsai immediately packed his bags and went to Jinling with the guest. The guest was very helpful, inquiring about shops selling chrysanthemums from various sources. This effort led him to find 2 chrysanthemum seedlings for Ma Zitsai. Grateful for the precious chrysanthemum seedlings, Ma Zitsai carefully concealed them and headed back home. While on the way, Ma Zitsai encountered a young man. The young man was riding a donkey, following behind an oil paper umbrella cart, exuding a carefree demeanor. As Ma Zitsai approached, he struck up a conversation with the young man, who introduced himself as Tao. Tao spoke eloquently and had a refined manner of speaking. Tao asked Ma Zitsai where he came from, and Ma Zitsai truthfully revealed his origin. As they walked and talked, the conversation turned to chrysanthemums. Tao remarked, "There are no bad varieties of chrysanthemums. The key lies in how the cultivator nurtures and waters them." Intrigued, Ma Zitsai discussed chrysanthemum cultivation methods with Tao. Finding a common interest, Ma Zitsai asked Tao, "Where are you headed?" Tao replied, "My sister and I are tired of life in Jinling, so we plan to move to the northern region around the rivers." Delighted, Ma Zitsai said, "Although my home is humble, there are a few rooms where you can stay. If you don't mind the simple and small dwelling, there's no need to bother finding another house." Having heard this, Tao walked to the front of the carriage to discuss it with his sister. The person inside the carriage pushed aside the curtain to speak, and Ma Zitsai stole a glance, discovering that it was a stunning beauty in her 20s. She looked at Tao and said, "I don't mind the small house, I just hope the courtyard is a bit larger." Ma Zitsai agreed to her request, and so the siblings followed him back home. To the south of Ma Zitsai's house, there was an abandoned flower garden with 3 or 4 small houses nearby. Tao and his sister liked it, so they decided to live there. Every day, they would come to the northern courtyard and help Ma Zitsai cultivate chrysanthemums. Whenever they saw withered chrysanthemums, they would pull them out by the roots and replant new ones, and the newly planted chrysanthemums all thrived. However, it seemed that Tao's family was quite impoverished, as they ate with the Ma family every day, and it appeared that the Tao family never cooked for themselves. Ma Zitsai's wife Lu also had a great fondness for Tao's sister. She would frequently provide the Tao siblings with some grains. Later, the Ma family learned that Tao's sister's nickname was Huang Ying. Huang Ying was skilled at engaging in conversations with others and often visited Lu's house to do needlework together. One day, Tao said to Ma Zitsai, "I can see that your family is not very wealthy. My sister and I eat at your house every day, and continuing like this will burden you. How can we allow that? I think I can make a living by selling chrysanthemums. Ma Zitsai, always straightforward, looked down upon him after hearing Tao's words. Ma Zitsai said, I always thought you were a refined and elegant person, someone who could be content with poverty. Today, you actually say such words. Turning the place where chrysanthemums are grown into a market is an insult to chrysanthemums. Tao smiled and said, self-reliance is not a vulgar act, and making a living by selling flowers cannot be considered common either. While one should not resort to base conduct for wealth, there's no need to embrace poverty either. Ma Zitsai remained silent after hearing this, and Tao had to leave. From then on, Tao would pick up and take away any discarded chrysanthemum branches and inferior varieties that Ma Zitsai abandoned. He would plant them in the neglected flower garden. Since that day, Tao's family no longer ate at Ma's house, only occasionally accepting invitations from Ma Zitsai. Soon, when the season for chrysanthemum blossoms arrived, the area around Tao's house became as lively as a market. Ma Zitsai was curious and went to investigate. He found that people who came to buy flowers, whether by cart or on their shoulders, left fully loaded. Surprisingly, the chrysanthemums they bought were all unique varieties that Ma Zitsai had never seen before. Ma Zitsai began to despise Tao for his greediness and considered cutting ties with him. However, he also resented Tao for hoarding excellent chrysanthemum varieties. Ma Zitsai decided to confront Tao about it and went to knock on Tao's door, intending to reprimand him face to face. Unexpectedly, when Tao came out, he warmly took Ma Zitsai's hand and walked him into the flower garden. To Ma Zitsai's surprise, the once abandoned courtyard, about half an acre in size, was now fully covered with rows of chrysanthemums. Almost every inch of available land was utilized, leaving only a few small houses. Tao had even used branches from other chrysanthemums to fill the spots where the chrysanthemums were removed. The chrysanthemums waiting to bloom in the flower beds were especially beautiful. Upon close inspection, Ma Zitsai realized that these chrysanthemums were the ones he had previously pulled out and discarded. Tao went inside to fetch wine and food, setting up a feast near the chrysanthemum beds. He said to Ma Zitsai, "Due to poverty, I couldn't adhere to a lofty moral conduct. Fortunately, now I can earn some money every day, enough to have a hearty drink with you here." After a short while, someone inside called, "Saburo," and Tao responded, going back into the house. Soon, he brought out delicious dishes. Ma Zitsai noticed that the food was expertly prepared and took the opportunity to ask Tao, "Why hasn't your sister married yet?" Tao replied, "The time has not come." Ma Zitsai asked, "When will that be?" Tao said, "In 43 months. Ma Zitsai asked again, "What does that mean?" Tao just smiled, without giving a direct answer. The two of them drank heartily and enjoyed themselves until Ma Zitsai left late at night. Another night passed, and Ma Zitsai returned to Tao's home. To his astonishment, the chrysanthemum seedlings that were planted yesterday had already grown over a foot tall. Amazed, he earnestly requested Tao to teach him the technique of cultivating chrysanthemums. Tao said, "This technique cannot be easily passed down, especially since you don't make a living from it. What use would there be for you to learn it?" A few days later, the front of Tao's house gradually quieted down. Tao then bundled the chrysanthemums in reed mats, loaded them onto several carts, and left home. After a year, almost half of the spring season had passed when Tao returned with exotic flowers from the south. He opened a flower shop in the city and sold out the flowers he brought within just 10 days. He returned home to grow chrysanthemums. However, the people who bought flowers from Tao's house the previous year found that the chrysanthemums they grew from the roots left behind had turned into inferior varieties this year. Helplessly, they had to return to Tao's house to buy chrysanthemums. From then on, Tao's family became wealthier day by day. A year later, they built additional rooms, and 2 years later, they even constructed a large house. Tao's family made decisions about their house without consulting Ma Zitsai. Gradually, houses were built where the chrysanthemums were originally planted in the abandoned garden. Tao and his sister also bought a piece of land outside the walls, surrounded it with a large wall, and planted chrysanthemums inside. In the autumn, Tao sold the chrysanthemums he grew outside again. The following spring passed, but he did not return. Later, Ma Zitsai's wife passed away, and he considered marrying Huang Ying. He secretly sent someone to inquire about Huang Ying's intentions. Huang Ying heard about it, smiled, seeming to agree, but said they would discuss it when Tao returned. More than a year passed, but Tao had not returned. Huang Ying urged her servants to continue growing chrysanthemums at home, just like when Tao was there. After the chrysanthemums were harvested, Huang Ying discussed with flower merchants and bought 20 acres of fertile land outside the village, further expanding Tao family's residence. One day, a visitor from Dongyue arrived, bringing a letter written by Tao. Ma Zitsai opened it and found that Tao had instructed his sister to marry Ma Zitsai. Ma Zitsai checked the date on the letter and realized that it was sent on the day his wife passed away. Recalling the time they drank in the garden, it was exactly 43 months ago today. This puzzled Ma Zitsai. He handed the letter to Huang Ying and asked her where the dowry should be sent. Huang Ying firmly refused to accept a dowry. Feeling that Ma Zitsai's home was too simple, Huang Ying wanted him to move to Tao's house in the south, almost like marrying him in. However, Ma Zitsai did not agree and chose an auspicious day to hold the ceremony of welcoming the bride. After Huang Ying married Ma Zitsai, she opened a door in the wall of Ma's house to facilitate her access to the southern courtyard, where she could supervise the servants' work every day. However, Ma Zitsai felt ashamed because his wife was wealthier than him. He often instructed Huang Ying to register the properties of the northern and southern courtyards separately to avoid confusion. Whenever Huang Ying found something needed at home, she would go to the southern courtyard to get it. In less than half a year, visible items in Ma's house were mostly from Tao's house. When Ma Zicai saw these things, he immediately sent people to return them to Tao's house and warned the servants not to go to Tao's house to take things. However, within 10 days, items from Tao's house appeared in Ma Zicai's house again. Despite several back and forths, Ma Zicai did not find it troublesome. Huang Ying laughed and mockingly said to Ma Zicai, "Even Chen Zhongzi wasn't as diligent in returning things as you are." Ma Zicai, feeling ashamed, stopped checking, and everything followed Huang Ying's arrangements. Huang Ying then hired craftsmen, prepared materials, and undertook construction. Ma Zicai could not stop it. After a few months, the buildings of both families were connected. From then on, the two families finally merged into one, and the boundaries were no longer distinguishable. Huang Ying followed Ma Zicai's wishes, closed the door, and stopped selling chrysanthemums. However, their living standards surpassed many prestigious families. Ma Zicai felt uneasy and said to Huang Ying, "The purity and virtue I cultivated for 30 years have been burdened by you. Now I'm living in this world, relying on my own wife. I have no trace of the spirit of a real man. People pray to become wealthy, but I only wish to remain poor." Huang Ying said, "I am not a greedy person, but if I can make our family a bit more prosperous, it may prevent future generations from thinking that Tao Yuanming was born destined to be poor and could never achieve success. I just want our ancestors, especially the former magistrate of Pengzi County, not to be mocked by later generations. But for a poor person, it is difficult to become wealthy, while for a wealthy person, it is easy to become poor. The wealth at the head of the bed, you can freely spend, I won't be stingy." However, Ma Zicai said, "Squandering someone else's wealth is also an ugly thing." Huang Ying replied, "You don't want to be rich, and I don't want to be poor. If there is no other way, we might as well live separately. Let those who seek purity maintain their purity, and those who are impure remain impure. Let's not hinder each other in the future." Huang Ying then built a thatched house in the garden, chose a beautiful maid to serve Ma Zicai, and he accepted it. But after a few days, Ma Zicai began to miss Huang Ying. He sent someone to invite her, but she refused to come. Helplessly, he had to go to find Huang Ying himself. He visited her every other night, and it became a routine. Huang Ying teased him, saying, "Eating at the East House and sleeping at the West House. This is what women from the state of Qi do. A person as upright as you shouldn't behave like this." Ma Zicai was left speechless and could only smile awkwardly. So, the two of them continued to live together as they did before. Later, Ma Zicai had to go to Jinling for some business, coinciding with the peak season of chrysanthemum blossoms in autumn. One morning, as he passed by a flower shop, he noticed a variety of excellent chrysanthemums on display. His suspicion arose as he wondered if these flowers were all cultivated by Tao. After a while, the shop owner emerged, and to Ma Zicai's surprise, it turned out to be Tao. Delighted, Ma Zicai shared the joy of their long-awaited reunion and decided to stay at Tao's place. Ma Zicai invited Tao to return to the northern region, but Tao insisted. Jinling is my hometown, and I want to get married here. I've already accumulated some wealth, please take it back to my sister. I will return home at the end of the year. Ma Zicai didn't listen. He pleaded even more earnestly for him to return together, saying, "Now, our family is already quite prosperous. You can simply enjoy the benefits and need not engage in business anymore." Ma Zicai then sat in the shop, instructed the servants to lower the prices, and within a few days, all the flowers were sold. He urged Tao to pack up, rented a boat, and returned to the northern region together. Upon their arrival, they found the house neatly cleaned, with beds and bedding arranged, as if Huang Ying had anticipated her brother's return. Since Tao came back, he unpacked his belongings, supervised the work, and extensively renovated the pavilions and gardens. Every day, he played chess and drank with Ma Zicai, refraining from making new acquaintances. Although Ma Zicai tried to arrange a marriage for him, Tao declined. Huang Ying sent 2 maids to attend to his daily needs, and after 3 years, one of the maids gave birth to a daughter for Tao. Tao was known for his high tolerance for alcohol, and he had never been heavily intoxicated while drinking with Ma Zicai. Ma Zicai had a friend named Zheng, whose alcohol capacity was unmatched. One day, as he passed by Ma's house, Ma Zicai suggested a drinking competition between Zheng and Tao to determine who could drink more. The 2 friends indulged in revelry and drank until the 4th watch of the night, consuming hundreds of pots of wine each. Zheng ended up completely drunk, falling into a deep sleep among the seats. Tao, intending to return home, stepped outside but accidentally stepped into the chrysanthemum bed. His body fell, and his clothes dropped to the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as he fell, he transformed into a chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum stood tall like a person, with over a dozen flowers blooming at the top, each larger than a fist. Witnessing this, Ma Zicai was terrified, hurriedly ran back, and told Huang Ying everything. Alarmed, Huang Ying rushed to the scene, pulled the chrysanthemum from the ground, and exclaimed, "How could you get so drunk?" Huang Ying covered the chrysanthemum with Tao's clothes, instructed Ma Zicai not to look, and urged him to leave. At dawn, Ma Zicai went to check and found Tao lying near the chrysanthemum bed. It was then that Ma Zicai realized that the siblings of the Tao family were chrysanthemum spirits. Consequently, he became even more protective of them. Since Tao's true form was revealed due to drunkenness, his drinking habits became more unrestrained. Tao often personally invited Zheng with formal invitations, and the 2 became close friends. One day, Coinciding with the flower festival, Zeng visited Tao again, bringing 2 servants carrying wine soaked in medicinal herbs. They agreed to finish the wine in the jar. However, when the jar was nearly empty, the 2 men were still not drunk enough. Ma Zicai secretly brought another jar of wine, and they drank it all. Zeng became exhausted from drunkenness, and his servants carried him back home. Tao lay on the ground, once again transforming into a chrysanthemum. Ma Zicai, having grown accustomed to this, followed Huang Ying's method, pulling the chrysanthemum out and observing the changes. However, over time, Ma Zicai noticed the chrysanthemum's leaves turning yellow. Fearful, he quickly informed Huang Ying. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying was horrified and said to Ma Zicai, "You killed my brother, didn't you?" She hurriedly ran over and saw that the roots of the chrysanthemum had withered. Overwhelmed with grief, Huang Ying plucked the chrysanthemum stem, buried it in a flower pot, and brought it inside her house, watering it daily. Ma Zicai, filled with regret, blamed Zeng. Unexpectedly, after a few days, he learned that Zeng had died from excessive drinking. Sometime later, the red chrysanthemum in Huang Ying's house gradually sprouted, and in September, it bloomed. The flowers had short stems, were pink in color, and emitted a fragrance resembling wine. Ma Zicai named it Drunken Tao. Sometimes, Ma Zicai would use wine to nourish it, and it grew even more luxuriantly. Later, Tao's daughter grew up and married into a noble family. Huang Ying lived until old age without any abnormalities. In the conclusion of the story, the author added a commentary. He mentioned that carefree individuals like Tao, even if they were to die due to intoxication, people would lament for them, but they might have found joy in it. As for chrysanthemum spirits like Tao and his sister, if they could be cultivated in the courtyard, it would be like finding good friends or one's beloved. If such chrysanthemums truly existed, they would be worth seeking. Daughter of Magistrate Lu. In Zhaoyuan County, Shandong Province, there was a man named Zhang Yudan, known for his unrestrained and bold nature. At that time, Zhang Yudan chose to live in a temple for a quiet environment to focus on his studies. The local magistrate of Zhaoyuan County, Magistrate Lu, was from the Sanhan and had a daughter who loved hunting. One day, Zhang Yudan encountered Magistrate Lu's daughter in the wilderness and was captivated by her exquisite beauty. She wore a satin marten fur coat and rode a small black horse, presenting an elegant demeanor as if stepping out of a painting. Later, when Zhang Yudan returned to the temple, he couldn't help but admire the grace and charm of Magistrate Lu's daughter. Soon after, he heard the news of the sudden illness and death of Magistrate Lu's daughter, which left him heartbroken. Due to the long distance from home, Magistrate Lu temporarily placed his daughter's coffin in a temple. Coincidentally, the coffin was placed in the very temple where Zhang Yudan studied. Deeply admiring Magistrate Lu's daughter as if she were a deity, Zhang Yudan prayed and made offerings every day. He would light incense in the morning and perform rituals before meals, expressing his sorrow. Zhang Yudan often poured wine on the ground and prayed. Although I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Miss Lu's beauty, I often see you in my dreams. Unexpectedly, a beauty like you would suddenly pass away. Today, although we are physically close, the separation between us is like a vast expanse of water and mountains. The pain in my heart is truly unbearable. When you were alive, we adhered to propriety and formalities. Now that you have passed away, there should be no taboos between us. If your soul is beneath the netherworld, you should come to me and comfort my deep affection. Zhang Yudan prayed day and night for almost half a month. One night, while Zhang Yudan was reading under the lamplight, he was astonished to see Miss Lu standing there with a smile. Overjoyed, Zhang Yudan hastily stood up to pay his respects, and Miss Lu said to him, "Grateful for your deep affection, I cannot restrain myself any longer. Now, I can no longer worry about the suspicion of eloping." Zhang Yudan was delighted, and from that day onward, Miss Lu would visit every night, and they lived together affectionately like a married couple. One day, Miss Lu said to Zhang Yudan, "In my lifetime, I enjoyed horseback riding and hunting, considering it a joyful activity. However, due to taking too many lives, my sins accumulated, and my soul cannot find peace after death. If you sincerely love me, please recite the Diamond Sutra 5,000 times. This way, I will not forget your kindness in this life and beyond." Zhang Yudan wholeheartedly followed her request, reciting the sutra every night by the coffin. Once, during a festival, Zhang Yudan wanted Miss Lu to return home with him. Concerned about her weak legs, she agreed to be carried by him. Zhang Yudan, holding Miss Lu, found her weight to be as light as a baby, making him feel no fatigue. This became a regular occurrence, and he even brought Miss Lu along when participating in exams. However, as Miss Lu was a ghost and couldn't be exposed to sunlight during the day, Zhang Yudan could only travel at night. Eventually, when Zhang Yudan was about to participate in the autumn township exam, Miss Lu told him, "Your blessings are not deep, going to the exam is a waste of effort." Hearing her words, Zhang Yudan decided not to take the exam. After another 4 or 5 years, Magistrate Lu retired, but due to poverty, he couldn't afford to transport his daughter's coffin back to their hometown. He planned to bury his daughter's remains locally but was troubled by not finding a suitable burial site. Zhang Yudan went to Magistrate Lu and said, "My home is not far from the temple, and I have a piece of thin farmland. I am willing to offer it for the burial of your daughter." Magistrate Lu naturally felt delighted. Zhang Yudan wholeheartedly assisted Magistrate Lu in burying his daughter's coffin, earning Magistrate Lu's profound gratitude, though he remained unaware of Zhang Yudan's true motives. After Magistrate Lu left, Zhang Yudan and Miss Lu continued their intimate relationship as before. One night, as Miss Lu leaned against Zhang Yudan's chest, tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks. she said to Zhang Yudan. Our 5 years of love will end today. I will never be able to repay your kindness and love in several lifetimes. Zhang Yudan asked in astonishment what was happening, and Miss Lu replied. Thanks to your great kindness to me, a person under the netherworld, and helping me recite a full set of scriptures. Today, I am going to be reincarnated into the Lu family in Hebei. If you remember this day, after 15 years on the 16th day of the 8th month, please come find me at the Lu family. Zhang Yudan, with tears in his eyes, said, I am already in my 30s now. In another 15 years, I will be old, and even if I meet you, what difference will it make? Miss Lu replied. By then, I am willing to be your servant to repay your kindness. After a while, Miss Lu added. Please accompany me for another 6 or 7 miles. The road ahead is full of thorns, and my dress is too long, making it difficult to pass. She then hugged Zhang Yudan's neck, and he carried her to the side of a road. They saw a convoy of carriages and horses parked by the roadside, some ridden by 1 or 2 people, and others carrying 3 or 4 people or even more. Only one carriage, adorned with gold and silver and draped with embroidered curtains, had an old lady sitting alone. When she saw Miss Lu, she shouted to her. Get on the carriage? Miss Lu answered, yes. So, Miss Lu turned back to Zhang Yudan and said, just drop me off here. You can go back, but don't forget what I said. Zhang Yudan agreed, and Miss Lu approached the carriage. The old lady pulled her aboard, and the wheels started turning. The remaining carriages all clattered away together. Feeling melancholy, Zhang Yudan returned home. He marked the days of separation from Miss Lu on the wall. He believed that Miss Lu could reincarnate into a wealthy family because of his recitation of Buddhist scriptures, so he became even more devout in his practice. One day, Zhang Yudan dreamed of a divine being who told him, your aspiration is commendable, but you need to make a trip to the southern sea. He asked the divine being, how far is the southern sea? The divine being replied, the southern sea is within your reach. Upon waking, Zhang Yudan understood the meaning of the divine being and devoted himself to reciting Buddhist scriptures, focusing on spiritual cultivation. 3 years later, Zhang Yudan's second son, Zhang Ming, and eldest son, Zhang Zhang, both achieved success in the imperial examinations. Although Zhang Yudan's family suddenly became wealthy and prestigious, he remained dedicated to doing good deeds without slackening. One night, he dreamed of a person in green clothing leading him to a palace. In the palace, someone sat who seemed to be a bodhisattva. The bodhisattva smiled at Zhang Yudan and said, your dedication to goodness is commendable. Unfortunately, you do not have a long life, but fortunately, I have already pleaded with the heavenly emperor for your sake. Zhang Yudan, upon hearing this, prostrated on the ground in gratitude. The bodhisattva told him to rise, offered him a seat, and served fragrant tea. The tea tasted delightful, resembling the scent of orchids. The bodhisattva then instructed a young attendant to lead Zhang Yudan to a pond for a bath. The water in the pond appeared crystal clear, with visible fish swimming underneath. Upon entering the water, he felt it pleasantly warm. Scooping up the water to smell it, he even detected the fragrance of lotus leaves. After a while, as he walked to the deeper part of the pond, he suddenly slipped and fell into a deep pit, submerging his head underwater. Startled, he woke up, finding the dream extremely peculiar. From that day on, his body inexplicably became stronger with each passing day, and his eyes became brighter. As Zhang Yudan stroked his beard, the white whiskers fell off, fluff, fluff. After some time, even the black beard nearly disappeared, and the wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. Several months later, his chin became smooth and clean, and his complexion was radiant, resembling that of a 15 or 16-year-old. He developed a fondness for games and behaved like a child. Because he excessively focused on grooming and dressing, his two sons often advised him not to do so. After some time, Zhang Yudan's wife passed away due to old age and illness. His sons thought of finding a new wife for him in a wealthy household, but Zhang Yudan said, "Let me make a trip to Hebei first, and we can discuss remarriage when I return." Zhang Yudan calculated and realized that the agreed-upon time with Miss Lu was approaching. Therefore, he harnessed his carriage, accompanied by his servants, and set off for Hebei. Upon inquiring within Hebei, he discovered that there was indeed a household ministry minister surnamed Lu. It turned out that Minister Lu had a daughter who, from birth, could speak. As she grew older, she became intelligent and beautiful, and her parents doted on her. Despite proposals from wealthy families' descendants, the young lady always refused. Intrigued, Minister Lu and his wife questioned her, and she detailed the pre-existing agreement with Zhang Yudan before her reincarnation. The couple, after calculating their ages, laughed heartily, telling their daughter, "Silly girl, according to your description, Zhang Yudan should now be a man well into his 50s. The world has undergone immense changes. He's likely already a withered old man, devoid of hair and teeth. Even if he's still alive, he's probably a decrepit old fellow." The determined young lady insisted on her belief. Mrs. Lu, seeing her daughter so persistent, discussed with her husband. She instructed the gatekeeper not to allow any visitors seeking their daughter to enter, and they would cut off their daughter's hopes after the agreed-upon date had passed. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yudan indeed arrived at the Lu residence, but the gatekeeper denied him entry. Helpless, he returned to his lodgings, feeling deeply disheartened. Without any alternatives, he wandered outside the city, gradually gathering information about Miss Lu. After the agreed-upon date had passed, Miss Lu thought that Zhang Yudan had betrayed their vow, causing her to cry inconsolably. Mrs. Lu tried to console her daughter, saying, "It seems that Zhang Yudan won't be coming. He is probably already dead. Even if he's alive, blaming him for breaking the oath falls on him, not on you." Miss Lu remained silent, spending her days bedridden. Minister Lu felt deeply troubled and desired to meet Zhang Yudan to understand what kind of person he was. Coincidentally, while pretending to go on an outing, he encountered Zhang Yudan outside the city. To his surprise, Zhang Yudan appeared to be a young man. Minister Lu and Zhang Yudan sat on the grass, engaging in a brief conversation. He found Zhang Yudan to be very refined and elegant. Minister Lu was pleased and invited Zhang Yudan to his home. Zhang Yudan inquired about Miss Lu. Suddenly, Minister Lu rose and asked him to sit alone for a moment, then hastily went inside to inform his daughter of the situation. Miss Lu, upon hearing her father's words, was overjoyed and got out of bed. She secretly went to see Zhang Yudan but found that he did not match her expectations. Tearfully, she ran back, complaining that her father had deceived her. Minister Lu, trying hard to explain that the young man was indeed Zhang Yudan, but Miss Lu refused to believe. She remained silent, only weeping incessantly. Minister Lu walked out of the inner room, feeling very upset. His attitude towards Zhang Yudan became somewhat impatient. Zhang Yudan inquired, "Do you have an elderly gentleman serving as the household ministry minister here?" Minister Lu casually replied, appearing disinterested and not acknowledging Zhang Yudan as a guest. Sensing Minister Lu's indifferent attitude, Zhang Yudan excused himself. Unexpectedly, Miss Lu, who had been weeping for several days, died in this state. One night, Zhang Yudan dreamed of Miss Lu coming to him. She said to Zhang Yudan, "Are you really the one who came to find me? Because I found that your age and appearance are very different from the Zhang Yudan I know, so even though we have met, we cannot recognize each other. Now, it seems we are separated by eternity again. I am now dead from sorrow and resentment. Please hurry to the land temple to summon my soul back. This way, I can be resurrected. But you must go quickly, otherwise, it will be too late." After waking up from the dream, Zhang Yudan hurried to Minister Lu's residence to inquire and learned that his daughter had indeed died 2 days ago. Zhang Yudan was overwhelmed with grief. He went to the room where her body was laid out to express condolences and shared his dream with Mr. and Mrs. Lu. After hearing his words, Minister Lu immediately went to the land temple to summon his daughter's soul. After the soul summoning ceremony, Minister Lu returned and uncovered his daughter's body, caressing it and praying for her. After a while, he heard his daughter's throat making gurgling sounds, and he saw her ruby lips suddenly open, spitting out phlegm like ice. Minister Lu moved Miss Lu to the bed, and soon, she began to groan, miraculously coming back to life. Minister Lu was overjoyed and invited Zhang Yudan out, arranging a banquet to celebrate. Minister Lu inquired about Zhang Yudan's background and, learning that he came from a wealthy family, became even happier. He then chose an auspicious day and time for Zhang Yudan to marry his daughter. After another half-month, Zhang Yudan brought his new bride home. Minister Lu personally escorted his daughter to Zhang's house and stayed there for half a year before leaving. Zhang Yudong and his wife lived together like a young newlywed couple. People who didn't know them well often mistook Zhang Yudong's son and daughter-in-law as the couple's parents. A year later, Minister Lu passed away. There was still a young boy in his family, and later, the Lu family faced false accusations and slander from local bullies, losing almost all their wealth. Zhang Yudong then took the young boy in, raising him and allowing him to establish a family in Zhang's home.